What's happening? Benton here. Not going downtown, or I should say, no plans to go downtown on today's broadcast. What's up, Music Holds a Secret? Good to see you, brother. I'm thinking about y'all. It's funny, man. I got like this live chatters in my head. And some folks go beyond that, obviously, in certain ways. But I think we'll start out with Mr. Suspect. Is he here? Mr. Suspect to the live stream. Paging Mr. Suspect to the live. Oh, it's me. Never mind. I have to read this one. It's about me. Stop right there. Don't come any closer. You were walking the other way. Now you're walking my way. I will. So, is that a direct quote? Wow. Amazing. Hey, what's happening? Yeah. Good morning, sir. Yeah, man. Woke up super early, just fucking fully alert. Feeling good, man. Like, or I should say, not feeling bad. If that makes sense. And toyed with it's like 11:30 p.m. It's one of those days I go to sleep and I wake up. It's still the same day. But and then with the THCO, it's hard to know if I'm uh, sleeping or if I'm just passing the fuck out. And I think I've been sleeping, or at least last night. And again, back to the myth of the 8 hours or 7 hours, 7 to 8 hours. Seemed like 4.5 did me just fine. Just lay on the floor for a while, lay on the tile. Did some of that. But I'm now the THCO, I believe, is starting to wind itself down. I've gone through the vape I'm finishing up right now. I've plowed right through that bad boy in very short order. All this traffic, man. I'm used to it being deserted out here. I'm sure I look just like people are like, what is that? I've even got my black backpack on, which even kind of enhances the look to some extent. And I got the body cam. Body cam is turned on and rolling. So especially after the recent events. But then, as with anything, eventually I'll be back to not taking such measures, to be sure. But yeah, maybe highly suspect will wander in. He seems almost incapable of figuring out what is going on here. At a certain point, I'm sending him emails like, hey, the best way to find out is to go to my YouTube channel and look under the live tab. And sometimes I schedule the live ahead of time, but not always. So it's just fairly basic, right? I mean, so now I'm thinking like about cognition and, the effects of the fake pandemic, all the traumas and stresses that people have been under. So now I'm thinking about all that, and it's like, and certainly some of that's been the case with me as well, but what's going on here, man? Hey, what's up, Carl? Many blessings indeed, sir. Yep. What a time we chose to be born, right? Oh, man. Yeah, it's a trip. I had taken my yesterday's walk and talk was down for most of the day yesterday. Because it's a little paranoid, thinking, I don't know, man. You just never know if somebody finds this thing locally and tries to stir up some controversy. But realistically, it's just not going to happen. And I think I'm figuring out some of the reaction of the locals here is, on some level, do they realize that whatever I'm doing, it doesn't really have anything to do with pretty much the people here. Right? It's like, yeah, I'm making content for a particular internet ghetto or whatever we're calling this, Matt Drudge's Internet Ghettos. What's up, Chuck? Good to see you, bro. Indeed, indeed. Yeah, email, man. Email. Highly suspect now seems to be confused by the very concept of email. This is what I keep people, I don't think they know what I'm talking about much of the time. When I keep talking about that some folks don't understand what the internet is, but I've been here since the very early days. Apparently I was watching some kind of documentary about just the history of the internet and such, and they seem to think the year I got on was like the first year when at least a couple of million people sort of came in mass or trickled in or whatever, over like a year or two period. But to me, it was kind of interesting if that is the case. And then talking about originally, like back then, the backbones being not up to snuff and such, couldn't handle the load initially. But who knows? I don't know. I'm not sure. But yeah, email, man. This has been around. That it was in place when I was on the internet in '94. Like but it's kind of like base level internet. So I'm confused that there's folks that are confused about email. That's where I'm at. So what do y'all think? And I'm not a phone person. I'm not going to become a phone person now. Yeah, I listen to a lot of YouTube and used to listen to a lot of podcasts. Had no service for years. Always had a smartphone for the media, right, and the internet access. Well, and emailing occasionally my loved ones. That's how I communicated with my loved ones. By the way, folks, we sent each other emails. Yeah, I don't want to be responsible for thinking about when is a motherfucker asleep, and can I text? Oh, I'm the only one that goes into airplane mode when I go to sleep. So now we're waking motherfuckers up. I'm not into it, man. I'm not into it. I can fire off an email anytime I want, and if you've got your phone to set up to wake your ass up when you get an email, that's your problem, as far as I'm concerned. The text message, that is what a text message is. Not into it. Not into it, man. Yeah, what is that? Something new? Email? Yeah, what is that? Fucking email. Thank you. Thank you, Carl. Indeed. Indeed. Now we get into boundaries. Humans and boundaries, right? And I understand it's a paradox. It's paradoxical and perhaps a dichotomy, though, also. Yeah, certainly it's paradoxical. As yet another Nissan Versa hatchback. See them everywhere. And hell, I owned one. This is not the first one I've had. So it seems like they're increasing somehow. Interesting. Yeah, man. As we saw with the self-defense scenario, I maintain my perimeter, right? I'm not interested, man. I'm not interested in getting texts and phone calls. And hell, I think, and I'm not, who's calling me, by the way? I don't answer fucking random phone calls, and whoever had my phone number, I done fucked up with this phone number I've got right now. Whoever had this thing knew a lot of people, or maybe was got scammed by some scammers, maybe. I don't know. I bet I got 100 numbers blocked in this phone. And then multiple phones, Mr. Suspect. Some of the time during the daytime, because I'm too ill to go to the fucking library much of the time. Although I did have a good run. I think I made it pretty much every day for like a whole week. But if I'm too ill, man, the motel Wi-Fi doesn't work for at least the last couple of hours of live streaming. So I have to use hotspot. And because networks are so fucked up, I have to use an old phone to hotspot off of so it'll stay in 4G and not try to switch over to 5G and then back to 4G, which knocks me offline. Meanwhile, he can't even, highly suspect can't even get on StreamYard, man. What is this? What's up, I am the Dow? Like, bro, everybody else can, and it's a bunch of boomers. Fucking Lube ass can do it. What the hell, man? Get it together. Thank you, tribe. Thank you. Much appreciated, sir. Good to see you. Yeah, man. But you know, I declared myself the content machine, or hashtag content machine. That's been a while back now, and perhaps I've lived up to that in some ways. And you know, I just don't have the luxury even of I'm not able to have phone conversations because I'm so interesting, and I've developed my conversation and listening skills to the point quite often these people get on the phone with me, like highly suspect, and we do a fucking podcast, except we're too stupid to record it. And I'm sick of it, man. It happens too often. It's happened with highly suspect, and it's happened with Big L several times. I'm done with it. Talk to me on my fucking StreamYard so I can record it. If y'all are too paranoid, I don't know what to say. Fuck you. That's all I could say. Because the goddamn, you don't have no problem with the government listening to all of it. But God forbid, Benton's recording on the StreamYard just in case he goes off on some kind of high level rant. I went off on some explanation of, I don't even know what topic with Big L. And he was even like, damn, like he just had to kind of pause and, you know, like commented on that breakdown and explanation I did. I was like, yeah, I don't even know where that came from. So it'd be nice to be recording on StreamYard and then, oh, okay, that awesome rant that was like this 10-minute succinct breakdown of whatever topic. Let me just go in and snip that out. Content machine, especially if I'm going to go all in on content. I can't be talking to y'all on the phone. And I don't mean you, the listener. I mean people who, you know, the very few people who have my phone number. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I would say that's like a last case scenario. Contact me through my phone, my cell number. Try everything else first. That's what I would say. And then if just it's impossible to get a hold of me, then please hit the phone, the cell number. I mean, do I have to just say it that way? I don't even like talking on the phone, but I understand it's necessary at times. Yeah, I'm not answering. In Florida, yeah, somebody called me from Florida. That might be obscenity. I know he probably still has a Florida number, I'm assuming. Apologies if I'm giving out any kind of information. I don't know what I can say and what I can't half the time with people. That's another thing about the autism. I don't have no idea what is expected of me, fucking pretty much most of the time. So as far as I have no ability to predict, well, this person, because I did this and that, and they, you know, think this way and that way, and you know, they're thinking probably I'll do X, Y, or Z. I'm not able to process any of that. I lack those abilities. Also, don't really give a fuck, honestly. I don't even see how that's my concern in the first place. Let somebody else worry about that. And then it's like, has the person been up all night, or are they old man like me and went to sleep super early and just happened to wake up early? Because some of these folks do work like early in the morning, right, and are accustomed to arising early. So I don't know what the hell's going on. What's up, Ms. Blanche? Yeah, exactly. Too many random fucking phone calls. But man, my Mint Mobile number, my first AT&T prepaid number, man, I fucked up so bad letting that go. I might still be able to get it if I was to, like, tomorrow try to you know, pay for Mint Mobile. I could maybe get that number. It was in North Carolina or somewhere, and the girl in her 20s that was helping me in some small town, yeah, in North Carolina. she could tell I wanted like a specific kind of, like I wanted to be able to sort of pick the number. Like, I'm enough into the numerology or whatever. Certain numbers are immediately I'm going to be like, no, I don't like that. So she just, the first one she told me was just like perfect. Damn. And, it ultimately doesn't matter, but nothing, there was never no problems. I didn't have random people trying to contact me. And then this number I got now, dude. Yeah, terrible. Terrible. Anyway, I'm just rambling. Trying to get the cranky old man off my chest here, I guess. Why not? Step into a gigantic pothole. Oh, that's right. Semis probably came in here and drove around and parked, and now the shit's all fucked up. Just like what's going to happen over here at Sutherland's if they keep letting the trucks come in here. No trucks tonight, though. And, I get the thing where maybe folks live in a world where it's just more or less normal when they meet somebody, they exchange phone numbers, and the majority of the communications through a handheld, a handset, right? Pocket computer. I'm not available at that level. And that's even without the content. Like, that's even forgetting about content. I'm just not going to respond for some period of time. That's even with service. But what is this? And now we're all introverts somehow. Like, okay, why am I not better understood then? You got my dad mobbing around talking about he's a fucking Sigma introvert, empath. I mean, goddamn, what is this, man? I can't get a little bit of peace and a little bit of space, but it's goddamn promotion of introverts everywhere I look. It's just two things are not possible simultaneously. It's like, yeah, I enjoy exchanging ideas with many of you, but please be left the fuck alone. Also, and you get into neediness in general, right? And people who, for whatever reason, their patterns have developed to be like, constant validation emotionally, right? Or regularly, which is certainly feminine, lest we forget. It doesn't mean, repress the feminine and now we're masculine. I mean, that's not how that works. But, yeah. What do y'all think? I think I'm onto something. The size of the audience might not agree, but I feel like I'm getting onto something there. And I'm suffering from a heavy dose of IDGAF. It's like, well, it's not going to amount to a hill of beans anyway. Half of them's just listening to the sound of my voice, right? I might as well just say whatever the fuck I want to say. Like, well, aren't you already doing that? Well, yeah, but maybe curating the ideas a tad more before the verbal diarrhea spews, right? Hell, I don't even know what I'm talking about on this one. Sometimes those are the most fun, when even the host doesn't know what the fuck is happening. And then looking back on my, whatever my demise, what are we calling this process of degeneration, degradation, as I sink further into debilitation, and that's a real thing. So that's certainly a new. I've been anything but debilitated, pretty much. I think in my mind it just never seemed possible that in debilitation, feel free to, if people use Google, right? But I still use the Google search engine, whatever. Hell, I was using Google Chrome as recently as like 10 days ago. Still on Chrome, actual fucking yellow and red or whatever those colors are. Oh yes, there you go, Chuck. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is what the lefties like to call emotional labor, like the feminists, the third wave feminists drum this. It's a bunch of poppycock the way they try to do it, of course, but it doesn't mean that there's no such thing as emotional labor either, right? And yeah, I've read up on emotion. Yeah. Okay. Again, yesterday, trying to convince the audience that, well, yeah, I've read multiple books about feminism, women's studies, gender studies, intersectionality, LGBT, each one of those separate categories. I've read multiple books. Doesn't qualifies me as nothing, right? Just another asshole with an opinion. But yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't even do that, Chuck. Like, this is what I'm saying. I don't have this in my life. I don't get phone calls. That's another thing. Like, it's already a very exclusive list. These just a couple of people, right? So I don't get phone calls. Me and my family don't really call each other, although we communicate in various ways. I'm not on call, man. I am not on call whatsoever. And highly suspect just kind of like I think he thought I was just like lying or something. I was like, man, I don't get phone calls. He's like, you don't get phone calls, bro? Did you not hear me? Like, it's like we went round and round a couple of times. Yeah, no, I don't get phone calls. It doesn't mean I never get a phone call. What I'm saying is that out of 7 days, if 6 of them nobody calls me, that's more normal than abnormal. But yeah, if on one of the days I get a phone call, right? Maybe I was expecting a phone call. Who knows? Yeah, effectively, I don't get phone calls. Effectively, 9 night owls. Well, I've been to sleep already, but I woke up super freaking early. But I passed out around 6, I believe. Oh man, I really enjoy this lavalier, this Sony lavalier microphone. The value is there, but actually using it in the real world it's a wired lavalier mic, which I certainly don't recommend under. Well, I won't say any circumstance. We got a little bit of a streamer set up here, believe it or not, tribe. Doing better than some folks probably, but yeah, I feel you, man. Definitely looking forward to. But for me, it's got to be the right stuff, the right gear. Yeah, and see, I think this was part of the problem the other day too, is that I forgot the cable to. I have a VidPro $99 portable mixer, stereo mixer, but it has a, like XLR input, which doesn't work very well, but it's got microphone inputs, 3.5 millimeter, 2 of them, but what I like about it, it only outputs mono, which for me is perfect. We're not going highfalutin with the audio, at least not yet, so it's perfect for me, because I don't have to worry about flipping the right combination of switches if I only want to have one mic plugged in or whatever. It just figures it out. It just, as long as we're outputting the mono, that solves a lot of problems. Mono underrated in some applications, I would say. It's like, oh, stereo, we got to have stereo. Do we? I always did joint stereo for well, I can't say always, but the Nightmare Dystopia podcast, since I was producing, my own MP3 file and all that. Yeah, this thing runs off a 9-volt battery, so you don't always need the phantom power, but this thing claims to do phantom power, but I don't, whatever. It has a plus 48 volt setting. Yeah. Well, and that's another thing. I've got the dead cat. I've got a shotgun mic. So what I have on this mixer I was telling you about that takes a 9-volt battery is I've got this is the same mic I use for if you've ever seen me from my computer, tribe. It's the same mixer and shotgun microphone, just like one designed for like a DSLR camera. I actually got it at Best Buy, now that I think about it, for like $50. Yeah, which I usually don't shop at Best Buy, but it ended up being a crime of convenience in some ways. But I'm very, very impressed with the mic for what it is. Saramonic is the brand. So yeah, I just happened to forget one of the cables the other morning and it was on, so I reverted to my earbuds as a backup, which have a decent mic for a $10 set of earbuds, actually. Amazon Basics. In fact, that's what I used truck driving. And people were amazed. They were like, how come we can't hear your truck. Why is, what's up with, you got some noise canceling? What is this? I says, $10 Amazon fucking earbuds. I don't know. Of course, some of my pleasing vocal tones were certainly lost, to be sure. Oh, and I'm on a lavalier mic too, also, Trub. I finally broke out the lav. So I'm on a shotgun and a lav. I like the shotgun lavalier combination, because if, I start to talk to somebody, or if there's some sort of loud sound, shotgun mic will have a decent chance of picking it up. Carl's bringing them in tonight or this morning. Have fun in the chat. I'm not paying much attention. Oh man. And then before I got sidetracked onto audio gear, I was still piecing everybody up about cell phones. Yeah, and look, man, other than needing the fucking data, right? The thing with a phone and in the modern era of, data and prepaid and all of this, like, it doesn't even make sense for me not to have service just for the data, right? But although I guess hypothetically I could just do a hotspot, but even then they give such heavy discounts for having, for adding a line or whatever. Doesn't really make sense to just hotspot. But I think y'all know what I'm saying. I realistically, other than work where I have to have a phone, or if I'm not seeking employment, I don't need cell service to talk to people and text people. I really don't. I can get by with email with my personal relationship. I'm not dependent on a phone. I'm not a phone person. So if I leave the workforce again, probably, but again, like what I'm saying is things have changed now where the value of having the data is too convenient, realistically. That's my view of it. But and then now they've got me on this 2-factor bullshit. So it's like, now my phone number's tied to this crap. And if I do decide to change numbers, now I got to go through all this rigmarole again. Right. Well, now I'm becoming an ingrate. It's a good problem to have, certainly. First world problems. Yeah, man, the flashlight. See, I don't process it really like in real time that well. As far as, I don't really know what's happening on some levels. I probably do dissociate, and then I have this weird. It's just hard to explain what I go through in that moment. But it's almost like all the shit that don't matter, just I don't notice, and then I go right to whatever the important information is. If that makes sense, like visually. It's a perceptual thing too. It's very difficult to explain, but only when I watched it back did I realize, like, wow, that I didn't realize he was, because I'm seeing the light, but I'm not thinking, what does it look like, reflected onto my face or whatever. Like, just that part's aggressive, and that's the whole thing, without even being able to see any of those people's physicality. Also, yet another reason why I'm going to have some sort of a camera person. But now we need a budget. Now we need, see what I mean? Like, now we got to go lowest common denominator, and then this will be my vlog, and I'll get to hang out with you fine folks. Then the day job will be, whatever the IRL channel is, but then the live streams will probably all be over here, right? I don't know. It's fun. It's a fun thing to think about, like how is that all going to work? Yes, glad I stayed safe. Well, I mean, downtown in pretty much any urban area in 2023 America, I don't know that that's the definition of staying safe, Tribe, but yeah, I'm certainly very capable of ensuring my own physical safety. Certainly glad not to have to at least think about the possibility of a court case, right? And in some states, just based on, I don't know, man, the actual video doesn't show a lot, I have to say, but assuming those people somehow found the live stream and just decided to attempt to press charges, which is, the chances of that are damn near zero. They certainly don't seem like the type to call the cops or press charges necessarily. I don't know that they're trying to testify. Some folks really do take that, no snitching thing they take it to extremes. I've always said, look, snitching to me was always in the context of to inform on one's co-conspirators in some sort of fraud or crime, right? Or heist. Like, if I see some shit while I'm out here, yeah, I'll mind my own business. But if it becomes serious enough, I'm not under any code of well, I can't tell nobody. Like, no, I never agreed to that. But I certainly learned to mind my fucking. If it don't pertain to me, it don't pertain to me. A lot of folks who, especially folks not street people or not who did not grow up in cities, although even some of the folks from cities probably. That's one of the important lessons to learn. And shout out to Piso. Did he ever go homeless? Y'all remember Scott Core, Piso? I haven't seen him around in a while. He said he was going homeless, and then I just sort of gave him some general information and asked him a few questions. He seems like he's got it under control pretty. I mean, based on what I know of him, if he has to go live in those circumstances, it seems like he'll be all right, from what I could tell. No one likes a trail, but everyone hates a snitch. There you go. Snitches get stitches. Well, that's what I'm saying is if I don't involve myself in something, I'm not snitching. The reality is, though, because of what I learned in homelessness, I'm not gonna, if people, just random people, start asking me questions, I'm not gonna start giving information. I'll just start saying, well, that's none of my business. It's probably none of your business. Actually, that's typically what I would say is, well, I don't see how this is any of your business, because you're talking to me about two different other people and how I might possibly know something, but you're not either one of those two people. So why am I talking to you about this? Like, the pedantic asshole nature of Benton, it certainly comes in helpful in certain situations. I don't know if I could even get far enough to, you know what I'm saying? It's like, how are we going to get to even that point? And I don't think I'm just going to be bringing things up, but if it was a serious enough crime, I would do what I felt to be the right thing, regardless. And if some folks don't like that, it's, again, not my problem. If they make it my problem, then we'll take that when it comes. Yep, indeed, Blanche. I agree with that. There's no advantage. So, especially the auditors and the cop watchers. I saw a cop on stream the other morning, and I think it was this yesterday morning, I guess. And I will watch from a distance, and I'll kind of wait till the cop notices me to some extent. But as long as they seem like they know as long as they seem like they're not doing anything just crazy or over the top, as far as violating people's rights, why would I go over there? I'm not involved. Why would I involve myself in whatever they got going on, especially under a corporate context? There's no advantage. So, yeah, people say, oh, well, because we're trying to make change. Wait a minute. When did I say I was trying to make change? See all the suppositions and just things that get built in, they get worked in. Like, what? Wait a minute. What? I don't remember. That's not one of my goals. I'm not trying to reform this fucking nightmare dystopia, literal hell realm beast system. And shout out to Pamela, who hasn't been around in a while, but I don't think that's even. She's more or less said she doesn't think we're meant to do that, which kind of makes sense. As far as I can see, it's not even a thing that can be done. What if this place is as it's supposed to be? I don't know. I can't call it, as they say. Exercise your right to remain silent. Yeah, but situationally, Blanche. See, this is where I get a little annoyed, and again, not picking on you, Blanche, as a human, although certainly you wouldn't take it that way anyway, based on what I know of you. However, many folks would, so I'm training myself to work in that disclaimer. But I'm certainly picking on some of the ideas, in the comment or my reaction or whatever. But situationally, like people say, oh, never talk to the cops. And I give the example of, okay, are you really going to get pulled over and just sit there and look at the cop? I've done it. I've literally done that one time. Just looked at him and said nothing. And it's not realistic for most people in most situations. Yeah. My thing is I'm operating like a poker game in a lot of ways. I'm using my poker skills, and like the cop knows whatever the cop knows. And then my goal is, after talking to me, the cop is going to know the same. He's not going to know anything new, or any information I choose to give will be specific information for a specific purpose or purposes, to try to make it more likely that I get what I want out of the situation. What's up, Bugsy? Good to see you, bro. Definitely impressed by the growth of your channel over time, sir. Shout out to Forever Conscious Research Channel. If any of you folks are subscribed, I'm not really set up to be able to drop your links and stuff while I'm out and about there, Forever Conscious. But and who knows? I don't even know if we have mods around this early in the morning. But, good to see you. I think probably everybody knows about your channel. I remember when in the old CBO Discord days, and it was like very few views. I sometimes I'd go in the live and it'd be like me and like maybe I want to say single digits, but it's probably beyond that even then. But, yeah, I remember it. And then the not a lot of views, and then to what it is today, man. And grinding, son. Hashtag grinding. Yeah, Bugsy's a grinder. And nobody calls him Bugsy anymore. I just think it's funny. That was kind of an inside CBO Discord joke, so I probably should not call him that anymore. But I just think it's funny. But yeah, Mr. Forever Conscious. And also a poker fan, or a poker player to some extent. We used to talk to poker. That's back when I was still trying to drink myself to death. So I'm sure some of those combos got a little strange, at least from my end, right? Yeah, yeah. See, yeah, I mean, I'm used to how you talk now, but yeah, it was a bit. It's a different, man. It was a lot different when we all first heard your voice. But yeah, I think we've all pretty much watched your videos enough to some extent. I mean, I don't want to speak for everybody, and I tune in from time to time. It's just not my, as you know, it's just not my field or not my. But I certainly, I share some of those views in certain ways. I don't think that's debatable. Yeah, see, I'm taking selfies with certain commenters too. See, now I get to fanboy a little bit. Now I got a Forever Conscious thumbnail. So thanks for stopping by. If not just for that, sir. The Bex Factor, indeed. I'm screen capping I'm screen capping like 3.5 hours behind in a 1.75x there, Bex. Oh, cool. Yeah. See how it works? I believe that everybody can only benefit from spreading the awareness about channels, you know, even if a bunch of us are live at the same time. I like to shout them out and promote them and drop their links because it's like, yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe that is a better broadcast today. I don't fucking know. Go check them out. Oh yeah, I'm not able to, Miss Blanche. Yeah, that was horrible, horrible. Yeah, Miss Blanche she remembers. Yeah, that was awful. I mean, you want to talk about debilitating? Good God, what a nightmare. I'm grateful I got out of that. Before I just completely ruined my ability to, my cognition. Before I just completely ruined my cognition. And then and I want to get back to the highly suspect stuff eventually. Well, that's probably true. And it's very, yeah. Musical Secret says Pamela finally realized how insane people are. I think there's probably some truth to that, man. Let me get another selfie with this place is yeah, that's very astute, Bugsy. Yeah, there's certainly some overlap between some of the conclusions I've reached. Yeah, I can't say independently, but a lot of it was based on me thinking for myself. Obviously, I've reached some of the same conclusions in certain regards. I've got my own little spin on it, though, of course, like always, and combined with a bunch of other stuff that other folks, not talking about you, some of the audience may not have quite areas they haven't quite developed in, especially with a lot of the Eastern stuff, which I'm certainly no expert in, but spent quite a bit of time studying the Eastern stuff, to be sure. Not in an organized sense. Solo formalized study, I think would be the. But yeah, thanks, Blanche, and yeah, that was awful. Certainly terrible, the drinking, but not able to drink now. I mean, honestly, I've explained before what would happen if I attempted to even do what my body can tolerate now, which is I'm so sick, honestly. Like one, just one time, one bender, right, would fuck me up pretty good, like for real. I'm not even kidding. It's not like when people go to the doctor and they're like, one more drink will kill you type of thing, which is probably true for that moment, right? But then, how many drunks have I seen? And I realized at a certain point I had fallen victim to this in some ways, but how many drunks have we seen? They get off just long enough that their body can heal just enough that they can go back to daily drinking, right? I'm not set up for that, thankfully. And I've known for a long time if I try that some people can daily drink for years. I know I'm not one of them people. I was dying. I almost died. I mean, I really did. It's not an exaggeration. Yeah, glad Bex is subscribed. It's an interesting material, certainly. And the content creator is a grinder, so there's no shortage of content on the horizon, certainly. Indeed, sir, indeed. Well, I don't. My issue is I kind of have to be in that state of some sort of a flow and to rap on it, and that comes like to an emotional thing. So it's like, yeah, I can talk about that, Bugsy. I just probably not right now, if that makes sense. But yeah, eventually I'll get around to it, I'm sure. I don't even know what I mean necessarily too. That's also we're speaking extemporaneously off the dome for long periods of time. I know you do that also, but uh, these I don't. Well, anyway, got my own. I certainly prepare for each and every one of these, but yeah, and I'm pretty baked off the THCO, which is coming to an end. The appalling rapidity with which I went through this vape, which is almost cash, but it's got a little bit of life in it. Yeah, alcohol, man. Any amount of alcohol is literal poison. But do whatever you want, folks. I'm not here to tell anybody how to live. And certainly, believe me, if I want to drink, I will. I never promised anybody I was done forever. But I'm sure I've said that because I was thinking that. Yeah, my organs just can't process it. Thankfully, I mean, I still get intoxicated, but what I mean is, it's just not. Very quickly, it's made apparent. Oh yeah, my organs just are no longer able to distill these poisons. Right. What's up, Roy? My keyboard was on French. Yeah, I don't even know what that's about. Well, good. Yeah, another grinder, perhaps. Ms. Bex here seems to enjoy working on her craft or crafts, as it may be. Well, let me I got to force a bathroom break. I'm never going to do it. One moment, please. One moment, please. All right, we're back. Shout out to 18 in the house at 3 a.m. Went live a little earlier than normal. So Blanche said she's not able to drink also. What's up, Mr. Pineal? Good to see you. amongst our predators. Some of these names. Yeah, predators, man. It's a real thing for sure. Oh, seizures, goodness. Yeah, look at the damage done to society just from the increased drinking during the fake pandemic. And I know many folks. Uh, that's just alcohol, right? Many folks experience that, myself included. Trying to think, I did like I wasn't drinking much. In my last couple of years of homelessness, I was still drinking here and there, but nothing. Certainly, as far as society is concerned, certainly nothing out of the ordinary. And I went my whole first year, of truck driving, and maybe stayed took home time and stayed in a hotel or whatever here and there, and maybe drank, maybe didn't, just whatever I felt like. And then, some of those times, if I drank, I was drinking to get drunk. I mean, to be clear, there's no, uh, yeah, drinking to get drunk. I like to get fucked up. Yep. Well, that was my morning, by the way, just so you know, amongst us. I had already been to sleep and woke up. Just for the record, that was my morning. But yeah, thank you. It's certainly nighttime for many folks, and for those folks, I would assume, although you know, who knows what their sleep schedules would look like. Thank you. Yeah, effectiveness, exactly. Yeah, I'm not worried about the style points or how it comes across, or the peanut gallery. Yeah, effectiveness, real world effectiveness. They were gonna rob me. I mean, there's no doubt about it. They were gonna try to see, would I let them rob me, right, without just fighting them. Some people will just let themselves be robbed. Certainly. Everybody be cool. This is a robbery. Any of you fucking pricks move, and I'll execute every last one of you. Yeah, thanks. I had no choice. It was a choice between life and death, Tupelo, because I almost drank myself to death. I came very close to dying. Uh, 3 weeks of nightmarish withdrawals. Got through those with the help of my ability to consume high amounts of cannabis and still, not go psychotic, because that's the thing people don't like to talk about. Cannabis absolutely causes psychosis in a portion of the population. It cannot be debated. It's fucking proven as far as I'm concerned. I guess it could be debated, but it seems to me like that's the thing that happens. People don't like the reality, but say a good 12% of people, it makes them fucking psychotic. Causes it. Yes. There you go. Yeah, the fanny pack. As I'm losing more and more weight, and the debilitation, the aforementioned debilitation, as that intensifies, and I'm, for some insane reason, I like to carry a 45, which actually, when I had muscles and my more normal weight, I'd settled in around 175, 180, but now at 100, I've gained a few pounds, and I'm like a buck 23 now. So yeah, it's my back, and it's a lot of weight. It's a bizarre position. It's like right above the bottom of it is like up against my pubic bone. I mean, I don't know what else to say. That's where it is. So I think that's what it's called. I don't know. I might be thinking about the female anatomy, as I'm wont to do, certainly. Oh, thank you. Replays. I'm out of the replay game, but I am. I like to catch them while they're still live now and then 1.75x, but mainly screen cap. Because that way, if I do play it, it'll be on a live stream. I'm finding more and more, I'm pretty much all of my social interaction or whatever this is, it needs to be captured and disseminated at the level of content, right? Yeah. Well, and you know, some of that, thank you, is just living in the streets for so long. Like, uh, but then you know, if I wasn't packing, see, that's the thing. But also, you know, the camera setup, I think, and then just my presentment. I look like the popo. I mean, to some folks, I mean, it's just I can't do anything. I said I can't do anything if I look like Opie Taylor. Like I can't necessarily do anything about that, right? I had long hair and a long beard, and they still thought I was the police. It's not like my physical. It's not just the physical appearance. It's also like other factors. I seem, you know, my serious. I come across very serious, right? It's all quite serious, to be sure. Which says nothing about what's going on here. Uh, I have two Glock 21 SFs, sir. Gen 3s. Yeah, one of them is a law enforcement trade-in, and I also have a CMG Banshee uh, PCC that's 45 ACP that takes Glock mags. I got a whole fucking gunfighter set up. Yeah, it's pretty sweet. Probably not going to be having it much longer, actually. That I've beaten around the bush and hinted around, but most of the rest, what's left of all this stuff I bought when I lost my mind and spent almost all of my paychecks for at least 6 straight months on guns and ammo. I'm about to get rid of damn near all of what I have left, but I'll still have a rifle and a pistol and plenty of magazines and ammo, I can assure you. Well, and multiple pistols, to be clear. Yeah, when I was actually big backpacking it, living in the streets, uh, and never felt like I had to carry a weapon, I did deal with situations similar to that, although not, you know, different characteristics. But the thing is, if I had been in that situation unarmed, clearly would I had no choice but to handle it how the best way I was able to, right? And I've found over time I am able to do that. But now, when we factor in the debilitation, also, see, when I'm talking about I handled these things in the past, more often than not, I was 180, maybe 185 pounds, just depending on what I'd been up to. You know what I'm saying? Like with a decent amount of bulk on me, not like anything impressive, you know, overall, but your average dude just has not done a lot of training, physical training. That's just the reality. Some have, but it's a little different at 120 pounds now, you know. I'm not worried, but it's a different thing. I'm certainly not able to project any sort of physical, you know, intimidation or dom. Well, that's not true, but it's much more limited. What was that? Did I hear a dog barking? What a strange sound. Did y'all hear that? I've been like a sound catching these walls, just where my ears happen to be. It's bizarre. Yeah. I like Glocks because the parts availability and they run all the ammo for the most part. And they don't, you know, not that they can't fail, but playing the odds. Other than that, my carry is a Springfield Armory XD Mod 2 45 subcompact 3.3-inch barrel. I love it. Great gun. Fantastic gun. Especially for what I paid for it, but either way, yeah, great gun. Love it. Yeah, Leos are intimidating. I don't know about that. Certainly can be in certain ways. That's funny though, Carl. Good to see you, sir. Yeah, there you go. Now 1911s. Very nice. Oh yeah, it's from the health woes, Tupelo. I don't want to get into the specifics right now, but yeah, I certainly had the some illnesses. One of the symptoms is unexplained weight loss. I've had like at least 3 different rounds of that by now, and then since I was thin. I was athletic as a teenager, but thin. Certainly, did not have a lot of lean mass. Had a low body weight, but a normal body weight for my height, right, in my frame. But definitely on the lighter side, and then filled out to some extent. But then intentionally hit the weights and put on a lot of strength and mass, right. would have been one of the skinny guys saying, I don't know, I just, no matter how much I eat, I can't gain weight, which is not true. It's just double whatever the skinny kid thinks is a lot, double that every day for a long ass time. Skinny kid will gain weight. That shit is no fun, I can assure you. I enjoyed the weightlifting. That was great. I enjoyed the beating this shit out of myself physically. That was fun. But yeah, not the fork. The fork was not fun. And I fucked up. Now I can eat way more food than I would have been able to otherwise. Like if it wouldn't make me sick, I know I could crush a large pizza, no problem. Like I can eat just as much at this as even now I could. It would make me sick. I'm just saying, like, whatever that is, where the person says, okay, now I'm full. I guess I trained myself to go beyond that so much. It's kind of a trip. I don't mean like eating contest style, just comparatively. Glockenspiel 23. There you go, Rob G. What's up, man? Is that our Rob or a different Rob? But yeah, from the situation from yesterday morning or last night, as it may be, based on that, I had the tool on me, so why not use it, right? Or why not, at least get it into the fight if there's going to be a fight. Ultimately, if you think about it strategically, I mean, that's what it comes down to. I did used to watch that active self-protection channel or whatever that is, and that's formulaic, and I could only deal with that bozo so much. And then, God, some of the stuff every once in a while he would try to say something about news or politics or whatever, current events. And it was just like, God damn, dude. No, I just don't. It's not even that his belief so much as like the way it is, but then the way he's conveying them also. I'm just like, dude, what the fuck is this? But yeah, a lot of good info on that channel, certainly. Active self-protection, I think. Sounds right. Yeah, if there's going to be a fight, and I don't necessarily determine that, and I've missed my chance. See, I will escape on foot, by the way. There's no way I couldn't have. At one time, I probably could have ran away from that dude, but not now. There's no way. Again, now we're back to the debilitation. Yeah, I used to, not that I was never fast, but what I like to call white boy sprinter speed. When I was able to sprint, I could out sprint most of the white guys. That's all that is. Which is not really means almost nothing. Yeah, perimeter checks. That's right. Always, man. Always. Yeah. Trained to be aware of the surroundings. Now the live stream certainly, as we see, I strategically just sort of wandered into a bad situation that may or may not have done otherwise. But then we get into that. Normally I wouldn't be talking, right? I would just be out in an area at a time, probably not saying anything. Although I do talk to myself at times. Or talk out loud to myself, I guess I should say, or do some sort of thinking out loud. Yeah, situational awareness. But yeah, the talking, and then as they're walking away from me, to them it's going to seem like I'm talking to them, but then I was, in the course of performing the live stream, I actually was talking about them. And girls have a lot of them girls have bionic hearing, so if he's got that lady with him, she might have, for all I know, she understood every word I said. Don't know, don't care. I mean, ultimately, and it's, again, I got to deal with them. They got to deal with me. It's like, I got to deal with y'all. Y'all got to deal with me. Y'all meaning them. So, I don't know what to tell you, especially now that I see what, 65% of everybody at minimum is just in favor of all the fake pandemic BS that we've seen. So it's like, why would I care what those people think? You know what I'm saying? If I know what these people are, like, I already didn't really care what they think. Now it's like, yeah, maybe they don't like me out here fucking holding up I mean, it's effectively like an actual, like a mirror, if you think about it. I'm just walking around looking at myself. Like, this is very, 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 like, I'm aware of on some level what this is, like in the physical space, what it's gonna look like, but in the social media age, I'm assuming these folks are doing versions of what I'm doing, right? Just not in this out in the space where people can see me. I think that's the big difference, I guess. That's why I said especially if I get the car fixed, or when I get the car fixed, rather, uh, I want to do more hit and run stuff, especially if I'm really liking that idea about getting a 5G ultra wideband phone and only going at first, only going to downtowns of like bigger cities that have, a pretty good area of 5G ultra wideband and see like what can I do with that extra speed, right? And also, I think I could do that's another normie type of video, prepared video. Um, a recent survey of what is the service like in certain areas. Then I would really need to have multiple carriers, probably. Like I used to have Mint Mobile and now Verizon, which I still have. Yeah, I played it twice on the second live stream yesterday, Blanche. But it's I don't know the time code, but it's from yesterday's walk and talk. So Thursday, Friday walk and talk, 3:22 a.m. Central Time, by the way. Oh, and I'm on 4G. See, even okay on this side of town. See, downtown it just stays on 5G the whole time. Now, thankfully, it didn't fuck anything up, but I think when I'm hot spotted to my computer, that's probably when it fucks up more. I'm pretty calm overall in a situation like that. And I probably do dissociate to some extent. I think that's a real thing, but I have a lot of just have a lot of experience with confrontation in general. And it's like, the thing is, I don't think people always interpret. It's like being able to see the entirety of the situation. Is like it's 4 a.m. This area would probably statistically be considered a high crime area. I'm assuming. Uh, like the heat map, like the crime heat map or whatever. We're certainly either it's a hot zone or it's near a hot zone for 100%. The lighting, the fact that I saw them before they saw me, so that I knew their true. Now, sometimes people do change their mind, right? Like it's just because they're going in a direction doesn't mean they have to continue. But I had information, right? That was accurate, reliable information. So later on, when they're aggressively walking towards me, well, aggressively walking directly towards another person in an urban environment, if you take that in a vacuum, that's not necessary. We need more indicators, right? So when I combine that, and it's physical aggression, right? And it can be somewhat intimidating, a fear, fight or flight response. Somebody can get an adrenaline dump. Some folks are inclined to freeze. You know, um, I could have turned and ran potentially if I was and unarmed. I might have had to, and then also take the advantage of if they're going to chase me. Now I can try to, you know, figure out a way to be able to attack them like a surprise attack, right? So it's fun. It's kind of fun, actually. It's kind of fun to think through all of that. But yeah, yeah, a lot of sketchy people, man. Just realizing, you know, yeah, there's always been sketchy people, but things have changed in many ways. Things have changed a lot. Just to me, it's like how normal that is now. Just that, oh yeah, they're scumbags, and the scumbags are out here. Some of the scumbags are intelligent and have enough control of themselves to. Well, they probably have criminal records and whatever. They're not in prison now, right? And Arkansas is certainly, if it wants to incarcerate somebody, it has every resource it needs. No problem there. I'm gonna turn off the body cam though. I don't really need to be rolling tape. Well, so strategically, well, this is kind of what I talk about with the courage part's always been easy for me, or comparatively. But I mean, I know it sound just if it sounds arrogant, it sounds arrogant. I don't know what to tell you. But so once I'm, I'm processing all this pretty quickly, and I know that I'm now incentivized to not allow them to penetrate into what I consider to be my territory. So this is where we get into ideas around the public space, and then some folks who just want to give the other party that plausible deniability of, well, maybe they just, again, there's nothing behind me that they could plausibly be walking towards, unless, yeah, maybe they're homeless in their camps back there, but even then they could just go around me, kind of circle around, would make a lot more sense than coming physically close to a stranger for it. I mean, just there's no reason. Like, it doesn't make any kind of sense. Set and setting, right? I think that active self-protection channel talks about that too. And then he says, don't go to stupid places with stupid people, stupid times, or whatever. He's got some kind of saying, which is true. Like, I've chosen in that moment, I had chosen to be in that environment, and I'm accepting that, what may come along with it in some way, right? So now I know I got to be able to handle whatever I need to be able to handle. But then, even then, the likelihood of that, I think, when I did most of my time in the streets, I think that was something like that was possible, but, not that likely. And I think now, if I did if I keep doing these in urban areas, I'm maybe once a week, once every 2 weeks. I think it's going to happen fairly regularly. I really do. Oh, what's up, Yellow Cake Maker? Good to see you. Uh, Forever Conscious, been listening in the background, headed to bed. Have a good night, sir. Have a good rest of your evening. Drive safe. It's morning for me, sir. Just to record. I've already been to sleep, but I woke up super fucking early. I'm so cranky old man, dude. I go to sleep so early now, and the THCO. By the time 6 p.m. rolls around, I'm like, shit, might as well. Ready for laying down by 6:30 probably. Ready for bed. Yeah, it wasn't that much to it really, Carl. And then also the part where, like, certain behaviors that are incongruous with what society would deem normal or acceptable. So the people who want to say, well, yeah, but it's the public space and I'm just on a sidewalk and I don't own the sidewalk. So, you know, uh, some people may say that it's just, I'm not able to do that. Right. Or I don't think, even if a person knew the proper strategy was to start giving verbal commands, which is what I did, for specific reasons, by the way, to try to get a specific outcome, or to make it more likely that certain outcomes will happen, right? And then I understand people like Mitchell will just construe this as, oh, somebody who wants to, like, manufacture a situation in a certain kind of way, but couldn't be further from the truth, man. And I even told him, because he was like, he said, I want to figure out who you are. Or I think he even said, I want to identify you, because he might have thought he was being cute. Uh, because a lot of folks still have this old timey idea of undercover cops, like, and which I'm sure is still a thing, but I mean, like, patrolling. But the reality is, man, the patrolling's being done through the cameras and the microphone. And we're down there next to the National Historic Site, and I'm almost 100% certain the feds are surveilling down there, right? It's interesting dynamics. Interesting dynamics. Man. But yeah, he actually briefly flashed the light at me very quickly, so I could, he's trying to see who I am. And then with some of these meth heads, there's a version of, like, if you listen to the way they talk, like, so if I'm just out and about at 3:30 in the morning with the big backpack minding my own business, sometimes I'll be walking somewhere and one of the meth heads will see me from kind of a distance, but not, because we're all sort of maintaining our own perimeters, right? Just safety and just kind of good manners, maybe, in a way. Not everybody, but as we know from yesterday morning. But they'll like to say, who is that? But they're talking to me. You know, it's a weird perspective. Like, I never really liked that question asked in that way. You know, they seem to think they have some sort of right to just know who's around and what those people are doing. It's like, well, they might feel that way, but I may feel that I have the right to be out here, and more or less, as long as I'm not harming anyone, you know, loss, injury, or harm, so called, then I get to dictate my behavior. I mean, it's that simple, right? Yeah. You're bare oh, yeah, I see what's going on. Never mind. Vernacular caught my attention. Nice, nice, Carl. Yeah, it's well, and since everybody effectively has a phone. I mean, it's 99.5%. It's got to be 99.5% or whatever, you know. Uh, so everybody's got the surveillance tool on them. So yeah, it's even if that area is not physically wired up, we're still under surveillance. And I'm on a live stream, by the way. I'm streaming to YouTube, but you know, so we know. And I feel like the populace must understand this to some extent, but then I think some people they're just used to running those scripts around, you know. It was like in Austin, man, every time there'd be a stabbing or some kind of violent act downtown out in front of the arch. And you know, I'd stayed in the Salvation Army. Well, several different times, or at least a few different times I stayed there in the dorm, you know, the dorm setting, which is, it's like jail rules. But you know, every time one of them would get stabbed out there, it'd be on the TV news on a surveillance with audio if they wanted it, right? You know, they would choose whether or not to play the audio, but and then these bozos want to still trying to act like I'm an undercover. I was like, don't y'all know every time one of y'all stabs the other one, it's on the fucking news? I says all of this is under surveillance. What is wrong with you people? They ain't got to send people down here. Now, yeah, maybe undercovers come down here and do fucking sting by. By the way, have y'all noticed I ain't buying no drugs? Have y'all noticed that? I'm not buying or selling. I'm actually down. Believe it or not, I'm down here getting shit accomplished. You know, this building right here that y'all live outside of, there's resources in there. I don't know if y'all have heard, man, but I go in there and access the resources. Yeah, I know, call me crazy. Yeah. might even get up out of this homelessness at some point, to some extent, or get back in the workforce, right? No clue, man. No fucking clue. Some of these folks. Just NI, man. No idea. I love it. Yeah. So the ship has sailed, man, on just the surveillance state. It's a wrap on that. And I know I've seen on some of these body cams where the cops, they're LARPing like they didn't get their information through surveillance. And if you, dude, like they say the U.S. Marshals are active in this town. Well, if they're tapped into something that the locals can't get, of course the U.S. Marshals might pass along some info here and there for their own purposes, right? This is all in play, man. It's fascinating dynamics. It's all in play. Oh, is Yellow Cake Makers deprogrammed? But yeah, highly suspect, man. I need him to get his shit together and be able to get on the StreamYard. And you know, I'd like to do 2 hours just with him every Saturday, man. Maybe we'll have a fucking cavalcade of a one-on-one podcast Saturday or something, you know. I make content for the internet, pada, as ridiculous as that may sound. So yeah. Oh, the popo found me. Although, you know, they like to patrol over here, certainly. Eventually they're gonna get curious enough to want to know what I'm doing, though. That's for sure. That's for sure. Gonna try to activate the recording here. There we go. Oh, they finally got curious enough. It's the approach. It's the approach of law enforcement. They finally want to know what I'm doing. Oh, let me guess. Somebody called. let me guess. You got a call and you have to check it out.
No, I saw you.
Yeah, I figured y'all'd get curious eventually. We're streaming to the internet, sir.
Okay.
Well, I know it's okay. See how we go? And a lot of these people are in the auditing community. You're familiar with this? I'm not a First Amendment auditor.
Okay.
I'm a live streamer, but see how he says okay? I like that. But a lot of these folks are into such content. So the fact that you think it's okay what my activities are completely irrelevant. Just between me and you.
Yeah.
Because I'm doing what is my God-given right, not the United States. But it's the tone on behalf of law enforcement some of the time that you approve or it's okay. See, that's what angers people much of the time.
Yeah.
That's what, and I'm no fan of law enforcement in general.
Yeah.
I will say in Fort, hang on, let me finish. Yeah. I want to say in Fort Smith, I've been doing these activities, and y'all have seen me a lot, and I have not. Because I'm not doing anything that would trigger your job, see, and as I'm not now. Well, you can tell me to leave the property, and I certainly will do that. Yeah. The point I'm making is none of my activities right now rise to the level of a law enforcement matter. No, and I'm certainly free to leave right now. I mean, you're free. Well, no, I know I am, and in fact, I may just walk away. I'm actually choosing to talk to you. See how it works, folks. You see how it works. I may choose to remain and speak with you. I may or I may not, as is my right, certainly. But I did want to credit the Fort Smith police, because some places they're just on top of a person immediately. Like, so I like that, and I've commented that on the live stream before. But yeah, ultimately, I make content for the internet. I'm an Arkansan, not that that should matter, but I'm certainly going to continue to do this as much as I want to. Regardless of what anyone may think. But if you don't want me doing it on this property, I have no reason I have to be here. I know some places have trespass agreements where it's like, hey, if y'all want to, just go tell them to leave, type stuff. Basically it. Yeah, and I have no problem. And between me and you, I will never walk onto here again. If that's, see what I mean? If that's what, if that's what the people would want.
As long as if the place is open, you got every.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? That's
not in the off hours. Not in the off hours. Yeah. Because unlike a lot of these folks, I'm whatever's reasonable, I just do. But I don't necessarily know that to stand here versus over there is you see what I mean? I don't necessarily. In some places, nobody cares. In other places, they're like, yeah, we don't want people because whatever's over there, you know, maybe there's people committing crimes back in there. Yeah. And you guys do a really good job of patrolling. I'm not trying to give you a hard time.
You're good. Hey,
I'm not trying to give you a hard time.
No, you're good, man. Yeah. Do you care if I get your name? You don't have to. But...
Oh no, I'm not going to do that. Okay. But sometimes I do that. Sometimes I do that, but not in this case. Okay. Plus, we got the people. See, I can't look. I have to. You see what I mean? I got to keep up appearances.
Do you do this a lot? Do you this kind of video stuff?
It's kind of a new thing. I've done a lot of live streaming and podcasting. Yeah. Because even though I am from Arkansas and have an accent, you know, I've worked on being able to speak properly, but. A lot of podcasting, and then
Arkansans don't speak properly. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm a slack-jawed yokel, but you might. Although some folks are from Oklahoma.
I'm an Oklahoma. I'll tell you that.
There you go. Okay. All right. Yeah, he's from Oklahoma over here, but yeah. And I don't have nothing against the people who work as police, right?
Yeah.
But it's like the things that happen that where I'm getting bossed around and told what to do and, you know, go here and don't go there. And you know what I mean? Like people just don't like that. But, now I will say this, I've said this on live stream before, that sometimes what I do is I give my ID before they ask for it because I want them to know I'm not a criminal. Because I do understand the side of the law enforcement wants to know like who that is and are they a criminal. And now there's more of them, which is always interesting. What's up, guys?
Where is Big Buddy? We
can't hardly see you. Yeah, I mean, that's always a good thing. We're on a YouTube live stream.
Oh, yeah, I see him out here all the time.
Yeah. Well, I was complimenting the police force. Sorry to cut you off. that y'all see me and this is the first time, but I knew eventually there would be enough curiosity. They're like, we got to see what is it.
We talk to people and say
Yeah.
hi, just like the new people.
Yeah. So
and if anybody's ever do anything wrong, we get to kind of jump on it beforehand. But
well, I like that.
Filming, so I'm not too worried about you.
Yes.
Because you're out here. Why would you be filming something that you're doing? That's crazy.
Oh, and I'm broadcasting it live to the internet, and these people are actually typing in comments about it.
Exactly.
But unlike these bozos who go and antagonize the police, I never do that. I think that's a horrible idea.
I got a guy that lives around the corner.
Terrible idea.
He lives over on Towson, and he antagonizes as much as he can.
Oh,
he likes to scream and cuss and tell me that's his First Amendment right to scream and cuss.
Oh my God.
Like, yeah, cause the scene and see what happens.
That's terrible. And that's what I said to this gentleman here. I said, I understand if y'all don't want me on this parking lot, I'll happily wander off.
But yeah.
You
could be. I just pretty much came to talk to you.
Okay, cool.
Walking around, so I was just like, hey, we do what's called community contact, where we get out and meet people.
Yes.
And talk. So if you know who we are, you feel better about us, we feel better about you. No big deal.
Yep.
Like, if you're milling around behind the building, one thing, but out here in the parking lot, feel free to walk through here. I don't care.
Awesome.
We'll talk.
I like that.
Feel free to walk up and say hi to us, and it's all good to me.
Yeah, and I've traveled quite a bit. Thank you for that, by the way. I appreciate that. Well said. I've traveled quite a bit, and it's not like this everywhere.
No.
A lot of places the police are very in our face. Anybody who's trying to do anything in public. And
so I'm a training officer. I try to teach these guys. Not everybody's out here trying to break into stuff. Not everybody's out here criminal.
Yep.
Everybody recording something's not doing things wrong.
Yeah.
Not everybody's trying to do that. Hey, brother, if you want to come out here and film this, film all you want. I have people roll up on my traffic stop. Want to film my traffic stop. Hey, film my traffic stop. Just don't interfere. Stand on the sidewalk, record me all you want. I don't care. Put me on Facebook, put me on YouTube.
Yeah.
I don't care. I'm happy with it.
Nice.
Now, if you interfere, now we got another issue.
Well, and we're all
start recording inside the car and all that stuff. Now we're going to do something different, but
yeah, like I say, I'm not involved in those activities, but I will say that one thing I like about being from Arkansas, and I know some people are from Oklahoma also, is that sort of thing doesn't fly for the most part in Arkansas. We don't. The cops are a little more old timey, which I appreciate, because it's some places it's not. In some areas, I believe the police tolerate too much foolishness, as we see the homeless more or less taking over. And I'm saying this, I'm not putting words in your mouth, and
no, I completely agree.
I've always been against that.
Completely agree.
And maybe I used to live in the streets some of the time, possibly.
They can live all they want. Yeah. They don't break the law, and they're not interfere with anybody. I don't care where they live, where they stay. They're not interfering with somebody or messing with somebody.
But don't let them take over. See, I've always felt that way. Why, especially being out on the West Coast some of the time, why should the homeless people take over everything?
Oh, I completely agree.
Yeah.
I completely agree. That's where your private property stuff comes into play. That's where your citizens, your private citizens can put up the no trespassing signs, which helps us greatly. There's no trespassing signs around this parking lot.
Yes.
Now the homeless can't be here. Now I can put them in jail and come out my own. As where, like, say that place over there, they can be over there all they want. It's not hard.
Yep. Makes total sense. Yeah, the more you guys know that, the better, I think. Some places they don't understand all of that. It's like, I learned a long time ago not to try to tell y'all's job. So it's just like, I'm just like, well, maybe they're doing it wrong, but it's not my job to determine that. And that'll all come out later on, potentially, right? So
I'm Officer Ritter. If you ever need me, we're in the area. I work out here Tuesday through Friday night.
Awesome.
And I work this area. I work the beat every night from 9 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Okay.
And then I'm always out here, and I'm always usually training somebody. So if you ever need me, holler. And that's Officer Osborne. He works across the street, all that area out there.
Awesome.
And like I said, it's not that we're stopping you because we think you're doing anything wrong. We just like to say hi to folks.
Oh, I get it.
The people in my area, and to me, it makes us more approachable, makes you more approachable. If you know that, hey, that's Officer, he's a good dude. You'll come to me more often when you got something going on versus, man, that dude over there's an asshole. I ain't talking to him.
Yeah. I agree with I like the community policing. And I've studied some, I'm a reader of books. I've read a lot of books. So I've read some of the criminal justice stuff, and I think it's effective personally. That's my opinion.
Oh, I think so too.
Yeah, I found it to be effective. The community policing specifically.
Listen, all these people that hate cops, all these cop haters, all these groups that watch the cops and all that, if they knew their cops individually and had dealings with them because they've ran into Officer Ritter multiple times, now, yeah, I'm a cop, but I'm not like one of them because I know Officer Ritter because I talk to him daily.
Yep.
He's not one of those guys. Yeah, they may do that in St. Louis, but this is not
Officer Ritter.
Because Ritter, I talk to him all the time. He wouldn't do that.
Yep.
See, that's different. So when I go into these gas stations and they see me, they know me, that's how this stuff works. That's community policing at its finest.
I love it, man. Yeah, I've had nothing bad to say about Fort Smith, certainly. And I'm from Pine Bluff originally.
Oh, good God.
Well, part of that is when I was a teenager, the crime was so high, we had to really mess up to even, the police were too busy. I mean, yeah, for real. So like that was in the 90s when it was the peak, like man.
Ain't never been like that.
No. Yeah, that's a completely different environment. Well, but so I feel comfortable out at early in the morning.
Yep.
Me personally, so.
Well, like I said, I've seen you out here every night for, I don't know, forever.
Been a while, yeah.
And I don't ever say anything to you because I don't see nothing you do, nothing that makes me need to talk to you.
Appreciate it. And I'm so loud that where I'm staying, I can't really, I'm not willing to disturb people.
Yep.
But I wake up sometimes at midnight. I'm just wide awake. I go to bed super early.
Oh, yeah.
I'm chronically ill. That's what,
see you around
by the way.
Over there by the
yep, walking back and forth.
Yep. And I've seen you with
walking
camera,
and talking,
and I've
yeah.
seen you with the phone before.
Well, see, I'm using the front camera, so I'm actually recording. I'm mostly recording myself.
Oh, good to me.
Yeah, just a phone and a little. This whole thing, not the phone, but everything else, like less than $300.
Crazy.
The technology is so cheap now, and yeah, it's wild. But forgot what I was going to say. Oh, but I know that physically, because of how thin I am, I'm a low body weight. That there's a lot of people who abuse a certain drug. I'm chronically ill. I don't want to get into it, but I have certain things where I have like, it's hard for me to maintain my body weight. Yeah. I'm not absorbing all the calories from my food. So.
I get that.
Yeah. So,
I get that big time.
Yeah. So I understand visually I'm starting to fit in with, I actually used to hit the weights and had muscles. I'm starting to look like a specific group of people that I don't fit in with. So I understand that. Certainly.
You're not where you're not supposed to be and not causing no hate and discontent. We're gonna be happy.
Well, I'm gonna get out of here, guys. It's great talking to you. I will happily show my ID next time. I just don't want to really do that on the live stream. They'll bust my chops if I do.
Hey, man.
All right, y'all take care. Awesome. That was Fort Smith PD. I forget their names, but yeah, seemed like fine gentlemen. I'm stand by not being a fan of law enforcement in general, but seemed like good dudes, man. I think maybe that was a supervisor that came. Yeah, he's training, which is good. They're out here training them that as long as I'm doing what I'm doing, it hasn't raised. You heard what I told him. I said it's not a law enforcement matter. So I know that unless up until my conduct becomes a police matter or a law enforcement matter, like whatever this person is saying or their opinion doesn't pertain to me. Because you remember I immediately called him out on, and I got a little upset, man. I start to get a little, I just don't like being told what to do. And especially by random strangers, although a man with a gun, to be clear, you know. And I don't know how much of that you could hear. It did not dawn on me till the very end to turn my mic. I have a gain control. It didn't dawn on me till the very end. So I don't know if you were hearing that guy or not, but no, we're not going to be doing that today. And I do show them my ID preemptively a lot because I'm not a criminal. And jaywalking. Now we'll find out if they're dicks or not, right? Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, that was fun. And dude, cops are not like that in a lot. They're really not in a lot of areas. So that's cool. I think he's pretty much basically I think the supervisor is basically like, hey man, yeah, you can go up and talk to people on a community fucking policing. But yeah, that's a fine line, man. It's a fine line there. I think everybody conducted themselves appropriately as far as I can tell. Okay, good. Y'all could hear him. Awesome. Yeah, man. When I was going to try to explain the in real life that in real life content does good on YouTube. Got it all in the body cam too, although I think I had the body cam was kind of, I broke the original mount for this thing, and so I'm using like the mount I'm using is not really conducive. It's not really conducive to this. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of fun. Makes a difference when the local authorities see, when the local law enforcement is at least attempting to do things properly. And like I want them to be clear, like I'm not one of these people that comes out here and tries to fuck with y'all. Now if I want to, I will, but that's not my style, right? Maybe for me, I can just wait. Eventually they're going to approach me, right? Yeah, break cover, officers. That's right. Deflection. What got deflected? What's up, highly suspect? Good to see you, man. Well, yeah, and just a human being, right? Not to toot my own horn too much, but yeah, I think increasingly just in life, it's like, oh my God, we're an actual conversation. Yeah, fuck. What? I missed a lot in the chat, I guess. I'm completely behind. Duct tape. That's funny. Yeah, that's a good one. I like that, yellow cake maker. Well, and I understand from there, I do visually look, and it's probably part of the problem with the guy the other day, because if he's a meth head and I'm a meth head, it's just natural that those two would meet and, eventually, right? You see what I'm saying? Like, then it would make sense to meet a stranger at 4 a.m. if he's on meth and he's reasonably sure I'm on meth, which damn near everybody that's a street person or whatever that's as thin as I am and is white, right? It's almost 100%. And I myself have never, ever, any street person I've ever been around for any length of time, they all across the board will at least casually use methamphetamine. Well, especially the white people, but even most of the blacks too. Well, and Hispanics, they love it, of course, from what I've seen. Yeah. And that kind of goes back to the situational awareness, and police aren't necessarily taught to think that way or trained to think that way, but being able to put a lot of factors together, and like I say, I really would normally, if I wasn't on a live stream, I would have just handed over my ID before they even asked, because I see it as to my advantage for them to know I'm not a criminal, and then I'm not concerned about having my name on a report somewhere, in the fucking roster or whatever the hell it's called, the call roster. You might even go in the newspaper, but usually not without it. They usually take the name out from what I've seen. But I don't know. I've never personally had an issue with any of that, for me anyway. But yeah, good to see you, highly suspect. We were talking about you earlier and trying to iron out, are we going to be able to get you on StreamYard today? I would like to do a couple of hours every Saturday with you if possible, but on the live stream. Minimum record it outside of, record it on StreamYard and maybe play it later. But live is better, I think, but not bring up anybody on the panel, just me and you, and then I can work in the comments from the audience. If you're interested, I think it'd be fun. It would definitely be content. I'm trying to stay out of the non-tent area. Yeah, thanks. Well, then this is what I'm saying about it. I think I pretty much have to do the IRL stuff. Not that I'm great at it, but because I certainly don't believe that. I've seen people who are way better at it than I am, but I feel like I have a certain ability anyway. Why not? I gotta, especially if I can hypothetically make money. or well, support myself, I think would be the way to put it. Huh. Yeah. Well, and again, now we're back to the social isolation. You know, law enforcement, they are people, right? As much as we may not want to think, um, they are real people, right? So yeah, I knew eventually they're going to want to check me out. Yeah, I know, Carl. It's one thing at a time, brother. We're going to get there. I mean, listen, anyway, I'm just trying to stay out of feel sorry for myself, which I really don't feel sorry for myself because I'm ill. But T-Mobile, that's the mystery. Does T-Mobile work here? I'm trying to remember when I had the Mint Mobile. I don't think it worked worth a shit either. Now that I'm thinking about it, because I had it, I know I would have been at my dad's apartment at some point. There's no way I'd what? Yeah, it must not have worked either. Something about this town. I should have asked the police. I bet they know. But that supervisor probably knew. Hit the like button. What's up, Michael A? I don't know, Carl. I'm not inclined to. I'm not necessarily inclined to agree with you there, but it's uh, it's hard to say. I wouldn't think so, but probably if he was in this town, and it kind of depends. Also, like you know, and I guess I do forget this is really more like Oklahoma here than Arkansas. It's very much Arkansas. You know, it's certainly, but I think a lot of folks who end up living here probably are from Oklahoma or just maybe back and forth. There's a lot of those small towns in Oklahoma close to here. This is like the biggest town close to them, right? That Tallahena, where uh, Kings of Leon is from, is not too far from here, actually. What's up, Mr. Pye? Good to see you. Just had a nice conversation with the Popo there. And it does kind of some of my, while thankfully don't suffering from no actual disorders, right? I might have a smattering of oppositional defiance, right? So sometimes that can be sort of a helpful thing, I think, especially with law enforcement who might kind of feel like they can just sort of throw their weight around and be a little aggressive here and there. It's like I just kind of blast them with the oppositional defiance out of the gate, and then it sort of, in a way, it can create a space for then to have some interaction. Versus if I let him take over the interaction, because he's like the way, just his tone of voice saying okay, it's like he's like I'll allow it type of thing. It's like, well, wait a minute, we're gonna have to clear this up out of the gate, there, sir. And I started to walk away. You saw that I like almost left too. I was like, yeah, I don't know. In fact, I realize I'm choosing to stay here and talk to you. Like, I don't have to. I have to resist. My thing is sometimes I have an urge to be cruel to people. It's not a great instinct. So the more I can avoid actual cruelty, so thankfully, I feel like I probably managed that. Yeah, we're Sebastian County. Yeah, that's where we're at. Correct. Um, I think I was a taxpayer in this county at one point. Actually, now that I think about it, I might have voted here, but I'm not. I've only voted like 3 times. I really have no. I think one, maybe two of those was in Hot Springs, maybe Garland County. Yeah, yeah, pretty happy over. I mean, again, not a fan of law enforcement, but I want to make that clear to them in general. But I feel like and I've said that before on stream, that I was impressed that and I'm pretty sure I got somebody called on me that one time. So me being kind of a little shitty with him from the jump, maybe that was a good thing. I don't know. Or maybe I'm trying to justify my own bad behavior. Your watch is over, officers. Oh, which county? Sebastian County? Chuck? Yeah, you are dismissed. Again, it's like as long as they don't fuck with me, I got nothing for them. just leave me alone, right? But I had to make a deal with myself several years ago that I'm no longer just gonna be a fucking just straight up dick to them. 100% of the time, breaking their balls as much as I can. And like they said, some guys it gives them as hard a time as possible. It's like, yeah. And then in the auditing age, and I told him too. I said, man, I said I'm not an auditor, but a lot of these, and that's where we got into. It's like, oh, okay, well then he approves. It's like, no, wait a minute. If I want to, I will. I'm not saying I never ever would, but I don't. I don't audit. Yeah, man, just actually being outside as a human, the present day is fucking fraught with peril, man. Who's equipped? Who's even equipped for this? Not me, not fully, but yeah, it's a broadcast. Yeah, I don't know if I would have told them if they asked or not. I think they just knew not to ask. Hard to say. Sometimes I don't know what I would do necessarily. And I do like the culture of, they know they can speak somewhat freely and nobody's going to bust their chops. In some areas of the country, the cops would know not to give any opinions on like homelessness or anything. Like, they would just wouldn't address it. There's a lot of homeless people here, by the way. It's homelessness has increased in many parts of Arkansas. There's a lot of homeless here in Fort Smith. Definitely a lot of homeless people. I'm sure most of them go to jail on a fairly regular basis. Is Chuck what? Oh, swatting powers. Oh, I got you. Yeah, and I think it makes sense if a person realizes, oh, dude wakes up at the butt. He wakes up super fucking early. He's wide awake. He wants to do his live streams, but where he lives, he's not able to because he's too loud. It makes sense to me, right? So now out here he is out on the streets at 4 a.m. And I forget, he's right. It's been a long time. I've done a lot of these, although not every morning. But then again, they don't work every day either, right? So yeah, it's been several weeks probably now. Hmm. It's 4 a.m. I've been up since 11:30 p.m. Technically yesterday. Feel like I got 4.5 solid hours of sleep. Oh, and I'm almost off the coffee, man. The coffee is doing me no favors. There's a slight benefit to the gallbladder, certainly. It does something to that, but not. It's certainly not necessary. I made a whole list of stuff I wanted to talk about too. Should I break out the list? Should I break out the list? Yeah, never relax. That's right, Carl. Disorders. Uh, yeah, I was talking about disorders earlier. That I don't have any actual disorders, thankfully, but I got a pretty good smattering of many different things. Probably, maybe some of you folks fit into that also. No, in fact, I've dialed in my slow cooker. Although I am thinking about maybe I'll be doing my shopping either later today, well, in a couple of hours actually, or probably most likely tomorrow morning. I'll be going and getting my food. That clutch is slipping more and more though. I drove it yesterday. I just had to have some watermelon, so made a very wasteful trip just to go get a watermelon. Ended up being what's like 10 miles round trip, almost 12. So yeah, I'm getting to where I'm really only going to be able to drive the car for like stuff that's essential, probably. Although the heat of the day, I think it slips worse in the heat, certainly. So I don't know. Probably drive it tomorrow morning and it'll be fine for what it is. Shout out to 34 in the house. I'm not even gonna try to put out the energy to keep moving that number north. So I might just chill out for a minute and we'll see if maybe it'll drop down. But I like 34. It's a pretty good number. 33 even better. Oh man. But yeah, I eat, do my meal prep. Usually after I end this stream, the first stream of the day, I typically, although sometimes these end up on Saturdays, sometimes this one goes all the way through. I don't know if y'all noticed that. Not every time, but sometimes it just ends up being one stream on Saturday or Sunday too. And it starts on the walk and talk and goes 8 hours or whatever. So I don't know if that's going to happen today or not. But I'm already running into some of that fatigue we've talked about. Yeah. Watermelon. Yeah, the watermelon's been agreeing with me. I don't know that I would have any interest in like these. Now the watermelon fast has gotten really big. This Cali Muscle, he's finishing up his 30. I think he ended up doing 32 days. Of course he did, right? 32 days. But I'm not into that kind of thing necessarily, but yeah, it's helped my kidneys a lot. My kidneys a lot actually. My kidneys are, while certainly not tip top shape, they're working pretty well, I have to say. Yeah, based on what I've been experiencing recently. And that's no fucking fun for anybody who's been there, done that. Yeah, well, that's okay. They say the people that live the longest eat way less. The main thing they do differently is they eat way less calories on a daily basis than the. So I'm talking like 500 less calories than the, what would be considered the average or median, I guess. Real Masonic hours. Yeah, there you go. Somebody leaves so you can have 33. Yep, mission accomplished. It's 33 now. And you just never know if word got around, that that streamer guy's he's been downtown and fucking, you know, got into it with somebody. That's how it would be called, got into it with somebody. Yes, indeed, excellent. Excellent. And now this backpack is still so it's still so new that now I don't even want to put it on the ground. How silly. How silly of me. I guess a proper tripod. I've been looking at tripods. Y'all ever try to look at tripods like on Amazon out of the 10,000 available? That's a tough deal. Trying to figure out what's the proper tripod, the weight versus the height and all these things. Trying to use it in public space. The fraught with peril, certainly. I'm thinking camcorder again. What the hell, man? Trusty old Nalgene water bottle. BPA free, but I'm sure there's probably something worse in it. We'll take out the BPA, no problem. Oh, that's all you're worried about? Yeah, tell him it's BPA free. Put something twice as worse in there, he'll be fine. Twice as bad, whatever it is, but at least it's not BPA, right? That's how that works. Oh God! Oh fuck! 36. That's a good. I like that number also. This is wild, man. This is wild. Yeah, I'm liking the weekends, man. I'm starting to feel like a weekend radio jock shifts almost in a way. Probably have to do a little bit more prepared of a show though, right? Yeah, overwhelmed with too many options for exactly, man. Exactly. That is a problem for me sometimes. Too many choices. Oh, wait a minute. I realized, hang on one moment. Yeah, this whole time I knew something was wrong. I'm like, why am I had my boom mic was on top of the mixer, but I have a cold shoe mount or whatever they call that lower down so that I'm speaking more directly into the boom mic now. Yeah, what the heck? This whole time it's like, what? I knew something was wrong, and then finally, oh, that shotgun mic's in the wrong place. Yeah, that's right, Moose. The people are here for Benton. Amazing. I don't even know what to do with that. And here I was in, you know, experiencing a trepidation, fear and trepidation, Mr. JFK Beta, around even doing this broadcast at all, and considered calling it off. Not that, well, it never was scheduled, so considering just skipping it entirely, right? Consumerism is the national religion as far as I'm concerned, Yellow Cake Maker. And that is not hyperbole. What's up, Moose? Good to see you, by the way. And then I was seeing articles this morning. Well, in the fake pandemic, that now it's being ramped up even more now. I don't know if y'all have noticed that. The absurd news articles are coming back, reminiscent of the fake pandemic itself. Just looking at Drudge Report, and yes, I know Drudge used to be so-called conservative leaning, and now it's gone the other way. Yes, I'm aware, but I still use it for various purposes, effectively as far as I'm concerned. Indeed, Carl. I love the way you say that. Yes, I love it. Indeed, sir. Indeed. Yeah. And man, see, I'm looking forward to what does the future hold. Certainly in the near term, right? If not the longer term. Whatever that may be. Certainly. Oh, and I think I've been like when I rinse my eyes out because I don't shower very often, but I think the towel I've been, wiping my instead of just waiting for it to dry. I think maybe I'm transferring the foot fungus to my eyes now. Is that a thing? I didn't even know that was a thing. But yeah, no, no good, no good on the eyes are drying out and sort of. It's hard to explain. It's not good. Whatever it is, self-inflicted apparently. Word must be getting around about the me on in the popo. So yeah, some of the 39 are probably have rewound. How long ago was that, y'all? About 30 minutes ago, I guess. So I'd say yeah, for anybody dropping in trying to figure out when was Benton talking to the popo, I think. Well, it's about 10 to 15 minutes all. That whole thing was about 15 minutes, probably, right? So go back about 45 minutes, I'm guessing. Just guessing. And I'm still screen capping Bex, by the way. I'm assuming the Wi-Fi, the motel Wi-Fi should be fairly uncongested at 4 a.m., but of course it may or may not have just frozen up. Those old ThinkPads, man, slap Linux on them and screen record to your heart's content. Probably just find those motherfuckers for free or near free, close to free. Doesn't have to be a ThinkPad, obviously. I like ThinkPad. Always like ThinkPad. All right, Moose, going for the coffee. Indeed, sir. I've already had mine, and I ground my beans and made fancy boy coffee. I was talking yesterday on stream about having almost no money, but still going to the Roco in the fancy, local roasters, Santa Barbara Roasting Company, also known as the Roco, and would have almost no money, but was just somehow make sure to have $2 for their, what I would refer to as gourmet drip coffee, right? But it's drip, so even drip can be good. I have fond memories of the Roco there in Santa Barbara. Indeed. inclusive of the homeless. But, of course, homeless people fucking ruin everything to some extent. All right, Bex. Yeah, go check out at the Bex Factor, by the way. She's putting in work over there. We I don't know. I guess I've chosen to embrace it. Uh, yeah, it is what it is. We'll be watching. Aw, aw, aw. Yeah, man, coffee. I'm probably about to quit it overall. But although the one thing about not drinking it every day is coffee is fantastic. Just when a person isn't drinking it regularly or on any sort of, ongoing consistent basis, just a random cup of coffee every once in a while is just about the best thing ever under those circumstances. It really is. It's totally different when the person has a habit and an addiction, which is, of course, where I'm at. Certainly with my 12 ounces I'm having every day. So, yeah. My dad more or less drinks it all day, every day. Although I think as he's gotten older, he's not drinking quite as much. And thank God I bought him, a grinder and all of this and showed him how to make the pour over. He's last I saw, his technique was left a lot to be desired, but it's not even the same sport as just buying the cheapest fucking pre-ground coffee possible at the supermarket, right? Now we po now. We was po folks. We is po folks now. I don't even know, that doesn't really work under that meme, but it's just hilarious to me. Never occurred to me that it was even possible that I would be 48 and my parents would more or less be poor or impoverished. I don't know. They're not, well, destitute. I don't know what's the proper term here. I don't have any money and they don't either. I mean, it's like, all right. Well, in fact, in the last several years, I've been the only one that's probably really had any money, as far as having like thousands of dollars in cash most of the time. Boy, I got used to that in a hurry. Although that's not true. I never truly got used to having thousands of dollars. And even when I'm practicing a free spending lifestyle, which certainly I have to some extent, although even that is not really an accurate portrayal of what actually occurred, but to where I had, and I more or less had to force myself as a practice when I started making money, because I was still wanting to, not spend any money on anything, right? It's like, fuck it, start buying some stuff. Partner. I've enjoyed it. Let me put it that way. As I'm coming up on broke, uh, not in a bad way, certainly. I do, yeah, that is true. I get pretty serious caffeine withdrawals, Rachel Zinger. But then, depending on where was I sourcing my coffee, probably I was buying it then, and who knows what these companies are putting in that, to get people hooked on their particular product, right? There's got to be something to that. So I don't know, making my own. If I just tomorrow quit drinking, I won't have any withdrawals. I'll be craving it. That'll be the withdrawal, will be the craving. But I mean, I crave it anyway. Like I restrict myself to one 12-ounce cup, which is technically 2 cups. A cup, for some reason, a cup of coffee is 5 or 6 ounces. Yeah, that's the definition of a cup of coffee. Although, like, your coffee maker may decide it's 5, or the bag of coffee may decide it's 6, but it's 5 or 6 ounces of coffee. Okay. But I restrict myself to that. I'm craving it right now. And apparently, the way coffee works is it ends up, once the habit is established, it does not give a positive feeling. It actually just, it's like smoking cigarettes in a way, where it's to drink the coffee and get the caffeine is to actually make the bad feeling go away and to temporarily feel better, if that makes sense. But better is actually the base state if we're just not on daily coffee, if that makes sense. But it's still fucking awesome. Even daily, I love it. I do enjoy the 12 ounces, but I'm crankier. My mood is not as good. It apparently inhibits the uptake of certain nutrients in the body. Apparently, supposedly, I'm now learning that. I had no idea about that. What's up, Jackie Fox? Good to see you. Shout out to Jackie. She's been doing some interesting things over at her channel. If y'all ever want to check her out, at Jackie Fox 33, I believe. I think that's right. There was some confusion around the username yesterday. Who knows? I'm probably just as high now as I was then, and I'm now starting to enjoy when I do wake up in the morning, more or less fully clear-headed and not under the influence. That's actually now the preferable state. So yeah, I think maybe this vape I'll shut it down after this one. Then that'll give me 3 more for once the tolerance resets, right? Awesome. Yeah, Josh. Awesome. Shout out to Josh as well. That's the Phoenix guy, right? I don't always know who people are. Well, oftentimes don't know who people are, rather. Maybe I'm just having an actual illness, possibly. Whatever the body's detox is or whatever. I know I wanted to talk about magnesium, this magnesium threonate. I know I'm not saying that right, but THREONATE, threonate. I don't know. That stuff works good. It's supposedly the only form that penetrates the blood-brain barrier. That's the claim. Who knows? None of this is medical advice. I don't have the training or whatever. But that stuff, man, as I'm looking at the budget and, you know, I purchased like 3 bottles of it, but it ain't cheap. The stuff I get, it's a multi-form with threonate, but a high amount of it. Some of those blends won't tell you how much of each type they're using, and the threonate is one of the more expensive forms. It's got that, the bisglycinate or glycinate, and what's the other one? It's the laxative one they put in the liquid laxative. Citrate. Yeah, citrate. So now I'm like, damn, am I really going to quit taking this stuff, or am I just going to take less of it? I've started taking less of it, but it seems to work for me if I take a bunch of it. It seems to work way better. I think I was on like six of them a day most of the time. That ends up being like 60 a month, I think. I just can't. There's no way, man. I'm at like 90 bucks on the ox bile, the taurine, and the enzymes, digestive enzymes. And then I'm not going to live without my B vitamin complex. Still kicking myself for failing to order that. It's $9. The ones I like it's $9 on Amazon. Once again, just forgot to order, and still would have been less than 100. 87 versus 95 or whatever. Who cares? Same fucking thing. All right, now I'm just rambling. Yeah. Well, I mean, it does some things, but I don't think it's quite as healthy as what it's portrayed some of the time. And I do think there's some drawbacks. I think for me, it will be addition by subtraction when I get off of it, which I certainly intend to do, although I have not committed to fully, obviously. Well, and if I was fully committed, I would just have not had coffee this morning. And in fact, one of these days I'm going to double up. I might just go back and have more. That's in play. That's in play as well. That's maybe like once a month, once every 2 months. All right, we'll see you later, Tupelo. And people are getting a little better sense for when the stream has ended / stream continues. Right, that's where we're at right now. Stream has ended / stream continues. Where's my banner? Yeah, broadcast has ended. Broadcast continues nearly unabated. See, it's ended. I like it. The audience knew before I did. And I'll say this: it's been the second broadcast of the day that's earned the do better content uh, banner. Not here. Not yet. Well, that's obviously that's obviously a possibility as well, though. I better watch my six there. 36 in the house. Yeah, I don't have to worry. Not that I'm worried, but I don't need to concern myself with Zetetic Warrior, who won't even if it was Monday through Friday, it'd be 45 minutes before he would most likely be beginning to speak. Bex. And Bex, I want to say to you, I can't tell another person how to do their content, but there is the opportunity to simulcast whatever I happen to be doing, especially, just imagine if you just happened to be simulcasting when that whole police thing went down. And maybe you were, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, yeah, you could. Sometimes I tried to simulcast Yurt the other day, and in fact, I just ended up talking the whole time he was talking. Eventually, I just turned it off. Yeah, that happens some of the time, or whatever. But every once in a while, the broadcaster, catches lightning in a bottle, or it just works for whatever reason, you know. So I like to take the advantage of those opportunities when possible. And I've been fighting my connection woes lately, so it really hasn't been plausible for me. And the library thing is just not going to work. If I'm really feeling my oats in a particular week, I think I made 4 out of 5 days one week. So at a certain point, it looked like I was committing myself to just packing up and heading off to the library Monday through Friday, because they don't even open until 10 today, and um, it's like noon tomorrow. So probably not going to mess with that. Mm-hmm. 45-minute intro. What are we talking about, Moose? Oh, is it Tedic Warrior or me doing a 45-minute intro? Yeah. Well, hell, I think I should be able to, the idea of an audience warm up. These stand-up comedians, or less successful stand-up comedians who had some sort of, I guess, rapport with an audience. And perhaps, I've never done stand-up, but I feel like I could probably have a rapport with an audience potentially. But that these guys work. Their day job is audience warm up for fucking uh, Full House or whatever, some TV show. Why not hire me, right? It's like, but I'm not really looking for a job either. I would like to sell my content. I've been talking about that for a while, and I've just been confused. Like, especially doing the podcast, it was like, from my perspective, it's like, why? I don't know why. There has to be somebody who could just buy each one of these episodes and figure out how to do something with it. I don't know. Don't know, don't care. That's why I sold it to y'all, right? Whoever that may be. It wouldn't take much, right? The cost of each particular piece of content might not be very high, if I'm just trying to subsist and be able to more or less create some version of a, what would that be called, like an artist grant or something. There's some kind of term for this. Like in what used to be one of my favorite movies, I'm souring on it to some extent, that Schenectady, New York. I'm beginning to sour on that, but I don't know. It's funny. Some movies don't really hold up to a lot of repeated watching for whatever reason. It may be one of those. But now I forgot why I even brought that up. Schenectady, New York, with Philip Seymour Hoffman. May peace be upon him. That's what I'm doing that now instead of rest in peace. I'm doing the I believe it's the Muslims say that. May peace be upon him. Some of them, anyway. Probably not all. Yeah, I should have told the Popo. One of the reasons I like being in these parking lots is give me a little buffer you know, a little bit of a buffer away from the road and the traffic and everything and the people who can, you know, rubbernecking. Oh, this is where I think, you know, I'm not saying I did throw it away, but where potentially I may have thrown away if that's what happened. If I just happened to have it in my hand and, man, kind of dumb. Yeah, it would have been one of these. You know, if I'd gotten back there, but I don't, even me, man, I'm not, see, that's the thing is, it's like, is that just the fact that when I threw stuff in the trash, a part of my brain went, hey, it felt like I threw away something that wasn't trash. Like, that doesn't necessarily mean anything, right? Just the thing that the brain does. Yeah, 37 in the house, man. So, yeah. I don't know what we're doing here exactly, but we're doing something. Yeah, this IRL stuff, man. You just gotta, dude, gotta get out of this funk around the car repair. I got a back and forth with cars, man. Like, I really was hesitant in a certain way to buy to even buy a car at all. Yeah, and finding this Versa and wanting a manual, although I now see that that's over with. The cheap cars, especially a Honda, well, Honda and Toyota, I think they're kind of their own class. That's a different thing, right? But in these fucking cheap cars, man, and it is a bullshit cheap ass car. I do like bullshit cheap ass stuff to some extent. Now this one, you know, the price got inflated because of the low miles. Well, not the low miles, but the price got inflated because of just how fucked up the used car market's been. I mean, it's a $3,000 car, realistically. I mean, it's what it should be worth. But the market's so fucked up. Dude was asking 55. Yeah, crazy. I could have got it for 4 though, for sure. Just because I can get in there and beat somebody up on a price doesn't mean I feel like I should. If that makes sense. I know it's crazy, but this is how I think. Dude was a little kind of weak, a little weak. Just the fact that I probably could have is like, yeah, well, I could probably got it for 38 then if I could get, you know, it's like, dude, you know, are you gonna let him keep his pants or what? Like, what's going on here? Don't just take everything. It's a fair price. Oh, here we go. You know what? What's hilarious is um, these people actually. I feel like stuttering John Melendez. And see, it's funny. A lot of people don't understand why does he just put the comment on the screen? Stuttering John, he'll just leave it up there. Opie does that too. Opie from who used to be, you know, of Opie and Anthony fame. He does live streams, but man, he used to get. I'm not even kidding, man. Recently, he was getting less numbers than this channel. Like, not even kidding. And he's like, you know, at least a name, and you know, retired from the business and all of that. But people are like, why does he'll just highlight a comment and not even read it and just leave it on the screen. It'll be like something horrible about it. It's funny. It's like something about a certain personality type that does that. But yeah. Yeah, we're vaping THCO. They're .com, Kim.com in the house. Yeah. Is that Mitchell? You never know. It's like, is it Mitchell? Is it Mitchell here to try to say that we're trying to look for an excuse to use our firearms? Yeah. Is Mitchell crazy enough to be living the way he's living without a firearm? Yeah, he is actually. He may not be armed. Huh. It's interesting. Yeah. That's what it is. Yeah, I didn't realize. See, and this is what happened. I don't know. This is interesting because I'll tell you what happened to me with the Joe Rogan thing. Is I did get a lot of donate, not a lot. It was I got a total of probably around $1,500 in donations when I was doing the Joe Rogan Experience thing, and having, you know, a big thread on there and all of that, traveling around and sort of sharing my story. Or it's kind of similar to this in some ways, honestly, but different also. But I never asked for donations. I never mentioned donations. I literally had people would just say to me multiple times a day, every day, "What's your PayPal? What's your PayPal? What's your PayPal?" Because this is, it, yeah, it's a thing, man. So uh, then this started happening to me. People just started accusing me of asking for donations because people were trying to give me donations. So, so what you're doing here, uh, this will actually cause a situation where I may choose to actually do exactly what this said, or at least some version of that, right? Yeah. Meanwhile, nothing of the sort has actually happened, right? And at a certain point, it doesn't even matter because if people just come in and say that over and over, it just sort of becomes true. So, and then I'm like, well, people are accusing me of it, so I might as well do it. Now, I'm being a bit hyperbolic, like it's tongue in cheek. I'm exaggerating for effect, right? Yeah. There you go, Moose. Yeah, I feel like I demonstrated an ability to remain fairly calm, and as the certainly the stakes escalated very quickly, right? But yeah, and then some people will just believe that also about the sympathy donations. But yeah, if people choose to donate, I mean, who am I to? Again, I've wanted I wanted to donate for years and wasn't able to because of how I chose to live my life on with almost no money, right? So I know part of that is I have to be able to conduct myself properly out here because, as far as state law is concerned, and we can debate whether or not is that code and policy or what is that, but I'm talking about the actual Arkansas fucking state law or what they call the state law. Maybe it is code. I'd have to study more on all that, but I think y'all know what I'm saying. Certain behaviors while carrying a firearm, it is considered a crime at the level of loss, injury, or harm, right? And then you know that's where the court system would come into play potentially, presumably. Yeah, I mean, dude, I will mention sometimes. I'll just talk about, people have sent me Amazon gift card donations. What happens lately is like, shout out to Jimmy Shively, who's been, I. It seems like Mr. Shively is very generous towards Mr. Unslaved. So, I enjoy that every once in a while. Shively has chosen to donate. Overall, I almost one time just said, "Hey, man, just maybe kick it over to Mr. Unslaved, right?" But I know he can make good use of it. But a couple of different people have tried to use their debit card, presumably, or their credit card on Amazon to buy a gift card and then have it sent to my email. Sometimes because of there's so much fraud in the Amazon system, sometimes they just won't allow that to happen. Even me, I've tried to do it, and I've had an account for years, active account. And have spent a lot of money on there since I started truck driving, and yeah, it's the whole thing. But definitely, it's less convenient, certainly. But there's Amazon gift cards are sold in a lot of stores. A person can purchase them over the counter in a lot of stores like Walgreens, CVS. There's a lot of places that sell them. Most of the truck stops, like the Pilots and the Flying J's and the Loves, they typically have them. So it is possible. And then the person could email me the code if they wanted to. But and then at one point I was like, okay, don't even bother because Amazon doesn't even work. But I think that was tied into that when Yellow shut down, the sixth largest trucking company, and they carried. I'm sure they carried some Amazon freight. They would have had to. Seems like even if not, it still would have affected. Still could have potentially affected Amazon. So I have to give them a pass on that one. Big L's the one that he mentioned that. I said, yeah, that makes sense. You're right. I missed it. Missed it. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with. Again, I'm in a system where graft is just expected and normal, meaning graft, corruption just inherent in the system on a massive scale. But if I'm seen as grifting, like somehow that's bad, right? Like I just don't believe that. I think that perhaps I am justifying my own bad behavior in a way, but if I'm in a system and that's built into the system, and no matter what I do, I'm a victim of that graft to some extent, it seems. And I'm not even addressing the corporate slavery aspects of things. Like, and people, if there's people who want to send donations, and then maybe some of them will, just if I bring it up every once in a while, maybe more people donate. Right? I don't know. I could work it into every show if I wanted to, every broadcast, and it is a show to me. Like it is not that serious, even though I'm serious, and it is aspects of it are serious. The Benton School of Broadcasting aspects are serious. I need to be able to have a reason, or well, I certainly have a reason and a purpose for living, absolutely. But this is a way. This is a way for me to facilitate that. You know, I am. This is a facilitation. Yeah. See, now I think they're just doing material. So yeah, all right. Perhaps I will. Perhaps I will. I'm certainly very employable, and have put in a lot of time grinding at various jobs for various reasons, and even up to and including sleeping on the sidewalk in Old Town Portland, and then yet another. That was a note though, a Versa note. But yeah, no, yeah. I used to actually worked at a call center for a whole month. Well, maybe more than a month, and that's one reason why they talk about like homeless people, getting jobs or whatever. Well, a lot of them have jobs, but if I need money now for some sort of specific purpose, a job won't do it, won't help at all, because it was a solid 30 days from the first day I started training on that call center job until I got my first full paycheck for an entire 2 weeks pay period. It was at 30 days. And I got just enough pay to be able to pay for the expensive train tickets, since I was traveling to and from Old Town to Beaverton every day to work in a call center. That they knew I was homeless when they hired me. I carried my gigantic backpack in there every day. That's that was kind of an embarrassing thing on some level. It's a bit. I had mixed feelings around that. Certainly, they provided a locker. They were certainly set up to accommodate a homeless person. They had shower in one of the bathrooms. I was taking 2 showers a day at a certain point. I did get a kick out of that. It's like, oh, I'm homeless and I got a job and I'm taking 2 showers a day. Yeah. Ended up, that's where I contracted the foot fungus, by the way, was in that shower at the job. Since I was probably the only one using it. Funk grew in there since nobody was ever using it. Probably wasn't cleaned, or just got too damp back there, I guess. Oh, I don't even care anymore. It's funny though. I mean, uh, bit non bit, right? Maybe they're doing a bit non bit, Moose. I don't know. But yeah, part of this is I do whatever this is, whatever this experience is, however we characterize or classify that, whatever's going on here, I'm here, or whatever that means, right? So why not? And I seem to be a creative type in a very serious way, although serious, not serious, also, So I figure I may as well, if it's some version of life as art, right? And even I don't, even me want, I also want to vomit, just even saying that or thinking it. But whatever. If I have something to give that may or may not be of lasting significance or value, I mean, I don't determine that clearly, but who knows? I'm no Van Gogh, certainly. Oh, telemarketing, yeah. I can only imagine. Yeah, I'm not into the cold calling people on the phone so much, but I don't want to talk on the phone, generally speaking. I'm not a phone person. I don't want to talk on the telephone. Okay, now I'm thinking that's just random bozo giving me the business in the chat. Yeah. I see that's just some generalized low level trolling just to see, and probably based on my, age and presentment, right? Like, because a lot of the boomers fall for that. And I understand I can say I'm Gen X till I'm blue in the face. It doesn't change the fact that I'm a boomer to them. But yeah, no, sorry, man. Uh, you're gonna have to do a little better than that. I've been accustomed to very personalized attacks from the live chat, from people who knew, had some knowledge of my actual psychology. So yeah, it's no, I have to do better than that. Van Gogh. Well, in fact, at a certain point, yeah, Van Gogh's got nothing on YouTube. Yeah. Well, and then we get into and I know Provo Kid is a fan of the Marshall McLuhan ideas around, or at least references that book. One of the McLuhan as an author, rather. Um, the medium is the message type of stuff, and the derivations of that term. But yeah, call center. I have the skills to do it, but uh, I don't have the skills to do that job and live in the long term. So I probably would lose my will to live. That was like, this is life. What? What? How could this be life? Yeah, well, I think, and again, yeah, grift would imply some sort of confidence scheme, right? Implying some sort of fraud or deception, right? It's like, yeah, I have my own opinions and educated guesses, and I have certain knowings around my health issues, but, you know, what is cancer, right? That's, again, it's a word in the very confusing English language that's inherently got these, as far as I'm concerned, is intentionally confusing, right? As far as I'm concerned. No, I never worked. See, this is what I mean. Like, the fact is, mother.com, that the person talking on the screen right now, if you happen to be listening, I've had I've weathered sustained directed attacks based on things I actually did do that I may not be that comfortable with overall. Yeah. So the things that I didn't actually participate in, such as what's on the screen, that doesn't pertain to me in any way. So that would never make me get angry or be like, "How dare you say that?" So now I'm wondering, is this based on uh, the patterns of bozos far less proficient with respect to the internet, which I first experienced the internet at the University of Arkansas in 1994, and I've more or less been on the internet every day since. With some exceptions, of course, but effectively, I've accessed the internet on a daily basis, stretching back until 1994, certainly. So, not that makes me, well, it does, compared to most of the people who would show themselves on camera and do live streams to the public internet via YouTube. Yeah, certainly, I would put up my comprehension and understanding of what is the internet at the level of a Marshall McLuhan, medium as a message type of thing. I feel like I have a great advantage, where other folks, especially of my generation, or people that are 48 years old, especially from the South, who may sound, people who talk like me to some extent. Yeah, they don't have any fucking idea. They don't understand that YouTube's not the internet. YouTube is that's not the internet. And I, in fact, on this very channel, your mother, your mother. I like it. Your mother. I'm so fucking loud, dude. It just echoes. Oh man. Yeah, I played. I cut up the audio. I extracted the audio when. Actually, I think I took it from the podcast MP3 probably. Yeah, Alex Jones show when he interviewed when Matt Jones when Matt Drudge came on in I thought it was 2008, but it was actually ended up being like 2013 or 2012 or something. I think in retrospect, might have been 2012, but yeah, Drudge. Yeah, no, they came for the autistic rambling. Your mother. That they came for that, in part at least. Yeah, this is yeah, it's definitely not the entirety of what's happening here, but it's a big part of it. Yeah, one of my specialities. I'll have you know. Oh man, totally forgotten what I was even talking about. There's a walk of shame going on across the street. Some uh, what may be some young gal, perhaps. I am homeless though, for the record. I am homeless, certainly. You got that one right, your mother. I do identify as homeless, certainly. Uh, although I am renting a room for the second month in a row, but certainly no lease or no encumbrances of any kind, right? Unencumbered, certainly. Like to maintain my flexibility. So, probably about to go do some driving around and sleeping rough and city to city making IRL content. And I think I may attempt it on I may get some new equipment and go with the 5G ultra wideband Verizon and start out only going to places that claim to have coverage. Penetrate deep into the heart of downtown and do more hit and run style IRL stuff. You know, where the cop, I'll never be talking to a cop on stream about how, yeah, I've seen you like how many every night for how many weeks in a row now. It's like, that's right, grinding, sir. Hashtag grinding, sir. I should have said that. Hashtag grinding, sir, or grinding, son. You know, but I certainly the absurdity of this endeavor is not lost on me, right? Now the autism certainly helps debatably with whoa, this joint on this the Walmart 360 ball or whatever, however many degrees of articulation. Yeah, it's just not. You get what you pay for, right? $20 for this flexible handle. Oh, it does lock though, the bottom part. Maybe if I lock the bottom part, that might help. Probably not. But yeah, thanks for. I do appreciate the live chat. It helps certainly, because as we know, as you'll see at the bottom of the screen, the broadcast has ended, and yet somehow the broadcast continues nearly unabated, or unabated in this case, actually. I was lazy and I'm reusing banners, right? But then at a certain point, if your mother hadn't showed up, I mean, maybe I would feel like this was in order, and might slap myself. I might slap the broadcast with a do better content, right? If we fall below a certain creative level for too long, then maybe that comes because that's happened on the. I typically do a second broadcast, but from my computer, right? From my computer. Yeah, that's what people want to see. Old men operate computers. Yeah, sign me up. Really? I didn't even know that was on the table. Oh, look at this. Look at this on the road. Yeah, heavy haul, baby. Probably not, but I bet he might be over 80K. Actually, that was a bulk, right? I saw it when I first saw it. I think I looked at it wrong. Now that's just again, uh, I do. It's just that's a little just too obviously trollish, and it's like, are you doing it on purpose, right? Is it obviously trolly on purpose? I don't know what's happening here. What's happening here, all right? Look how well Z has me trained. My body, just on its own, is starting to head back to the motel, just of its own accord, right? It's like, here we go. Oh, okay. I guess the show's over then. Broadcast is ended. Broadcast continues unabated. And the mystery of will highly suspect get onto the StreamYard? And was he up all night? What do y'all think? I'm thinking up all night. That's my guess. There was by the way, security, a lapse in security. I walked way too close to that. Somebody could, although obviously very unlikely, but somebody could have been on the other side of that, waiting to pounce and attack. I don't know. That's a good question, Razvan. Why can't you see that Bozo chat? But now we've slapped ourselves with it. Even on the walk and talk, we've earned the dubious do better content designation. And yeah, nobody ever has that I saw ever weighed in on new colors. The yellow is certainly searing my eyeballs. Shout out to Benton's eyeballs, by the way. Certainly high amounts of screen time. So little. I was thinking about that last night. I was like, damn. Especially, and then waking up super early and then right back to screens. I'm like, man. Shout out to my eyesight. Overall, it's holding up pretty well, all things considered. Yeah, Snafu is kind of dumb, but he's very clever in certain ways, certainly. But yeah, quite dumb as well. It's sort of what Sam Hyde referred to as like certain females, in a relationship, like they can spin up their 85 IQ and really like maximize like the damage they can do. I kind of feel like Snafu's probably pretty close to that, maybe 90, right? I don't know. That's a sock account. We think it's a sock account, but why not just go out and try to randomly troll, random live streams on YouTube, right? As much as we talk about being shadow banned and sort of kept in a little box or whatever, I mean, people can still find their way to the broadcast, right? Like more or less randomly. I don't know though, I don't fucking know what's going on. I can't call it. And then Jeremy A, not Michael A, Jeremy A, was trying to take me to task in the comments about popcorn lung. And like, oh, I don't know how can certain people believe the fucking mainstream media or whatever. Man, I gave a very explicit, specific example of acetate breaking down to a poisonous gas at like 500 degrees Fahrenheit, which is, as far as I'm concerned, is more or less like a normal thing that like I can't even think now with this bike here. Oh, I usually don't walk through the fucking bank. Dude, I can't deal with it, man. And that the way that the sound was bouncing off of everything, couldn't even think, man. I could hear that I was saying words, but like I don't think those words make sense based on the words that were said before them anyway. Now, of course, we're probably going to run into him again. Probably going to be coming out. Yep, looks that way. And right about the time I get around the street. I figured that was coming. Fuck, what a nuisance. Good God. Terrible. Well, that's see, now we're projecting. See, now I got to think that your mother's talking about himself. See, when I read stuff like that in the live chat, I was like, okay, this is actually they're describing themselves now, because none of that has anything to do with me, certainly, and that would be a matter of the public record, sir. So now, what I would know about a person who is saying those things, but they're talking about themselves, those people almost invariably are required to register with the local authorities and make it known that they themselves have been convicted of certain crimes that now require them to, be known on the public record as being in a certain classification, right? Uh, None of that has anything to do with old Benton, and never will, by the way. And that's what I love about background checks, and not that I perform them, but I like it that people, that organizations or individuals that are willing to spend the money, how expensive or affordable that is, I have no idea. It's a simple matter to determine that this person has effectively no records of any kind other than poor credit. So I guess if you want to go after me about my very poor, what I'm assumed to be my very poor credit rating, have at it. But none of that other stuff applies, sir. But I certainly wonder, because I don't think that way. Like, if I was going to insult people, um, that wouldn't be something that I would necessarily, that would occur to me necessarily. Um, Unfortunately, there's people have had, based on their own choices, certain folks have, ruined their lives ultimately. And I've had people, just because I was homeless living in the streets. I remember I met somebody and was hanging out with them to some extent, and they said something where they just assumed that didn't have, like, I had ruined all my relationships with my family and stuff, and which made me think maybe that was the case for them. But I was like, no, what are you talking about, man? Like, I was like, I'm not a fucking drug addict, I've never, like, you know, all the things that some addicts do to their families, right? I was like, I haven't done any of that. What are you talking about? Yeah, we don't get along a lot of the time, but that's got nothing to do with me being homeless. Like, what? I talked to both of my parents probably in any given calendar month, I would say, these days, which is, for us, is a lot, man. Most definitely. But my mom, for sure. Talk to her definitely on a regular basis, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, he's talking about himself. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, man. Well, see, you can call it that kind of mustache, or you can say that I think it's funny, and it's like almost like law enforcement, right? Um, like in that Orange is the New Black. I think they even called that one guard, more or less, the ladies would, they called him like mustache or whatever. Like, there's a certain like military, serious, authoritative, uh, you know, the fact that American society and Western culture and all of this has gotten to the point where, a certain visual is now associated with that, right? But then you also get into the presentment of, if you look at the actual people who, are on a show like that, like, very few, if any of them, present as like high testosterone, which I certainly don't now. I understand with my illnesses and stuff. I'm certainly not that now, but I spent many years making a lot of testosterone compared to the population, right? And then we get around, persons who, had earlier sexual experiences with the opposite sex earlier than their peers, right? I was in that group. I would say if we polled the type of people who get hemmed up or caught up on with Mr. Hansen, I would say almost all of those folks probably not. In fact, none of them are probably early. They probably were later. Right. So we're addressing like from a psychological or even psychiatric, right? Like from a clinical perspective. And the broadcaster is a lay expert in human psychology. That's a real thing, right? So from a clinical standpoint, and now I got a little too self-congratulatory there, and I am suffering some cognitive decline, and for many reasons, not least of all being the many illnesses that I'm dying from simultaneously, right? At least a couple of different things. One and possibly one main cause. So, yeah, it's an interesting thing. What was I talking about? I kind of wanted to finish up on the clinical psychology angle. Got a little too fucking over my skis though. A little too big headed. Sort of fell off the rant. Oh, he blocked you? Yeah. Well, and that's fine. It's probably Mitchell, but I don't know. That username doesn't really look like Mitchell style. But that's the thing about dissociation and what could be dissociative identity disorder. I mean, let's call it what it may be. I can't diagnose anybody over the internet. Certainly, obviously not qualified to do so, and certainly not licensed. I'm speculating, and I'm using system speak. Right? That's system speak. If I'm going to try to say he's got this specific thing, that's what they call it, right? So-called multiple personality disorder. Yeah, maybe he's invented a new one. I mean, who the fuck knows? Oh, JG? Yeah, maybe. JG came back yesterday, and I was nice to him. So for the most part, maybe that was the problem. I don't know. I really have been watching a lot of cool skateboard videos. I saw another one, yet another one. Huff, whatever. I don't even know what that is. HUF, all capital letters. I couldn't even watch the whole thing. It was fucking badass, man. They're doing crazy shit on skateboard. We were terrible. I mean, I understand it's a progression, and that was 20 plus years ago. But I'm just like looking back on it, I was like, God, we sucked. These guys are just, what the hell? It's amazing. Now I don't really want to end the stream, but 5's a little early to go to the. I don't think I can do that to them people. I try to make it to 7, but I think it ended up being like 6:30 yesterday. I can be within 100 feet of anything I want to be within, actually. No restrictions. Again, people are projecting, and then especially these auditors, man. If y'all notice these auditors, because I've been very critical of the auditors because they're trash, most of them. I'm talking about as a human. They're trash humans, and especially I already know that some of the numbers of some of this is it's getting shared out to auditors, probably, I'm assuming, or auditor type of stuff. I'm subscribed to Frauditor Troll. I think that's an awesome channel. I don't watch it that much anymore, but at a time I was pretty much watching all of the Frauditor Troll content. He's a fucking bozo, by the way. I mean, I'm not into people and personalities. Whoever he is, I guess he's got his I think his name's Josh or something. I don't even care, but he's a fucking bozo. But I like the content he does, and that's all I care about. It's well done, entertaining content for the most part. I would love for somebody to say that about me. It's like, yeah, he's a bozo, but I like his content, right? Same fucking thing to some extent. But yeah, most auditors are just trash, man. So, and as we know, a lot of them are fucking SOs. A lot of them are got criminal records, right? A lot of them are trash, man, and they behave like trash. A lot of them. That don't apply to me. That don't apply to me. So if you think you're talking to an auditor, I ain't no motherfucking auditor. Now, if I want to go audit, I will, but I'll do it in my way, and I'll put my own spin on it. And I definitely won't be fucking harassing people. And some of it is harassment. I don't care what anybody says, but yeah, I don't. The cops are. If somebody harasses them, that's just, I would not prefer it, but it's part of their job, whether we like it or not, right? It's part of their job. 40 in the house. Yeah. Your mother. Your mother. At this point, I don't know if we don't have mods, or if well, there are mods, but or if just I think it's better to probably just let him keep posted. I don't know. This is it's getting. And now I'm starting to be now I'm concerned for that person on some level. It's like, this can't be good for you, whoever you are, right? I'm doing terrible. I mean, overall, but in whatever context I think I'm addressing here, I'm doing pretty fucking good. So, what do we do about that? I think it's coffee time. I don't know, man. If I go in that room, I'm probably gonna try to keep yakking on the live stream. We may not see highly suspect today, because maybe he is. If he stayed up all night. He stayed up all night. And then I've been to sleep already. How's that going to work? Yeah, that's exactly what happened, your mother. That's exactly what just happened. So thank you for the running. What are you, the minutes? Like, you're the secretary, right? It's the minutes. Secretary, your mother keeping the minutes. Thank you. I didn't even know we needed one of those and then you just showed up, get in where you fit in style, ad hoc grassroots, and just made it happen. So it's very impressive, actually. You've been to a square dancer too, haven't you? I see you working down there. Oh man. That's got to be Mitchell. I mean, there's no how could that be anybody but Mitchell? He's spiraling off of his performance on Mr. Unslaved yesterday, probably. I screen capped it for my own purposes, and then so I watched it sped up, and I heard a little bit of it real time, but not much. I got the gist of what it was being discussed, but it's interesting. Sometimes it's interesting, just like kind of watching it versus listening. And the sped up, the 1.75 now. Yeah, something to that. Definitely. Hey, just wait till I'm living. Wait till I'm living out by a dumpster behind a 7-Eleven somewhere. Just wait till then, and you'll be able to come in. Imagine the hell you'll be able to rain down upon my miserable being at that point, right? Especially with the further debilitation. As I descend further and further into debilitation, a state of debilitation. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, looking forward to that. Right. Thank you. Well, I admire your taste, your mother. Yeah. Yeah, I've told people I've had a lot of, of all the problems I've had in my life, my looks have not been one of them. So take that as you will. But yeah. But then some folks are still wearing masks, and I realize, well, some of it is just they look better with a mask on because it's covering up what is actually, you know, instead of adding to the beauty or the aesthetic of, if there is one in a given situation, it's actually taking away from that, their face. I mean, so some of those folks, I understand. It's like because before they didn't understand that that was even an option, right? Oh, you mean I can just not have to show this ghastly thing to the everybody around me, right? Uh, so yeah, I understand. I understand. Yep, indeed, Moose. Indeed. Yeah, indeed, sir. Yeah, see, at least be funny. That's yes. At least be funny. That I can appreciate that comment at least. I don't even know what that means, but I know it's funny. I know that much. Never a dull moment. Yes, it's almost done, man. Good thing I stocked up. Fucking state banned them. I bet there's still some places selling them. Hey, Razvan with the £5 sterling. Much appreciated, sir. Z and Freedom saying Christ suck pee. Clip on my channel had a huge full lefty atheist mode. All right, I'm taking a screenshot and then yeah, screenshot and then is it at Razvan220? Is that the? I'm not on the phone. It's hard for me to. I can't really leave the StreamYard to go do other stuff on the phone. So if y'all want to go check out, apparently Razvan's got a clip on his channel, um, and hey, that almost matches that color. Not really, but kind of in a way. But yeah, if y'all want to check out his video he's referring to, check out Razvan's channel. Maybe you might be able to click on his name. I'm not really sure how that works either, but I think it's at Razvan220, right? The username. Oh, here comes. Well, now yourmother.com is no longer the focus of attention. So, where's my attention? Where's my attention? Where's my attention? Right. Of course, that's where the multiple screen names comes in, right? We know that the sock account, because those people end up getting banned, right? Your mother gets banned, and then is so used to not being welcome in certain places, or to more specifically, being unwelcome or making themselves unwelcome. Right? Doing that, they do that. So why even ban this one? It'll just be back under another name. Why not? So why even ban them? It's a war of attrition. It's like they've already won the war of attrition without the attrition. Well played. Well, that may well be true. I don't know, man. That could be true. Hard to say. Perhaps he also has good taste. I don't know. Now, do I really have control of myself enough to? I guess I could kill an hour and then come back on the second broadcast. I don't know. Well, Hey, I don't know what to say about that. It's you know, I would say that's one view of things. Uh, it's interesting. I don't think that way, so I guess I could see how some would choose to see things that way. Certainly, um, it's interesting. Interesting perspective. Certainly. What am I crying about? You'll have to honestly help. I'm not sure what you're referring. So could you be more specific, Frank? Yeah. Well, that's okay, Moose. Certainly, you know, I should have worked in my standard disclaimer of, if one is so inclined, right? 5:22 a.m. Is that why Paul does the 5 minute timeout? So they'll just wait the 5 minutes instead of uh, coming back under a different screen name right away. It's funny. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Oh, what the fuck? You just leave it on all the time, I guess. Like, what?
what's happening. Benton here. 39 in the house. What in the world? Word must have spread. Word must have spread about the run into the popo. It's ASMR Benton. Try to respect the early hour. Yes, I was aware that we were muted, by the way. I was aware. Actually, apologies. I failed to turn on the this thing. The apologies for the muting. I forgot to turn on the since I'm baked Alaska. I forgot to turn that bad boy on, and that bad boy's got to be on or no audio. So my apologies. I don't have much to say because I need to wait to be able to talk loud. Yes, it was not intentional, but yes, I see how it may have seemed that way. Yeah, thank you, Bex. The equipment actually is quite affordable. Now, I've had an advantage because of the truck driving. So, for based on what I'm used to, that was a lot of it was a high income, right? Um, but still, not a lot of money. Some of these things, especially if one only buys them on sale, like uh, oh shit, almost accidentally unplugged the monitor. It's back on now. But yeah, this thing, uh, this is like $30 now for this little Behringer. It's hard to see, but this Behringer UCA 222, I believe, with the RCA, but it's also got the optical output. But it goes USB, audio interface into the computer. Man, those got down to like $5, but historically they'll go on sale for like $10. And it's not something that a person has to have, but some of this stuff can be useful. I think I probably paid $10 for that one. The only thing I've noticed is with the length of the USB cord being so long, they always fall off of whatever uh, whatever table I have them on, and they end up falling onto a hard surface. So that one's been beaten up, but it still works. Looks like a jacked up Sony Walkman. Yeah, it's just a sound card, but it has the RCA input and output. So uh, my microphone plugs into that mixer. Sorry if I'm giving everybody air sickness, but this mixer is what the stereo mixer is what my microphone plugs into, and it's all analog with its own power. And then so the RCA output of the mixer, the red and the white, actually goes into the input of this thing, which you can't see because it's upside down. And then that goes into the sound card so as far as the computer's concerned, that's my microphone. So I can do whatever I want to do on this mixer, and it'll feed in to my mic input. So, for the StreamYard, so a little bit more control over what's happening in a way, right? Thanks. I'll take that as a compliment. I very much look 48 in person, but the crow's feet don't quite translate to this cam. But thanks, appreciate you. What's up, Woody? All right, it's meal prep time. I shall return, or I'll just stay here. I guess I could go lavalier mic for this, perhaps. Yeah, I'm gonna put the webcam onto this thing, and then I'll have a little better control. It's meal prep time. Yay. All right. Back on audio, perhaps. I can't really see your comments, and I could actually put this mic on that whole camera setup that I just put together. It took way longer to get the webcam fixed because I had a couple of the screws. One of them has a little rubber washer grommet thing, and I had that in the wrong position. Once I figured that out, then everything went was smooth sailing. Yeah, sweet potato, by the way, cooked on low for, I don't know, long ass time. Onion, got an onion, and this is pretty hot, man. Pretty hot. I need to get some of that water out of there if I can. It's just me, so we're not too worried about the hand washing and such. And there we go. Kind of a side angle. I need to be like this, though. Yeah, that'll work. Enjoy the show, folks. If that's a thing, that can happen, right? We just got to go get rinsed out, so we'll be right back. Yeah, shout out to the slow cooker. No stuff. Right. Okay, y'all probably can't see none of this, huh? Not really, sir. No. Kind of. Anyway, I don't know what to tell you. I can't see that far. Sweet potato. Oh, yeah. People can have whatever opinion they want of vegetables. I'm the only one eating it. And I'm looking forward to this gigantic sweet potato. Right here. Look at that skin coming right off. Certainly not going to be running that through the digestive system. Or the in pieces either. So this is still pretty hot, seemingly. Can we cut it into thirds? I don't know. Kinda, not really. Yep, still hot. Hot potato. I wonder where that came from. Like to work clean when possible, where feasible. Cord man. Friggin' cord man. No. Just sharpen the Bowie knife, by the way. Oh, fuck. Mm-hmm. The onions of a layer. The layers of an onion. Onions of a layer. Great stuff, sir. Crank up the old mic here, eh? Yeah. Apologies, folks. Had the mic down way too low. He'll figure it out. Especially if he's going to be, thinks he's going to travel on blessings, live on the largesse of his fellow man and woman. Yeah, he'll learn. What if I really am dying of cancer, though? Therein lies the rub. Guess we'll never know for sure. Well, the autopsy. That'll be interesting. The autopsy. Yes, the autopsy. Yes, the autopsy. What's your YouTube watch later list look like? I'm apparently going to be watching a video about Lane Staley's last car, which apparently was a 2000 Pontiac Firebird. But I don't know how much was he into cars. Did he drive? Was his record company give it to him? What are we talking? Maybe that's what I'll do one of these days. Maybe we'll go through Lane Staley's chart. He's a very interesting chart, Mr. Staley, if that is in fact his, right? In the sidereal, or rather in the tropical, I should say. To be clear, in the tropical. This is a radish, which seems to agree with me quite a bit, but I'm certainly thinking about buying a cast iron skillet and having some steaks. See how that treats me. I've reacted well to the meat I've had so far. It doesn't have to be a ribeye necessarily, but we'll see. So look for that possibly in the coming days. Potentially Benton maybe cooking a steak on stream. I mean, who knows? It's possible. It could happen. Generally, when I cook a steak on a cast iron, I like to do it in a ventilated area where I can make smoke if that's what needs to happen. Sometimes there needs to be smoke. I don't know that I want to smoke this thing up. I don't need that smoke alarm going off. That's a set of problems I'm not really planning to deal with, right? Guess what, folks? This one's almost done, so only 3 more to go. So also that to look forward to as well. Lovely, love it. And that one's one thing about keeping those in the pocket. Once they get low on fluid, I can see the fluids kind of moving around. Yeah, that one's a little smaller, but it's just going to have to be how it is. It's just going to be what happened, folks. Oh, one moment. Fuck. Got working clean. I used to have a lot of rags. But, yeah, I used to have a lot of rags that I would wash, but I kind of lost interest in that whole process. So back on the paper towels to some extent. Not a big fan of that necessarily, but it is what it is at this point. Yeah, the having a whole bunch of towels and rags worked, like hand towels. Just reuse them, get them dirty, throw them in a bag, wash them. It was more of a trucker living thing, really, realistically. Oh yeah. Well, and this. Sorry if there's background noise. And that can't be good, certainly. And it's ingredients, eggs, water, citric acid, but who even knows what do they consider eggs, but in this context. Anyway, egg yolks, certainly not going to have the whites, but we're going to go egg yolks, and then got to drain those, and then 8-pack of the tuna. Yeah, that was what it sounded like. So again, I don't know what to tell you. I'm the only one here. I'm the only one eating this stuff. Is it gonna seem gross? Yeah, but I don't know what to tell you. It is what it is. Yep. It is what it is, folks. Welcome to homelessness. Yeah, even me, I even gross myself out at times. The skin is, yeah. My digestive system is not able to cope with certain things, including sweet potato skin. But yes, I'm sure it has quite a bit of nutrition that I'm missing out on, but pretty sure I'm not able to absorb it. I wouldn't be able to absorb those nutrients anyway, I'm pretty sure. And some things just straight fuck me up, and I'm pretty sure that would be one of them. Trash is filling up. Oh, wait a minute. No spoons. No spoons. No spoons. No spoons. Yeah, buddy. I think this may actually be real olive oil, believe it or not. As we know, the Sun-Kissed, I'm pretty sure, is not completely real. Maybe some of it. But this may actually be this brand. I think it could be real actual olive oil, potentially. Because supposedly quite a bit of our olive oil is in fact fake. I guess I'll leave that light on. Sometimes these cans are like not as full as they should be too. That's the whole thing. That's happened with a lot of products. Somebody has an actual telephone. I hear the thing ringing. Who the hell has an actual fucking telephone in the plugged into the wall? That's crazy. Talk about old timey. Am I in trouble now for talking shit about auditors to the cops? Is that what I've done? I can't call it. I can't call it. Yeah, it may actually be real olive oil. Who knows? Kind of hate to waste it, but it is what it is. Yeah. Kind of hate to waste it. Yep. Arm blocker. Probably is. Pull Problems. Probabilities. Yay. Oh yeah, Cayenne. Yep, the Cayenne man. He's the Cayenne man. Cayenne man. Shit. All right. Good deal. Good deal. Good deal. It's egg time. Egg time. Egg time. Well, that one actually came out. All right. Like, hey, we can't see what you're doing, Bozo. I don't know. Can y'all see me? Can you see me? Uh-oh. That one kind of broke. Oh, wait a minute. See, as far as meal prep, man, I do it every day. Like, get her fucking done, I guess. I don't know. I don't stop to think if I have time. I guess I could have just kept live streaming and then later decided I don't have time for the fucking meal prep. And then what? Hit the drive-thru? Is that? And then what? Hit the drive-thru? Oh no, DoorDash. Have some shit delivered. Even worse. What a disaster. Fucking talk about setting money on fire. DoorDash. What a fucking nightmare. I couldn't even hardly bring myself to order DoorDash when I had the broken foot, and I had plenty of money and a reason to use it at least once a day, if not twice a day. I couldn't. More often than not, I was getting in my car and hobbling somewhere on the crutches, or hobbling all the way across the street to the Waffle House, which wasn't good and ended up not being a good thing. All that friggin' vegetable oil, man, that's a problem. That's a problem. So it's what we might refer to as a fucking liability. Yes. Liability indeed. Now is it time to eat? That's the question. Has he done all this and now he's going to eat? Perhaps. 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 I go, oops, that was not in the plan. So following the friend. SMH. Think about. Where's me lids? Where's me lids? I got more lids than this. Whatever. I got more lids than this. See what time it is. Oh, 6 o'clock. Yeah, it's time to eat. So anyway, thanks for. You just want to watch me eat. It's a different view. Down so low though. That ain't gonna work. Hey, all right. Simulcasting. Fantastic. Got Bex talking about simulcasting. Oh, dude, this lav mic took a freaking beating. All right. I don't even really want to eat on cam. Well, thanks. Thank you, Bex. Appreciate it. Oh, certainly can't eat without the enzymes and such. Kind of works. Yeah, buddy. Oh, yeah. Four then. Two of those. Bam. One. Bam. Bam. Didn't have to go far. Hold on. Hold on. All right. No more audio. Oh, I know. I know what to do. This thing. The legs. This thing. Hold on. What's up, y'all? Oh, it's time to shave my head again. I see why people get expensive clippers because the ones I have do okay if I don't use a guard, but if I try to use the guards, it's not even for very long, meaning it's not even, more or less at all. X Factor lit up a doob, apparently. Yeah, shout out to that. Here's some, here's a THCO synthetic, if that's whatever. I'm a fan. Don't do drugs, kids. Did the trolls leave? Oh, there's a Benton is a wow. What in the world was that? Hey, shout out to 27 in the house. Fans of non-tint, I see. Or is it just there's really nothing on? All these channels, all these YouTube channels, and nothing on at whatever time it is, wherever you may be. 6:18 is the whatever phone that is keeps ringing. I'm against the idea of in the modern SRO sense, especially. This is this environment is very much somewhat, well, I shouldn't say very much. It's somewhat akin to the notion of an SRO. But what's the purpose? I don't get it. Plugging a seems like such a backwards concept, right? Or outdated. I mean, could you even imagine subjecting the people around you to leaving the room? Oh, was he London Man? That was last night, though, right? See, remember, I'm the earliest of the. It's my morning, right? I understand it's many people's night, or it was, right? So I don't think he was live earlier, Roy. But now I'm just. Why am I taking umbrage with Roy Duggan? Chainsaw Roy Duggan, for goodness sakes. He certainly didn't. What did he do to deserve such treatment? I don't like the built-in light though, because it's natural to want to touch the top of the webcam, and that's where the button comes in for the light is on the top of that thing. I don't know about this angle. I'm sort of trying to figure this out. I might have to take the camera back out of the cage there. Come on. I'm guessing y'all are hearing me pretty good. I think I could probably gain up a little bit. Yeah. There's advantages and disadvantages to whatever StreamYard does for the audio processing, and certainly the compression and what I can only assume is voice over IP. Oh, he's live right now. Okay, cool. Well, yeah, go check that out if y'all are so inclined. We can certainly promote London McLovin. Is that the channel? I can never remember if it's that or if it's actually London Man. I think it's London McLovin. No, yeah, at London Man is the username. Okay. Yeah, the AM shift. Okay. Well, that's his morning too, apparently. Hot drink with London in a cafe. Is he out and about? Is it, or is it IRL? What is this? IRL? IRL? Is this IRL? Hmm, not your bag? Yeah, I gotta say, not a fan overall. Just gonna put that out there. Me personally, I do like to support people's broadcasts and all of that, and certainly many folks do find that there to be their cup of tea, right? Obviously. Although it looks like London Man might be having some technical issues potentially on his stream at the moment. Metaversal Cafe. There you go. Yeah, I'm enjoying the content, and I'm really starting to look forward to what I'll be able to. I'm looking forward to the IRL content. Let's put it that way. I don't need to be. There's really no reason to get into detail over my creative process or whatever that is, right? I like to talk about it and think about it, but it's not. It's really not that interesting, even to me. It's just like, yeah, just do the content. Content machine. You created this, sir. Now you must feed the beast, right? Yeah, but certainly a fan of. I like what he does over there. I like the ladies' night. I think is a great idea. In fact, I had that idea at a certain point, or at least I believed it was my idea. I took credit for CBO's. I guess I took credit for the idea of a ladies' night. I certainly was involved in the origination of the idea, but who cares? Like ultimately, it doesn't matter. I thought it was cool when Drew did it, and I think it's cool when London Man does it. I don't think I would want to host really. And I've talked about this before. I forget the name of this thing, but there was probably still is a charitable organization in. Look at that angle on cameras. That's wild looking. And my almost complete lack of a chin, right? Every once in a while, somebody will make some kind of comment about me like I'm looking like a movie star, which I don't say this and I don't believe this, but it's been said and I disavow, but multiple people have mentioned it at some point, but kind of humorous in a way too, sort of making fun of me as well. Cause clearly, as a homeless person, right, I'm clearly anything but that, but, certainly not that thing, but, I want to say like, yes, but have you inspected this chin? This is not matinee idol. It's not a matinee idol chin, in its best presentation. The intellectual build nights. Yeah, I like ideas, man. It's just whatever he's cooking is not what I've been into me personally with respect to specific ideas. So what? That doesn't mean it's not doesn't have value. So I like to promote that stuff. And even OTW, there's even with the spiritual loops that tend to happen over there and other places, not just OTW, but indeed. I'm feeling like maybe I should restream other content now, but I think I forget. I keep forgetting that I've got Benton B-roll. Oh, and there I am. See, this is another thing that I do now a lot, and I blame the THCO for this. Is my live stream's been playing unbeknownst to me in another window this whole time. So sometimes when I'm complaining about the connection, I don't realize that I'm actually working against my own purposes in a way, like in another tab. That's really where I need to make sure I'm always on my dual monitors. I shouldn't have these tabs are ultimately just in the wrong place. So let me let's produce a little bit there, since at times that's my role as well as production. Produce the broadcast. I'm the Baba Booey, at least some of the time. Sometimes a lot of the time. Baba Booey. London man. Oh, okay, nice. Well, and to your credit, Bex, to your credit, right? If that's indeed what happened, I don't know if you're aware of. There's been some talk that whoever, and we don't know who you are, right? Whoever. So if I'm willing to accept this presentation as some version of a real person or whatever, I don't even care. I don't even think this way. I'm trying to translate other folks' ideas to some extent, or the community at large in various ways. But some folks may think that you had a vocal presentment very similar to another character or branding, not necessarily of a channel, but as of a personality who was going on to, while not necessarily panels, more of a discords, right? And not accusing you. I'm putting an idea forth that I think it's helpful to discuss. That I may be inclined to. I certainly trust the judgment and discernment of some of the individuals who've, um, made it known their opinion, right? And I'm not so good on the vocal, like recognizing the person like a fingerprint, like the voice is a fingerprint. Although I kind of do in a way, but I'm not really set up for that. But I'm good with the patterns. I'm pretty good with not speech patterns, but like almost like a transcript, almost in a forensic sense. I feel like I'm fairly perceptive there. Nothing definitive, but when if individuals who I know to trust their judgment and discernment generally, although these are fallible humans also, and at the end of the day, it's a human's opinion. But people who were like, "Hey, I'm really fucking sure," so now I'm gonna, and I already had kind of a certain intuition, but not knowing what it meant, but like a gut, some sort of gut perception or feeling. And then now I'm starting to tune into because remember, the analysis is already happening all the time, 24 hours a day, the circus wheel or the, but I'm not calling myself crazy, but there's that thing. So now it's starting to spit out a few things here and there. I'm reading all of that. And it's like, oh, okay. Interesting. But at the end of the day, I like that people are making content. I believe the medium, in a McLuhan sense, of course, certain content ends up, the facilitation of the content in getting it into the form in which it is disseminated, right? And then at what point does that process even begin? And that arguably with television and radio, television and radio and newspapers and all this, all much more formal. And then, we or the creator can make the live stream as formal as they want, obviously, and try to impose, whatever structure they choose or not, right? As it may be. So it's interesting just that other people are at least doing things right as far as, if we want to call this channel and these live streams some version of a canvas that other artists or other personalities and content creators want to sort of put their own stink onto, right? Put their own tag up there somewhere. It's like, yeah, why not? Get in where you fit in, on an ad hoc grassroots basis. I really mean that stuff, so who am I when people show up and begin to do what I've already put out into the, if we want to say, the universe, who am I to deny that, right? Pretty sure we had TBE over here at Paleo Edge. That was the name I knew him by. Pancake Luigi, whatever he's going by now. One of the younger fellas. God bless them, especially the ones who still enjoy the blessing of youth, of actual youth. And I remind myself, and I remind maybe people like RT at times, it's not necessarily, it's necessarily no longer, it's about the youth, just out of necessity. It always is, it always will be, as far as I can tell. Meaning, on some level, I'm 48. My time has passed in some ways. I'm still here, and I can still, cook and create and all of that, which I don't think is any highfalutin ideal. I do it because my reward system is set up in part based on, I get the feel good chemicals when I'm, flexing the creative muscles, and this affords that, certainly. And I want to continue to work on my skills. Bex probably talks this way some of the time, I'm assuming. Just guessing. I don't get to catch a lot of it. And I've captured it in some way through these screen recordings. And that's like a time capsule. Imagine 5 to 10 years from now, or, as far away as a person can get from whatever this is, but still having some sort of attachment to it or connection. And then, like, just going back and watching some of that stuff, even how bizarre the actual, I have the first 9 I downloaded. It's just not even a screen capture. It's just a download of the first 9 from the original In a Yurt with Books channel. If you're familiar with Mr. Austin, the content creator formerly known as In a Yurt with Books, his current channel is at In a Thought Experiment, and he was live yesterday at around 7:30, I think 7:30 a.m. He's one of my favorites. I think I've seen you over there, but I'm not. It's hard for me to remember and keep track of. So, all of those dynamics. Shout out to 34 in the house. I love Saturdays. When are other people going to figure out that just Saturday can be a great fucking time? It's 6:30. I can feel I'm starting to feel a little more comfortable. Maybe potentially disturbing the people. And I will say this, man, since I brag on Linux all the time, that shit's annoying as fuck sometimes. For LibreWolf, which I like to use because Firefox has built into the browser, where there's, on the YouTube page, there's like you can click a button on the screen and it pops out just the video, and you can resize it and do whatever you want to with it. And I understand there's certain extensions or plugins that do that, but it's built into LibreWolf, and I think it's built into LibreWolf's like the stripped down, hardened, most popular, like, more secure version, because it's not that secure. It's private. Like, it has some privacy built into it. Firefox does, but it's not hardened. It's got telemetry. It sends a fuckload of information back to Mozilla. It's almost as bad as Chrome in that way. So also won't run Firefox anymore for that reason. It slows down my computer. And I want to talk about I wanted to talk to Cleveland about these mini PCs, man. That shit is, I'm glad I have what I have based on when I bought it and everything and the price I paid. But when I look at what I could have gotten if I had just spent maybe like 100 more, which now to me, it means nothing. Like, right. I wouldn't have it's not like I would have 100 less than I have now. It was just, I was in just some fucking tornado, this just spending, right? So I'm not even gonna notice $100 in either direction. So yeah, I could have got something quite a bit better. These processors are fast, man, and these mini PCs, most of them, there's a drawback because it is technically a laptop or it's laptop or notebook hardware, and there are some drawbacks to that compared to an actual desktop. Sometimes the heating, the circuitry will back off the performance sometimes just based on the heat, and like the desktops don't typically do that, or not in the same way. But this one gets pretty hot, I'll say. It does. It's but no loud fan or anything, but seems like it's got pretty good cooling. The B-Link brand I'm talking about. Better than journaling. Well, yeah, it ends up being, a lot of times it is a vlog, right? Like I recognize that because that's what the younger gal, she's in her 20s, surely, that I know her a little. I've established, something of a rapport. Me client, yes, she's in customer service. I'm a client, right? So I'm a customer in that sense. So a working relationship, formal, formal sense. There we go. It's good to be clear on these things. But that's what, when I was saying something about live streaming, oh, she said, yeah, I've seen you around with the camera and all that, or with the apparatus, whatever. They know what that is as soon as they see it. It's the older folks that are confused by it. The fucking selfie stick, the glorified selfie stick, right? The fancy selfie stick setup. It's ultimately what we're talking about here. But and she said, oh, yeah, like a vlog. I mean, yeah, that's most of what it is, especially the earlier, when I was first figuring out what in the fuck I was doing with the walk and talks. Yeah, it's exactly what it is. Hey, Talcott Express, good to see you. Have a great day to you as well. Thank you for those kind words. Much appreciated. Do better content. Doing that now? Is it? Can I almost? No, not quite. Not quite ready for doing that now. But yeah, they're going to catch on. They're going to catch on to the. I was one of the first ones to really start to figure out that time slots were a thing at all, right? And I would say used it somewhat effectively, especially with respect to, the gorilla in the room or the gorilla in the space, right? So much so that when YouTube started a beta feature of like, oh, here's some searches. We did some searches on YouTube, and here's some videos that your audience might find interesting. And there was the biggest section was literally on gorillas. So I mean, what else needs to be said? That shit is hilarious. I'm looking forward to telling Mr. Unslaved about that one. And he does listen to some of these, I'm pretty sure. I don't know that he tunes into all of them, and we've seen him in the chat here and there. But I know he, by his own admission, at least swings through from time to time. If not, perhaps if only to, just sort of take the pulse of the others who seem to be, doing at least a somewhat similar style of broadcast. Yeah. Better content, Benton content. Thanks. Well, and I see what you did there with the way your sentence is structured, or that if that's a sentence. Yeah, I see what the comma does. That's very clever. It's very clever, Woody. Oh man, and see, I have to have access to the I can be a pseudo intellectual, but I need access to my fellow pseudos as well as actual intellectuals. That's where I'm a little. That's where I become a little selfish as far as taking. And another reminder for me to make sure I'm giving value over time, because I'm certainly going to be taking in certain ways, to be sure. But yeah, let's get my B-roll going, since the internet's actually working. Let's get my B-roll going. We'll go night before. Oh, let's go first downtown night. No, let's go. Yeah, first downtown night. No, night before last. Yeah, you're getting too. Don't overthink it, buddy. Let it happen. And I think 360. Yeah, well, 360. Making fun faces in that clip. Oh yeah, 0.5, of course. And then if I'm really feeling find that meaning, I'm gonna let you roll with that one.
Believe it or not.
All right. Bam. What's up, Christo? It's good to see you, sir.
Outside of Northwest Arkansas, well, yeah.
May possibly open up the panel here in a bit.
That's all new stuff, though. That's a different style of downtown in a way.
I might go for
those
more hours.
all those
Only 4
towns
hours.
that
Well, we're coming up
comprise
on 4 hours and 20
that
minutes.
now comprise what's
Count-
referred to as Northwest
count up.
Arkansas. Northwest Arkansas, where Walmart and other companies and corporations are headquartered, but most famously Walmart.
Well, we need.
They were all so small that when the downtown was built up,
The moon. Check out the moon.
At the age of most of the buildings down here, it was such a tiny town that it was literally probably just
B-roll,
a town square, like Fayetteville. Fayetteville has Fayetteville has a
road.
square. The square.
Don't
And
walk up
it's
on Benton.
that's
Great,
because
Gary.
that's
Well,
how small that town
get
used to
get
be.
in where you fit in on a
Not that long ago, like
folks say
just
want to
tiny
take my
little
content and
town.
make their own content.
And now they've grown up
Channel
and
hosts set up
still aren't big, by
options
the way.
either allow or
I think all of Northwest Arkansas is
content
like
and make it into something of their own creation.
might be 600,000 by now. Like the whole metro,
Some of
and
this is
this is far enough
I would
away
consider in
that
the creative commons.
Fort
Some of
Smith is not
that's a personal,
included in
as a content creator, that's a personal thing. Certainly,
Fayetteville, Springdale,
down to
Rogers.
that.
Although you will
I think
see
it's
a
only good
particular
me
metric
and
that
everybody.
does include this,
The
I'm
more that
pretty
there's,
sure.
and I'm still
So I might be wrong. I actually need to go back and check my
Everybody remembers the
work.
format of the
Then
old
you get
show
into
that I was a huge fan of.
CSA, which I
regardless of
believe
what
is
this was.
combined
Starting with
statistical
Greg,
area. Then you have MSA, which is
but then they're
typically
like, "Who?" And oh yeah, he's a predator.
metropolitan
I
statistical
must mention
area,
that,
and then those
so the audience knows
have
and I
their
know
own
just how much of
specific
garbage people. I don't
definition.
know. It may not be, sir. It's a good question.
I can't off the top of my
I
head
am
that
necessarily
stuff.
pacing
My
myself.
car
This
is
might be
parked.
cooler, actually.
It needs a clutch,
do I have to put
sir.
I
Clutch
think
flywheel
for the
throw
bearing
out
come back
bearing at the
That's
minimum,
what.
I'm
See,
assuming.
yeah, Christos, you're right.
Pretty sure the transmission is all right.
This is okay,
but
what I'm
it's
doing.
a lot of drivetrain noise.
Not without that
I've
banner.
spoken to EBT. I'm
Now
pretty
this is
sure
okay.
he agrees.
Unless
While he would not say
unless in spite of
directly,
myself, I may then soon begin to actually
the
embody
fact
that.
that he did not respond, I'm taking as
maybe
that
just leave
he
it up, right?
agrees with my general assessment. Then again,
Instead of
until
me
he
spiking, dare I
actually
say,
see it for himself, he can only rely on what I'm telling him. That's probably
Oh, that's right, Gary. Yeah,
why he was.
Yeah, and also I'm leaning
He
into
probably knows not to try to
aspects of my
offer an
I do have
opinion.
I don't have the full shot of a golden
based on
golden
what I'm
voice, but
telling him.
I got here and there I got my moments.
Yeah, most likely clutch flywheel throw out bearing, which the parts not that expensive
especially when
for
I'm
that car. I can actually get
trying to
better
disturb
parts
things around me on a Sunday morning.
and that is one of the weak points on that car. I would say,
especially those
clutch.
who are around.
It's not a very good
Police encounter, the extended police.
And then I engaged in some spirited driving.
Which certainly implies
I drove it hard because I like to drive.
Cultural context or
I'm a
context.
pretty decent driver, and it's a manual.
What's up, Rachel Zinger?
In
is
spite
my
of
audio
the
still going? Okay, my apologies. I see. Thank you, Christos. I see. I didn't realize my audio was jacked up. My bad, folks. That's what happens when I'll tell you, if you were interested to know how that happened, I'm so used to having my headphones on. And I haven't even turned on this is how you really know I'm slipping. Recently I've if Bex is here, I want Bex to see this. Because Bex was kind of like talking about she was commenting on my audio equipment earlier, which none of this stuff's expensive. And I mean, none of it. But we didn't even talk about this thing here. One moment, please. Let's get the B-roll off the screen. Maybe other one. This is a digital audio, or it's called a DAC, digital to analog converter. And your computer or your phone has this built into it, as do pretty much anything that can play digital audio, right? So this is a separate box. I paid about $65, $70 for this. They're like 60 now, but you can get one pretty close to this. And my $20 webcam, this is about as good as it can do. Although maybe I'll turn the light on. Yeah, maybe that'll help. Who knows? A little bit. Man, that light's not useless. Let's go to the white one now. Okay, good. And turn it on. So it has to be turned on, and it requires its own power. That's one of the drawbacks. But it has the volume is a headphone, built-in headphone amplifier. So that's now in the mix. It's connected out of this Behringer audio interface I showed earlier. It's got a digital optical output there, and that's going into the DAC. And then I'm listening to it on the headphones with this amplifier and its own separate. So I can turn my volume up and down in my ears, and it doesn't affect what you all hear. So slowly bit by bit, I'm figuring this stuff out. That's the moral of the story. So if I was on my game like normal, I would have known that I was playing my own stupid audio in half speed, like a bozo. So my apologies to the audience for my lack of winning in this area. Yeah, really funny bit, non-bit. Perhaps it was. If the volume hadn't been so high, I think compared to my volume, it probably would have been tolerable or somehow justifiable, but not with the volume up all of the way, certainly. And then I can go 1.25.
Guatemala and Honduras.
And that's
yeah, I get that.
Now I'm Jack Harlow. Now I'm my own
ones,
Jack Harlow.
Pretty sure are in fact from Mexico.
And I can turn the volume down.
But yeah, definitely. It's a drawback. This is probably my last manual car.
But I think that probably annoys a lot of
people.
people.
And prefer a manual, but
it's me twice, right?
I've had good luck in
that being quite distracting.
Buying a used manual and then not having to.
He's talking about manual transmissions again.
Clutch was fine when I bought this car, as far as I can tell. I'm actually.
Yeah, I do I'm a nose picker on occasion, or regularly.
Part of life, I guess. The amount of fun I had.
Certainly not chronically.
Translate that and convert that.
I'm pretty happy with this video, man. This came out good for selfie cam.
It's a lot of fun, man.
Motorola, $200,
actually
$300
in the background.
I got a deal, but selfie cam. This is 240p. It works.
That's good. Yeah, that's good advice. Yeah, definitely. This town, man, I don't know.
What don't you know?
I might have to try to trust might have to take my chances.
See, that was pre-robbery attempt.
What's up, Sophia? Good to see you.
Yeah, I think just the B-roll works better in slow speed. But for Harlow, we need the 1.25 at least. Yeah, that may be a problem, Bex. Two devices running. Oh, one in the ear. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I try not to do I'm on the computer and I'm on the phone, but I mean, we all do it at least some of the time, right? I have to think. I mean, how could we not? How could we not? But yeah, were you following me about the DAC, or was that gobbledygook? Mainly just gives me better quality sound ultimately, and slightly more control because I can turn just what I'm hearing in my ears. I can turn that up and down, the volume up and down, separate from whatever goes out through the StreamYard. So that can be helpful. And I'm sure can be done through the software, but I'm an old man operating a computer, lest we forget. Oh, I was complaining about Linux earlier. Yeah, that LibreWolf, man, there's several ways to install it, and none of them are good. And then it's just decided that it will not display under certain conditions, it just will not fully display the main youtube.com page. So I monkeyed around with it, and yeah, it's bullshit. Linux is not always fun to deal with, certainly. It's not a panacea. Never has been, never will be. Christos. Benton, the frugal sound engineer. I just enjoy things that are kind of shitty, like on some level. I appreciate like shittiness done properly, if that's a thing. Because at first I didn't really like this keyboard and mouse. Let me go grab this keyboard and mouse. Yeah, so I used to have a pretty decent wireless Logitech mouse, and when I had four ThinkPads, and one of them, I thought they were all broken to varying extents. Only one was actually beyond repair, as far as what I would consider being repairable, and that ended up going in the dumpster in Branson West. But I think I left the little receiver, transmitter receiver, USB deal in the laptop, I'm pretty sure. So now that mouse is, because the cost of that receiver is like you just buy the mouse. So then I was just going to get another mouse, wireless mouse, but realistically, some of these combos are so cheap. These wireless combos, I felt like I kind of had to. It didn't make sense not to just go ahead and, especially with this, with the missing keys. Where is it? Wherever that is. Yeah, missing keys there on the top. It's like, fuck, I guess I pretty much, the more I looked at it, I was like, this is a decent mouse. I mean, this was $21 for this combo, and I certainly don't recommend it. And it's shitty, but it's good for, it's shitty done well or done right, I guess, if that makes sense. I don't even like the way that sounds, but it's a pretty decent keyboard. It's not as good as the other one, but it's not bad. Pretty happy. 21 bucks. God bless, while not communism, God bless cheap Chinese consumer electronics. That's all these DACs, man. The DAC market is crazy. Yeah, don't get into DACs. I've only ever bought that one, but then that little red box I kept showing y'all, that also has a DAC built into it. Of course it does, and the computer itself has a DAC, at least one. Both these screens probably have a DAC because they have speakers. Right, and HDMI has it might not even have a DAC because that's just straight digital. But yeah, I guess they do. They'd have to have a DAC to get the sound out of the speakers, right? Yeah, it's interesting that it's very much a digital world. But then look at how many folks are now, broadcasting and doing some sort of vocal acting and making videos with doing their own voiceovers or commissioning, voice actors to do the voiceover. It's interesting to realize how much of that is yeah, even in a digital world, some of that is analog, right? But the videos, none of that's analog. Nobody's doing anything with analog video, right? It's an interesting thing that this, in some way, and then if we think about, in the beginning was the word, and if I'm willing to consider word in the context of a sound vibration, then that is like a living thing, right? I mean, energetically, or at least I think y'all know what I mean. And so that's an interesting aspect of it. It's like, is it that analog will always necessarily be there, or I don't know, man. Is it just going to go to telepathy at some point, or this? But these people seem to be going in the opposite direction of they're fleeing telepathy. They're not going towards it, certainly, or so it seems. Yeah, stick to your guns. What's up, Joe Moore? Good to see you, bro. He's quite the adept and interesting commenter, live chatter. So I notice I got an eye for talent to some extent, if that's appropriate in this context. Yeah, Linux was great for the free Wi-Fi. You're talking about being able to crack people's web? Because I did a little web cracking back in the day. In fact, I ordered a one of those Alpha brand Yeah, back then I wasn't even running Linux. I was still running Windows because I actually used to like Windows, believe it or not. It's just eventually just couldn't take anymore. I just completely tapped out. I would not run Windows if you paid me, and that's not an exaggeration. Although everybody's got their price, but at that point I would just be doing it just to fulfill the whatever I had to do to get the high amount of money because it would be a lot, certainly. I saw some interesting articles we might get into here in a bit, possibly, especially if I'm going to have to go audio only, which I do like actually. Oh, thank you, Mr. Moore. Peace and respect, Benton. Thanks, man. Shout out to 29 in the house on a Saturday morning. That's pretty cool. And I don't know. I'm starting to think maybe this thing with highly suspect is not, in fact, going to happen. I think he seems to be in a state of confusion. And then I don't know what he was talking about earlier when he was in the live chat. I didn't quite understand if that was part of the conversation. That was during a lot of that was during the time I was dealing with the popo, I suspect, or I expect rather. Yeah, stick to your guns, indeed. Well said. It's almost time for me to hit up that papaya powder's been treating me quite well, I must say, and dare I say that my appetite seems to have improved, and I would say that's part of the reason. It's supposed to improve the digestion, just generally, from what I understand. So who knows? Might be able to gain a little weight here, perhaps. Uh-oh. I don't know. I'm gonna have to hit the vape here a few more times and ponder on that, Bex. But since my phone is free for the moment, let me see if Mr. Suspect wants to be contacted. Or is he asleep? Or I've emailed him, so maybe he's just decided that he's not going to do email. I don't know. He emailed me back this morning, so I emailed him at like 12:30 or something, or 1 a.m., and then he emailed me back at like 1:27. But he replied that he clicked reply, but then if he typed anything in, it's not there. So I got a blank message, but with my, like, you can see my reply. My email's on the screen. That the email style, whatever that's called. On this day and time, Jason Benton wrote, and so it's got my email that he's replying to, but he didn't write anything, or if he did, it's something it got eaten before before the thing sent. I don't know. So maybe does he think he sent me an email saying, "Hey man, I can do it at such and such time"? Because all I got highly suspect was a blank email from you, and now I get into like, is this opposite? I'm not saying it is. I just have to start thinking like, is he telling me without telling me that he's not interested in corresponding via email? Because I think in the past we started out when he was coming on my podcast. I think we probably started out communicating um, through email, and then I probably just let him, sort of dictate that we were going to talk over the phone, right? But at the time, he certainly seemed to be able to operate the email, and I did listen to this, so we see that he's not able to get on the StreamYard most of the time, but I've done podcasts with him over Discord, like I think multiple times, and that was way harder to get on Discord, especially for somebody who was new to Discord. Like StreamYard is so much easier. So like, what's even happening, right? Maybe he's just I don't know. Has he suffered some cognitive decline through all of this? Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm not accounting for that. Um, but let me show the screen here. This is what I got from Mr. Highly Suspect. If you can see, sir, this is your email, that the last email I got from you. There's nothing on the screen. And well, in fact, there's no subject either. I don't know how that happens. How he managed to get no subject, unless maybe our original email didn't have a subject, but I always put a subject. But if I click show history, it just plays my email that he clicked reply, that he was reading when he clicked reply. So what am I supposed to do with that? And, you know, I have manners and I like to talk to people, you know, based on manners and stuff. But, you know, at the same time, ultimately, I just need to know, like, hey, man, if you want me to come on the show today, I'll do a one-on-one, and I'm available from this time to that time. And just use, you know, as long as I know what time zone the person's in. I know he's on Eastern, so I can do the, you know, I can do the conversion in my head. Sometimes I get it backwards, though. That's the dyslexia, though. That's just the dyslexia talking, but so-called, which I don't have, by the way, but I probably do. And just, again, I don't even really believe in the concept of a learning disability, so-called, but I probably just, some of my special abilities have a detriment that expresses in a way that people might call dyslexia. But yeah, I was always able to do math and stuff, so pretty sure I don't have what people call dyslexia. Negging the co-inventor of the Manosphere is kind of boss. Oh man, did that happen? That's funny though. thanks for noticing. If that's happened, did I do that, or was that somebody else? Yeah, shout out to the chat. Go China. Yeah. Well, and you know, people have been talking about inflation, and that's true with respect to certain, I think, what's termed consumer goods. Although that's a pretty broad, you know, but there's like a consumer price index and all these things. And what are they? I'm certainly no expert in any of that, so let me get off of that. But one thing that really the price did not go up that much, as far as I could tell, was consumer electronics seemed to, even in the face of inflation, and in some cases seem to actually become even more affordable to a certain point. Where in some of this stuff was damn near free. Like again, I was telling you about that Behringer USB interface, that little red box. Those were $5 at a certain point, and they would pretty much sell you as many as you wanted, as far as I could tell. And I almost just ordered like 5 of them, and I really sort of kicking myself. But then it was like, am I really just going to carry these things around, or they're just going to end up in my storage? But it'd be cool to have them, or at least I'd say 2 minimum. Should have got 2. Why didn't I buy 2? Makes no sense. But because this one's been dropped on the floor enough by now, just replace them every 5 drops. But then now I'm paying more than the even one at $30. So it's like, okay, what are we even doing? The utility, though, of such a device, high level of utility, one might say. Yeah, the rebrand, indeed, Christos. Well said, sir. The rebrand. I like it as well. Well done. We'll see what comes out of this. We'll be watching, if not capping. No cap. The more you leave them up, though, the less I'll be inclined to screen cap. Unless you start getting your streams taken down or something. You know, that can also be a thing, right? Oh, buddy, do better content. Haha, I like hey, you hit the branding, you hit our branding. Well done. Or some of the current branding, at least. Yeah, we're strongly into rambling territory. So I think I'm going to go ahead and drop the link, perhaps. Give me a moment. If I can. Oh, why did I close YouTube? That's a mistake. I bet I have to log in again. Nope. Saved it. And it looks like Paul's got a broadcast scheduled already for 1:30. That's pretty cool. I like that. Yeah. I wouldn't try to get that to happen for my own benefit necessarily, but that's very helpful. Oh, wait a minute. Mitchell was live. Let's see if we can play this. No. Mitchell's got 4 hours and 38 minutes of Cops Gone Wild. Yeah, that my connection's not going to let it happen. I don't know. It finally started to play. It might work. Channels. Anybody wants to check him out? I have to say, from time to time. Am I overdriving? How's my audio real overdriven? I'm not set up to monitor my audio. Unfortunately, that's one of the disadvantages of the current audio setup. Ms. Bex is I like to hear my own vocal audio through the headphones, and that's my preference. In fact, most of my broadcasts I can hear me in the cans, but I'm exploring the advantages of the current setup while um, choosing to forego that preference of being able to hear my own audio in my ears. In love with my own voice style to some extent, right? And I can still hear it, my voice. The headphones make it where I can hear me more, the deeper tones anyway. Cap means lie. There you go, Sophia. Indeed. Correct. It also means to screen capture or screen record, meaning I'm capping. I might mean screen capping, but then I could be also making a pun on, like no cap. I'm capping no cap or something. I really am, right? I'm not just joking about screen recording. I'm actually doing just that. Yeah. There you go, Christos. Yeah, Mitchell certainly very much, it's a very specific thing, but I'm a fan in certain ways. I think I am going to cap this depending on did anything actually. Oh yeah, it's Mitchell in the popo. I'm going to cap this. Give me a minute. Let me turn the camera on. Yeah, I'll be right back. Oh, apologies. That's got to be getting annoying. He keeps talking, but he's muted. Well, I keep forgetting to turn the powered microphone back on. Do better content, sir. Turn on the fucking microphone before speaking. Broadcaster. What kind of broadcaster so regularly fails to do one of the most basic things and make sure the mic is heated up before he starts talking? What a bozo. Exactly. Indeed. Muted. The entire broadcast to some extent. It's got its moments, though, to be sure. What's up, OTW? Good to see you, bro. I've been watching your numbers, man. You've been cooking over there. Very impressive. You love to see it. YLTSI. Indeed. Happy to see that for sure. I feel like I need something right about now. I might go for that second cup of coffee. That might be on the agenda. I think it is. Why not? Certainly, especially if I'm going to be quitting soon. Right now, this is, you see the addictive mind. We see the addictive mind here now as it says, yeah, of course, yeah. Remember, soon you'll be depriving yourself. I mean, that's how the addiction thinks, right? It's a deprivation. I don't necessarily view it as a deprivation. I don't, right? Only the best can recognize their faults. Indeed, sir. Indeed. Only the best. I like that. Well said. Sophia wants the energy. Vibes and blessings Sophia's way, if y'all are so inclined. Um, uh, Big money, no whammies. Going to the care facility. Sorry to hear that, Sophia. I think you mentioned that the other day, and I mentioned it. I missed it rather in real time, and then I think when I was looking back through one of the replays, maybe I saw one of your comments. So yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. That's unfortunate. So yeah, if anybody wants to fulfill or help out Sophia, that's right, Christos. I can feel like I can do some of that here and there. Yeah, I think it's looks to be Mitchell talking to the popo back there. So since I'm already fighting connection issues, and it is 7:15, so and certainly my loud voice. If nobody's on the internet, my loud voice will certainly wake a few up to get on here. But yeah, I'm going to pause here. It's papaya powder time. Certainly don't want to miss out on that. So, broadcaster attending to basic needs will return ASAP. Thank you. All right, we're back. Yeah, I'm looking at the screen capture back there, and Mitchell's. He's. I don't really even want to mischaracter. You know, I don't want to misspeak here, but yeah, if y'all remember me talking to the cops on this live stream, and I was complimentary of the police force, you know, in several regards, and specific for specific reasons. And I'm seeing out in, I think Mitchell's in Colorado, perhaps, but just being able to see the screen, I don't know. I kind of want to go get the. I don't think it'll really show the screen though if I try to just hold the laptop up, but because I don't want to. I'm dealing with such limited bandwidth. The fact that it's actually playing the video, I don't really want to risk that not happening. Dude, I don't. It almost looks like they're arresting his ass or something. Like I don't even know what's happening here. He's fucking mixing it up, man. Y'all might want to. God, this connection, man. I need to be able to play this. I need to play it. God. All right, I'm gonna try. Try to 240 it. No audio, Mitch? Is that's a me problem? Okay, never mind. Sorry about that. My ears got blown out. If that helps anybody. So my apologies. I got to it as quick as I could, which was not very fast at all, as it turns out. Ouch, that hurt. And I've got this amp. That's the drawback of this amplifier too. It can get really fucking loud and do more than the normal damage headphones might be able to do. God, that was brutal. Brutal. Yeah, my eardrums have took a beating. Now I'm scared to turn it back up. I think I'm just going to leave mine down and y'all are on your own. Fucking potential extreme audio warning. Yeah, it's the dog. The dog's going to be the issue. Yeah. Oh, man. That's a shame. That's a shame. Oh, my ears. I think maybe they're trying to get his ID. I can't exactly tell. He's saying he's letting his dog out and going for a walk. Well, and I'm assuming that the demeanor of the officers probably based around Mitchell's living in his vehicle, right? And I'm, as is his right, as far as I'm concerned, right? I'm not saying he should or he shouldn't or he could or he couldn't, but the officer, the corporate, the code enforcement here may policy and code enforcement may have a different view of matters. So it sounds like Mitchell has a strategy of just more or less explaining what he's doing at that particular part of his 24-hour a day, 7-day a week cycle of living, in his vehicle. Because he's talking about letting the dog out and all this. Because, homelessness is more or less against the law, or it's certainly against code and policy in many jurisdictions. So back to my point about with the Fort Smith PD, I know and recognize that in many areas I would be treated, this officer's, I'm sure, is being aggressive, even if he's, seems to be putting some effort into seeming to not be coming across aggressively. But, the menacing undertones are certainly there, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. Look at this bozo, man. I was fair with you in the beginning. See, this is what I was talking about with that first cop I talked to when the first guy showed up and when we were by ourselves. I said, "You're the one. Your attitude seems to be." I didn't say these words, but it was like his attitude seemed to be that he'll decide what's appropriate or inappropriate. My thing is like, unless my behavior rises to the level of involving law enforcement, I'm the one who determines that, not anybody else. Yeah, you can agree or disagree, and that's an opinion. That's fine. That's a viewpoint. It's a human's opinion, but it's not has nothing to do with law enforcement. It's not a law enforcement matter, certainly. Yeah, poor Mitch. Well, I don't even want to say poor Mitch. Fuck Mitch, really, realistically. Mitch is trash on some level. He's got some positive qualities. I mean, without a doubt. Certainly he's trash on some level. I do like that he gives it to the cops, though. I don't, just because I choose not to do that most of the time. Although I certainly reserve the right, should I choose, to give them a hard time. But he's calling them liars, I think. Sounds like. Time to step up the audio there, Mitchell, also. If you're going to be critical of me, you're not the only one with a police encounter today, sir. And if you go listen to mine, oh, that's right, listen, I'm pretty sure while the audio is not going to be perfect on mine, it's way better than this, partner. Step your game up. Later, Bex, calling it a night. 5:26 a.m. Well, to be fair, I don't know. Is that even before the sun comes up? But well, okay. I'll accept your premise there. Thanks. Great stream. Yeah, I popped in for some of yours as well. So certainly active chat, which I always like to see. Peace out.
Your ass, luckily, I titled this recording "Cops Gone Wild Live."
Mitchell, he is fucking on one. Did you guys see that?
Which one do you want to talk to?
I'm going back. It was great. Mitch, dude. Give him the business, Mitchell. Yeah, calling it a night before the morning.
Well, if you want to show me your ass, luckily I titled this recording "Cops Gone Wild Live."
He said, if you want to show me your ass, luckily I entitled this recording "Cops Gone Wild Live." Mitch is giving them the business. They done fucked up now.
Yeah.
I don't understand that. I get that you've had bad experiences with.
Damn, he's got that dude in fucking. Do you hear this guy? Mitch is putting it on him. He's completely fucking reverse course here. He's almost like scrambling. Wow. This is incredible. I'm going back a little bit. Well done, Mitch. I don't know what you did to this guy, but Jedi mind tricked him or something.
When you want to talk to us.
Yeah.
I don't understand that. I get that you've had bad experiences with police in the past. I'm imagining.
Well,
Yeah,
all right.
I know.
Oh, the aggression, man. So I'm wrong. He's saying words. It's diabolical, actually, because not seeing the video, but just I was looking away and hearing the audio. Now, when you combine that with his physicality, yeah, fuck this guy, man. This dude is just evil. This is evil, man. This is what I'm talking about with Fort Smith. I understand when I'm talking to them and they're being respectful and keeping their distance and at least allowing me to believe that I'm in charge, right? At least allowing me to believe that. Versus this, in certain areas that this is what I dealt with to some extent, although I never wanted to be in a vehicle. To me, this is so much worse when I'm in a vehicle. They can do so much more to the person. On foot, man, it's difficult for me to do anything that's going to cause them to feel like they can keep me there. Although Arkansas, I didn't realize it's written into the disorderly statute or policy and code. It's written in that if a person leaves upon seeing the arrival of the police, that's actually can be considered disorderly. I never knew that. So actually, when he showed up, I wasn't free to go like just because he was coming, which is kind of bizarre that they can even make that distinction. I'm not sure that would hold up if scrutinized, through the higher courts. I'm not sure that would make the cut. Oh, did y'all happen to notice? Let's do some articles maybe. We'll play a little more Mitch, but Arkansas, yet another conservative law passed by the legislature and presumably signed into law by Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Yet another piece of Arkansas legislation gets shot down in the courts. It happens almost every time anything they pass that has anything to do with trans or LGBT, it gets shot down pretty much every time. And some of the stuff around jabs and mask mandates also. And I don't even want to. I'm done with all that. I don't even want to talk about it. If somebody's here on a one-on-one or a panel, and if they bring it up, I'm not going to say nothing. But I'm done with all that. I'm just done talking about it. I'm done thinking about it. My synapses are burnt. I'm now probably most likely moving into the final stages of this incarnation, although that's not even for certain. But unless something drastic and barring some unforeseen drastic reversal, right, which is certainly possible. I'm open to that being a possibility, but certainly not, just hoping beyond hope for it necessarily either. But one moment, I want to find this article. I know it's here. They wouldn't have moved it off of the front page so quickly, or they wouldn't have moved it off the site so quickly, certainly. Though maybe they did. Or when I'm really slumming it, I end up over at, not again, Mask Up New York. Exactly. Yeah. Not that is happening or is going to happen, but, this is a healthy way to sort of put my pulse onto, a portion of take the pulse of a portion of the propaganda. Culture wars tear country music scene apart. Good. The country music scene, so-called, is garbage. It needs to be torn apart, in my view. Good riddance to bad rubbish. Trash. That Anthony Oliver bozo included. Fuck him. Terrible. Terrible music. How dare people think that's a good song? What is wrong with folks? And at the risk of alienating the audience, that was certainly seemingly out of left field. So I do apologize for that part of it. Although the entire broadcast is out of left field, lest we forget. But yeah, I guess it's not on here. I've seen it elsewhere. perhaps over at a Citizen Free Press. They're like, shit, I thought he was showing us Mitchell. Now he's ranting and raving about news articles and such. Good lyrics, terrible singer. There you go. That's well said, Gary Baxter. Yeah, that's it's an interesting perspective, sir. Certainly, I'll certainly ponder on that and resist the urge to respond in this moment. But I guess I'd forgotten that I go off on Gary sometimes, and this might be one of the times when that could happen, but it's not going to. I don't know. Apparently, I block it out and don't even remember. But apparently, I go off on Gary sometimes. Texas bans mask mandates. See, this is the exact type of law that Arkansas does, but then the court says no, which is actually what I'm looking for. Should I just Control F Arkansas? Yes, Control F Arkansas. How about you? Does not appear. Let's go back to Drudge and Control F Arkansas. Why didn't I think of that? Arkansas. Tucker. Jesus. Yep. No, it's not on there. Okay. Well, that helps. I guess it's in my history, but not even trying that. All right. Back to Mitch. Back to Mitch. Maybe. He's telling the cop that the dog's going to bite him. Wow. This is escalating quickly as well. So apologies for the abruptness of the back and forth there, but I thought I was going to do some news, and it turns out I'm not. So, that happens sometimes. But yeah. Hey, Divine Spirit, good to see you. Yeah.
Had bad experiences with police in the past. I'm imagining.
Yeah, I know how people. Yeah.
This is Mitchell, by the way.
You will get bit if you reach in here.
I'm not reaching into your car. I'm just illuminating your hands for my
Well,
safety.
if you get close enough to where she can bite you, that's on you.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just illuminating your hands, man. You're in the back of a car reaching around. I'm just doing that for my safety. Nothing else past that, all right? I'm not going inside your car. I'm not going around your car. Nothing like that.
But if you wanted to be safe, you would fucking retreat back to your vehicle.
Damn.
And away from mine.
No shit.
It's the car wash sticker. It's not a loved in plate. That's
upside down thing. That's what that is.
yeah, it's a car wash thing. So that's a number for that. If you want to get a little closer, you're free to stick out the window too if you'd like.
Wow.
There you go.
Express.
There you go. Okay.
This is what I'm talking about on my live stream.
Down there.
So you really don't think you're on private property and trespassing, huh?
I didn't say that. I said I'm not trespassing.
Okay.
Well, there's by the way, see, this is where it's a court it's for me, this is a conversation for the courts, because there's a Word Wizard, the type of stuff Word Wizard talks about sometimes. There's a specific written definition of if part of the law is that, he can't be trespassing, and they can ask him to leave, and then if after some period of time he makes it clear he's not going to leave, then he's trespassing. So it's like he probably has a better understanding of the actual trespassing law than they do, or statute or policy and code. I'm just guessing. Yeah. Yeah, the dog. I'm sure the dog will bite him. I feel pretty confident about that.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to jam the guy up. I mean, I'm not trying. I was hoping just to ask him to move along. I'm not interested in.
He's also got
making a
stuff
big
he's
thing out
leaving
of
down
this.
here on that's kind of littering, so I'll just tack that onto it.
Littering, tack
I mean,
that
at this
on.
point, we have reason for it. It's just a matter of if you want to.
Yeah.
I think
Well-
that might be.
What are you claiming is my litter?
We're not. I'm talking to my partner here. All right. If you want to talk, we will. Okay.
All right.
But you made it clear you're not interested in doing that. You can keep recording everything. We're just talking.
What is happening here? Yeah, indeed. This is the first time I'm seeing this. I was up my own ass and missed it live, unfortunately. Yeah, Mitchell. I like. I've enjoyed several of his live streams over time. Certainly.
Saying can demand my ID and failure
There
to
you
do
go,
so,
BA.
they'll arrest me. Okay.
Where's the video, sir? Was he just like crawling up in bed or something? This is hilarious, actually. He's like going turtle. Is he going turtle on him? Is this what he's doing?
That's it. So we
Oh,
got off
maybe
to a
not.
bad start, and that I kind of felt like that wasn't an
Fuck
option.
you.
So I was going to talk to you about, look, if you want to press it, there's this whole process. But honestly, out of you, me, and my partner and your dog, none of the four of us want to do that.
Yeah.
So I was just going to say, can you just move along, and I'll give you my business card.
Right on, man. I'll take a business card, but and I'm happy to move along. But yeah,
good.
if you want to have a more intellectual conversation about my position and my standing, I'm happy to do that with you. But if you want to get aggressive with me and try and threaten me with arrest and shit like that, it's not going to go anywhere.
Can I ask you something? Just
Yeah.
For me?
Sure.
What is it that I said or did at the beginning
Wow.
that made you feel the way you're talking about right now? Because
It's you being very much in touch with your inside yourself, sir, with your tyranny, authoritarianism. Yeah, the whole thing, man. Yeah, come on. Surely have you not, sir, yourself been on the other end of whatever this thing is? We all know what that thing is to some extent. I would think. I certainly know. It's like, yeah, man, no.
It's like, hey, how's it going? I didn't think I was being aggressive at all.
It's in a context, though, bro. The context is aggressive. You are a member of the most violent group in society. By the way, the part of their training was to just be like, oh, this guy Benton's coming in for half the day or whatever. Just let me fucking let him have it. It's like, what? Y'all need to know this if you're going into this profession here. It's like, y'all are the most violent group in society by far. It's like that just showing up, especially in the middle of the night, and a man's living in his vehicle in America, as is not an uncommon thing these days, lest we forget. It's already an aggressive, violent, if not overtly violent context. It's certainly in a context of aggression and, intimidation to some extent. And then not even addressing authority, presumed authority, a person not being emotionally equipped to handle if Mitchell does not, in fact, respect or even recognize whatever authority the officer believes to be operating under. I'm happy to at least respect whatever that is, just on my own understanding that, the cops aren't here they're not going to ever show up and protect me, probably, but it certainly makes it more difficult for the more predatory elements in society to prey upon those who really, are very ill-equipped or incapable of defending themselves, right? That's to me the value of the police, primarily. And I would prefer that they are around for that deterrent effect, as limited as that may be at various times. But as we've seen on this very live stream, or not this live stream, but on this channel's live streams on this channel, You know, if some meth heads decide they're going to attempt to rob me downtown, the cops ain't there to stop it. And I could have taken the time to stop and call 911, but would that have even? And I would have had to end the live stream. I mean, effectively, probably need to carry a second phone just to maybe call 911 on. But again, I know I'm responsible for my own safety, but yeah. Well, and I don't think it means anything as far as I just don't think it means anything to them. That's my opinion. Like it's an oath, and I don't, and that's probably part of the system is that whatever the ceremony is, it's probably set up in such a way to fulfill whatever the actual legal or system requires. In a way in which it may even subtly psychologically suggest to the person that this is not actually like a serious thing that the person is expected to abide by in reality, right? Yeah, calling 911 it would add to the content. And I'm realizing now I at least have the body cam from that interaction today. I don't know, maybe that would be, I may have gotten better video even on the body cam potentially. So we'll see. I'll go back and see what it picked up. It's fun, man. I do enjoy it, but I have little to no experience with actual video editing. I'm good with like, hey, it's in this format and it needs to get converted to that other format so we can, you know, we're going to burn it onto a DVD or whatever, or we're going to put it in video CD format and write it to a CD. Like I'm good with all that kind of stuff, but most of that's outdated and antiquated and doesn't even matter now anyway, right? Some of that's more or less worthless, but it's like, hey, when StreamYard won't play my video files, I'm able to figure out that all I need to do is just change the extension from like whatever to M4V or MP4, and it works fine. The MK, but if it's .mkv, it won't play it. Like I don't know, it's still the same encoding, same everything, but it just won't play the .mkv for whatever reason. Just kind of knowing that that's sort of built in or baked into the cake. Good to see you, Mr. Grower. Thanks for stopping by the broadcast. Fatigue becoming a factor for the broadcast as we're 5.5 hours in now. And I'm going to head some of that off at the pass by grabbing some water. One moment. And I seem to recall that I awarded myself a second cup of coffee in there somewhere. And while that would arguably be good for the broadcast, yeah, poster child for mental illness. Poster child for mental illness.
I guess it would be that you feel entitled to.
I guess I will.
Person's papers, places, things, or whatever, for your benefit. And so if you do get the name, that's going to put you in a trustee position and with a fiduciary obligation. And it's all trust law, man, if you want to really get into it. And honestly, I understand your position. I understand it as a commercial position, and I am not in that realm. I'm in the realm of reality under God, and I have to stand my ground for who and what I am. And when you got aggressive with wanting to feel entitled to my tags or whatever,
I asked you to close the tailgate.
Yeah, because you wanted to identify me. And if you were being cool and from my perspective reasonable, I would have been happy to let you run my name through the computer, through the CAD system or whatever.
Okay.
And
So it was asking the tailgate thing is where you think it started to go south?
yeah, it's just like you tried to assert yourself as an authority over me, and at best we're equals. We're on the same plane. And if you want to lower yourself below that, you can't elevate yourself above me, or else you'd be claiming the position of God, and that wouldn't have any standing. So
Actually, I agree with everything you're saying except for one thing.
right,
There's no it's not me. I don't think I have any authority over you. We're a nation of laws and things like that. So I think the laws apply to all of us, right? Me too. So I don't think I have any authority over you. It's not a you-I thing.
yeah.
That's the only part I disagree with what you said. I get you're saying as a cop, you had authority over me. You felt like that. Okay. Sorry.
Well,
about
what
that.
did you mean by I can't cite you exactly, but what did you mean by, well, we can go this way or whatever?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. Because again, I've done this before, and when I'm like, hey, how's it going, man? What's going on? And then they, like, I'm not gonna, like, you weren't like talking to me and you weren't answering me, and then I saw like you had some stuff covered. I'm like, oh, I know what's going on here. He wants to like spar.
Maintain his privacy.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to spar with you.
You can maintain-
I look, man. I'm peaceful. I come in
Yeah,
peace.
you seem nice.
I'm no threat. I don't want to fight with you guys. I will conditionally accept any offer you make, even if it's an arrest and the benefits of throwing me in
I
jail.
don't want to do all that.
Yeah, right. I don't want to do that either. I've been through it. But if that's the way I have to go to stand on truth and what's true and right, then that's the way I'll go. But honestly, you didn't articulate something that I was doing wrong.
Okay.
You're trying to enforce this trespass, and you say you had reasonable articulable suspicion and even probable cause, and so I strongly disagree with that, because I do study the law and I do know my standing and my position and who and what I am, and so
I'll bite. Like, go ahead and correct me. How is it that you think? So do you not think? Do you agree this is private property? Do we agree on that?
I would say that this is probably private
Right?
property.
Okay.
I don't know who's I would even give you the benefit of the doubt to say that you have the authority to act as a guardian for the property owner or whatever. So I would even maybe venture to say, because I know it's in the realm of possibilities.
Hey, I'm back real quick, and I know I'm listening on the delay since I'm listening also on the broadcast. But and I had yet another. I forgot I was wasting bandwidth on the phone, also just playing my own broadcast for no reason. But yeah, see, me and Mitchell actually agree on this point. If anybody heard my police encounter, where I also basically agree that if as I told the cop that when he first showed up, I said, if you're just telling me like I can't be on this parking lot, and I know sometimes the property owners have agreements with the cops, just hey, if there's random people, you can run them off, basically. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. I have no problem with that. And the first cop, he just agreed with me when I said all that, right? I think he was confused because when the supervisor showed up, the supervisor's like, because I brought it up again, like, hey, if y'all just don't want me here, I got no problem not standing right here. I can go stand over there. It's not a big deal. Like, I don't really care. It's not my hill to die on. Mitchell just verbalized the same thing. Like, he's like, oh yeah, I'm sure that's fine. Like, I'm willing to accept that y'all might, I might be willing to accept that it's okay if y'all can determine who can be here or not, like in the off hours when the business is closed. Like, yeah, sure. That makes sense. It's reasonable. So, Mitchell's not unreasonable. And I think that's where I get confused. Sometimes people are confused with me sometimes because I get locked in and strident about certain things. But like, I can also be reasonable even if I'm like being defiant to some extent. And Mitchell also exhibits those traits in his own way, seemingly.
Is that you have the authority to enforce trespass without getting their complaint based on some prior agreement.
But yeah, we do that because we don't know if somebody's like, hey, it's private property, they're allowed to be there, whatever. How would we know that, right? So you're right on that. In this particular case, again, because this just happened over and over, we've talked to them and they said, yep, anybody there, I want you to ask them to leave. No one can be on the property overnight. So we've dealt with it. So
but what's the time? What, like, overnight? What's that? That means, to me, that means overnight,
right.
Like throughout the night, overnight camping. That's that's what it insinuates to me.
The hours.
Right. I've been here for not even an hour. I pulled up when some other cops pulled up. And so I've been here 2 hours because
Okay.
I walked my dog. I walked down to the gas station. You know, I had a sandwich. You know, got my dog some food and water.
Right.
You know, so I've been here maybe 2 hours. So you know, I haven't been here overnight. I have legitimate business here. I tried to explain that.
Well, I should clarify. I think I misspoke. It's not overnight, like the entire night. What they're saying is from, and I don't know the exact hours because we don't even start looking to about 10 p.m. But let's say from 10 p.m. till 6 a.m. They're saying we don't want people in our lot from 10 to 6. Now it might be,
but until when you try to enforce laws based on that, you would want to clarify and not use conjecture.
well,
You know?
I know, but what I'm saying is I know it. What is this? 1 a.m. That's what they're talking about. I know that. So
That's a fair.
Yeah, if it was, yeah, you're right. If it was 9:30 p.m., I'd maybe be like, you know, I don't know, we'll give them time. It's a little early. So we usually wait till like 10, 11, you know, we would give,
Right.
and then again, I don't know, 5 a.m., 6 a.m., whatever. But in the middle of the night, that's when if we see people, they've said, please ask to move them along. They're trespassing. We don't want them here. That's what I was doing. It's private property. They've said that. I wasn't lying about that. Like I said, I know her name. They're doing it's supposed to be like, they're trying to get like a pickleball place going. And so
I saw that.
yeah, so they've applied for, you know, permits with the city and everything. So I happen to know, I've talked to the person. So
Right.
anyway, I'm not lying about any of that. I promise.
I fair.
So
fair,
all I was going to do is say, hey, can
believe
you
you.
just move on? They don't want you here, but I get it.
Yeah,
So-
I'm not really your problem, man.
I don't
So
think you are.
I'll even pick up whatever trash that he was assuming is mine.
Oh, well, it's just
Um,
a bag under here.
All right, yeah, I don't mind picking up.
Okay.
I often pick up trash around just because, you know, I feel like it's part of my responsibility. It makes me feel better to be in a cleaner place, and it just makes me feel good to do a good deed.
Well, awesome. Well,
So yeah, I'm just not who you got to worry about, man. And if if you're really concerned about me having warrants and stuff, man, we can go down that route. I'm happy to be reasonable with you, but look, man, I'm clean and clear. You know, so you really, I'm not the one you got to worry about.
I get it.
Man, I'm just trying to protect my privacy. I'm trying to stand on what's true and right.
Okay.
And you know, look, man, I just bought this vehicle.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, it's not even a vehicle. We'll call it an automobile for clarification for accuracy. But
You seem like a fairly educated man. Do you mind if I ask what you do? You don't have to answer. You
well,
just seem like you know your
I
stuff.
had a career. I was in a bad motorcycle wreck. I lost my career.
Oh, man.
You know,
Sorry
I
to
didn't
hear
walk
that.
on my own power for a couple years. It took me a while to recover, and so I've come a long ways, but I got a long ways to go. I still have some struggles. It's still, you know.
Yep.
Yeah.
You doing okay though?
Yeah, I'm doing okay. I'm doing great. I mean, as far as psychologically, you know, emotionally, obviously you can see I got plenty of things. I got food. Hey, chill. Come on, man. Give it up.
What can we do to help?
You need some water, man? I noticed you don't have any water bottles up here. I got a bunch.
No,
I'd like one.
I'm good. I got a massive refrigerator right there. It's cold.
Well, besides, I think we're making progress. Can we do anything to help?
No, man. Thanks. I appreciate the offer.
Okay.
I feel that's sincere. And
Yeah, everything I told you is 100% true. I promise.
no, I've definitely changed my perspective to some degree, but you know,
Okay.
you know,
Would you like it if I left you with a card that has some of the resources just in case you?
no, I'm good. I don't need any resources. I'm fully self-sufficient, independent, whatever you want to call it.
I'm gonna give you my name.
That'd be great. Just
I'm gonna have to write it down.
all right.
But look, I don't know if you can see
Morris,
my name.
yeah.
I want you to know I'm out of business cards. To get
No
something
worries,
out.
man.
I'm gonna write it down, my badge number and everything.
Cool.
It's me.
Well, maybe I could send you some accommodations for not pressing me too hard and just being reasonable.
What you did last time, just write it on the
Yeah,
back of
okay.
mine, just so that way we can.
So he's not out of cards. So
Cool,
this
man.
is his card, and then I'm gonna write my information on the back.
Right on. Thank you, man.
And now you know before you drive away though, you got to uncover the plate.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me jot this stuff down for you.
Sweet.
And I got to go straight to the PD and get more cards.
Commendation, but it's a stressful situation to some extent. So we'll forgive him his potential
So my name
error
and my
there.
badge number. So it says Ryan Morris, 408. Nobody can see my badge in this light.
Yeah.
It says 408.
Right on.
It says Morris.
The dreaded second
you're
cup,
skeptical. I get it.
which
Yeah,
is
yeah.
2 cups,
That's him.
12 ounces.
I appreciate you, man.
Not good.
I'm glad we kind of got through that.
All right, thanks,
All right,
Ryan.
can I
I would
get-
shake your hand if
That's okay.
but I'll just leave it as
Oh,
it is.
all right. Back to me. What y'all think of Mitch there? I think there's more though. I'm not sure that this is the last of the encounter. I'm thinking maybe that's just round one, right? That would be nice if that was the. Wouldn't that be great if that was the entirety of the interactions? But yeah, we'll stay in our. We'll leave the rose-colored glasses on for a bit. Maybe we'll revisit later on. Hey, what's up? That was Mitchell, sir. He lives in his vehicle, and he seems to have. I'm not pocket watching, but from what I understand, he's had his rights violated and was able to, able to use the system or whatever we're calling it. I don't know. He was able to get money, a settlement, perhaps some city or institute, whatever. Somebody needed to settle with him. Apparently, settle an account. It gets into benefit. You would be the beneficiary and conditional offers and all these, contracts, right? Contract law, essentially. I think that's what we're talking about. So he's frequently approached by the police, and you were here this morning when I was approached by the police. So as we see, a lot of folks in these so-called truth communities now. I'm not speaking in a TI. I know you know what TI is, highly suspect, targeted individual. I'm not speaking in that context, but some would be like, well, yeah, of course, when the truthers go out into the physical, of course, all of these, confrontations and in at least, people transgressing against them, arguably, or just even just showing up out of curiosity because now there's a more or less there's a TV show being produced just in a parking lot downtown, not downtown, but in a parking lot, at 3 a.m. and it's just there's nothing. It's dead. They roll up the sidewalks for the most part. Although there are some places open late, as we've noted. This is going to be wonderful, by the way. And at certain times, with whatever my gallbladder's up to, and this certainly reminds me of Guinness, my favorite beer. Right? Well, that was rough. Just imagine getting drunk on Guinness for weeks at a time. Well, that's rough on the old system. Woo. Even bad coffee, so called, is still pretty good, especially since I grind my own beans every time. That makes all the difference, folks. I'm telling you. For those who are not, some folks are just never going to give up the coffee. And I'm not, by the way, I'm not an advocate for it, and I may not give it up, but I have before, and I've found benefit in discontinuing that practice. Yeah, I agree. In that way, yeah, OTW. And I don't know if you saw earlier in this very live stream that I myself was approached by the police under the auspices of community policing. Hey, how you doing? We just want to have a conversation and see what's going on, but while also try to fish for reasons to arrest you and demand your ID and all these things and order you about, sir. And I straight up told the first guy as soon as he showed up that I don't like law. I basically don't like the police. I don't like the law enforcement. That's pretty much what I said. Yep. Are you going to come on the show today, highly suspect? I was hoping to get you on the StreamYard on the live stream for 2 hours if you're up to it. I promise not to bring anybody else. I won't just. Last time it was sort of a trial by fire. You did quite well overall. Because that is kind of a whole thing to somebody who's not used to the panels when all these random people are now all of a sudden some random person is talking. Oh, Snafu and Mad Mystic are having a 5-minute argument where they're just yelling at each other. Yeah, I understand that all being off-putting, but if you'd like to come on the broadcast today, sir, as off as yeah, cool. Let's do it. When do you want to do it? as damn, 2 pots a day, says Dick. Supposedly that can inhibit your uptake of certain nutrients, but I'm sure you know that, and I'm sure you've either decided that's bullshit or you know your own way around it. I'm just guessing based on Dick does seem to know exactly what he's doing with his various processes, and I'm noticing his he seems to be up to quite a bit health wise. It certainly shows, I would say. So shout out to Mr. Freedom Grower. Not too many folks, as far as I know, are actually, but I'd say a lot of folks that come here probably have their own health regimen, whatever that may be, if they're willing to entertain, these ideas in that context, whatever that may connote. I think so. Connote. Yeah. All right, man. Yeah, we'll do that. Now, are you going to be able to get on the StreamYard? Is the so I do want to talk to you about, maybe I can't get in your money, right? Like, that's none of my business, but just an Android phone is fairly affordable. You might even be able to hotspot off of your current phone and not just use it for Wi. Do you have an old Android? I would just give you an Android at this point. Do I need to just send you an Android so you can Wi-Fi to get on the StreamYard? I mean, I'm not even like serious, not serious, right? Not serious. Mocha pot. I do like the mocha pot. I have to say, Mental Princess. I'm somewhat proficient with the pour over. I think French press is probably the best way overall for my taste. I'm not willing to deal with that level of cleanup. The mocha pot sort of falls into that too. And I often don't even have a sink, right? So for truck driving, the pour over was perfect. And now that is sort of its own art / there's a bit of skill required, at least initially, to properly extract, from the grounds. But once the person, such as myself, is proficient in that, and sort of knows how to allow for, well, these are more oily, these are, roasted less, or whatever that is, and maybe a little higher temperature, maybe a different technique on the pouring. But yeah, once the person becomes proficient, there are some inherent advantages to the pour over. To me, the major one is the easy cleanup. As long as I have trash, and I almost always have some version of a trash bag or a trash can, especially in the long haul trucking. Super easy to just grab the paper filter and I'm a fancy boy, but I'm not particular. I'll just use the Walmart white filters. If it adds a little fucking flavor, that's just extra flavor as far as I'm concerned. I mean, it's black coffee, right? Like, yeah, I like some gourmet Ethiopian stuff too, or whatever we're doing. Yerga Chefe, anybody? Yeah, I'm down, man. I'm in, but it don't have to be highfalutin. But yeah, the mocha pod has its advantages. Certainly, I've had them at times, and there's something to that. It's very elegant, right? There's something to the simplicity and the elegance. It lends something to the ritual, dare I say. For many people, that the strength and there's something to that. That morning coffee ritual. There's something tangible, right? As difficult as that could prove to verbally describe. Indeed. Well, that's what I like to say. I like coffee, right? So Mr. Suspect, I would say, does not actually like coffee, but I'm certainly no snob. So I would like to think that I managed to embody a certain egalitarian ethos. So certainly, coffee for everyone, of course, if that's what they're asking for, at least. And many times I've been asking for coffee, and I will always have some level of love affair with the stuff. Certainly, I mean, how could I not? It's just, in some ways, it's cannot be beaten, as far as I'm concerned. Like ribeye steaks or pizza. Now, it is possible to have bad coffee. I'm not saying that, but even the worst beans, if freshly ground and even somewhat competently brewed. It's hard, tough to beat. Tough to beat. All right, he's spoiling. He's champing at the bit. All right, sir. Here we go. It's coming your way. Can you click on it in the live chat? I'm just going to put it in the live chat, sir, here on YouTube. And please remember, Mr. Suspect, that part of this is after you click the link. At some point in there, you need to go back to the YouTube. You might. Here's what I would do if I was you. Okay. As soon as you see the link in the chat, sir, this is if I was you, again, not telling you what to do, but this is what I would do. I would pause the YouTube video, just click pause on my live stream. Then I would click the link. And then if you make it into StreamYard, you'll be okay because now the video's paused. Unless you have YouTube. Yeah, that'll either way. So now we won't have to worry about, you're in the StreamYard, but sometimes the problem could be that you forgot. And I do this myself, believe me. Sometimes I get onto a stream and I'm like, oh shit, I got to go hang on, let me go kill my YouTube. And then I have to, maneuver through the phone screens to get back to YouTube to tell it to stop. Right. So it's a whole thing, man. I get it. But so yeah, the more we can, yeah. Okay, good. Dick is game for the mocha pot rabbit hole. I've watched, sir, I'll have you know, I've watched entire YouTube videos about mocha pots. So I don't know what you're going to tell me, buddy. I've seen at least 2 or 3 different YouTube videos on the topic. So clearly I am well informed. I'll tell you exactly why Starbucks is good coffee, Thunder Chicken, and thank you for bringing this up. And as we continue to torture Keith by almost dropping the link, hold that thought, Thunder Chicken. But I have much to say on this topic. And I believe I can put this to rest. I believe I can put this particular topic to bed, just in case anybody's legitimately confused, not as to why people believe, because that implies that implies a certain false belief. Your link is in the chat. Link is highly suspect only, by the way. Highly suspect only. Of course, that at some point will no longer be true, but it'll still be there, right? Because I'm pinning it. So, yeah, whenever you want to get in here, Keith, you're good. Proceed. I want to wrap up on this, though, if you show up while I'm in the middle of my rant. He's probably already paused the stream, though. Assuming he's following directions. But I'll tell you why it is good coffee, Thunder Chicken, and why I, as a homeless person with limited money, would actually choose to spend my money some of the time on Starbucks specifically. Although I certainly would explore keeping it local. And let's see, device is not connected, but that normally happens. Hey, he's here. Hey, brother man, how are you?
All right, then.
Hey, man, if you don't mind, let me wrap up real quick. I'm telling Thunder Chicken why Starbucks is in fact good coffee, but I'm almost done. It won't take long. So Thunder Chicken, the one thing that Starbucks has figured out is they have perfected the proper amount of caffeine for each size of coffee that they sell. It's absolute perfection. They do it better than anybody. Number 2, they have the best lids. Nobody else has it for a to-go cup. They have by far and away the best lids. And dare I say, best cup lid combo. That's a factor as well when purchasing coffee. We're going to be walking around sipping out of it for a while. So that's why, in fact, Starbucks is good coffee. Yes, it doesn't taste good. I agree. The McDonald's literally tastes better, but it does not have the caffeine kick of the Starbucks. How are you, sir? So good to see you today. Thank you for joining the broadcast.
Yeah,
Mr.
hell yeah.
Suspect.
How you doing?
Oh, fucking great, man. Are you kidding me? Life is wonderful. What a beautiful life. Yeah.
A beautiful day. Glad.
Survived the hurricane. Certainly the tech issues as Mr. Suspect's equipment dies. Although, is that my connection? We'll be fighting my connection also. But
Right. Yeah, that shit was.
Yeah, your connection. Your connection took a shit, or mine did. So whatever you said, I heard none of it. The audience may have. I really have no idea because we'll probably be fighting the tech issues throughout. But We'll see what we can do, sir. But unfortunately, I think it was you that time, but it could be me.
All right. Am I here? You hear me?
I think so. I hope so. Yeah, I hope that you can. And eventually, if you do enough of this, you'll sort of be able to tell when it happens. At first, it's difficult to know just exactly what's going on when that happens, but there are some subtle clues that you'll probably start to pick up on over time if you choose to keep joining the broadcast. But I would like to talk about the hurricane. How was the hurricane? Folks may not know that you were in the path of the hurricane. Were you not?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that shit was fucked up. Like, had a little bit of rain. Like, it was mostly storm surge, weather. Not really. It was about 30 miles from the eye or whatever. It was just, yeah, that shit sucked. I'm not used to that. Originally from the Midwest, with tornadoes, not hurricanes.
Indeed,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah,
It's a whole nother animal. Well, we might have lost him again. I think you're back now. You
all right.
disappeared. You disappeared for a moment, unfortunately.
Okay, so when my phone screen like times out, I guess I drop out of the chat.
That's possible, and
you know what I'm saying? Like I got
well,
the
that's
screen.
possibly, but you should not need to refresh the screen. I would say whatever's causing it to time out, if you're able to prevent that, that would be the thing to do. So even if you need, well, real quick, even if you need to change the setting where temporarily your screen will stay on, and then put the phone somewhere where you're not going to touch the screen, because between touching the screen, which I also do on StreamYard, it's very easy to accidentally touch the screen in a way that will cause it to think that you've clicked off of the page. If that makes sense.
Yeah, 10-4. I'm not tech savvy at all.
Well, I agree, and I'm not either. So I'm suggesting that you might set the phone to leave the screen on. So you might change the phone setting temporarily to leave the screen on, and then intentionally put the phone somewhere where you won't touch it. That's what and no tech savvy required to do any of that.
10-4.
So it's actually, we're defeating our own lack of tech savviness instead of just going, well, I'm not tech savvy and I can't become that in the next 5 minutes. So I guess I give up. Right. So, well, or we might adapt and overcome, sir. Perhaps.
Yes. Agreed.
Perhaps.
Yeah, I was just being. Yeah.
You're good, man.
Was to be like, okay, I just can't do this. No, I got you.
Yeah. And believe me, all of us boomers have gone through exactly what you're going through with the StreamYard. Every single one of us that calls into these things.
Right.
We've all accidentally touched the screen. We've all realized that we're really not that tech savvy. We've all had these issues, but eventually everybody tends to overcome it. So I firmly believe that you will. I really feel like that's going to happen. It's not anything you're doing. It's not anything you're lacking that we have and you don't. It's not. It's just You will overcome it. Yeah.
Yeah. So man, I seen the earlier when the the law enforcement agency.
Yes.
That shit, like for real, like.
Now that we've had, hang on real quick. We've had two different instances. Do you mean mine or do you mean Mitchell's?
No, yours.
Okay, good. Gotcha. Go ahead.
I just caught the end of Mitchell's.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and I was like so triggered by that shit when I seen that. I was like, them fucking, what the, and actually, I don't really feel like they were just like going out of their way to fuck with you or nothing.
No, they weren't. They were genuinely curious, for sure.
Yeah, I got you.
No doubt about it.
Yeah. I think they've just been conditioned to, with
I think Mr. Suspect's phone has probably the screen has most likely turned itself off again, or he's accidentally touched the screen. I'm assuming probably
yeah,
some sort of. And you're breaking up, sir, very badly, or I am potentially, but that's always in play. I'm pretty sure I've got a good connection right now, though.
yeah,
Pretty,
it must
pretty
be
sure.
mine. Kind
Yeah,
of.
yours does that pretty much across the board. I've noticed, and that's probably, unfortunately, that's probably a function of where you live. Sadly,
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah,
yep.
kind of almost a rural area in Thomasville, Georgia.
Indeed, sir. Indeed.
Yeah, I'm like 30 minutes from Tallahassee, but I'm like in on the countryside of it. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, definitely, and it's all
Yeah.
pretty much country, just for some people's perspectives. But it's just kind of a shitty. I mean, let's just call it what it is. It's all
Yeah.
a lot of kind of shitty areas, but
Mhm.
I'm in a lot of shitty areas too. So
I literally have no. There are no towers there at my work.
yes,
At my work. Yeah, like unless I'm linked up to Wi-Fi, all I can really actually do is like see a message that someone sends. I really can't send one back. If that
yes,
until I drive down the road 10 miles and come toward town, then I start getting
gotcha,
messages.
gotcha.
Yeah, that's how. But
Well, and then we get into something I've done in the past, which is if you know you're gonna, and I'm just saying you could do this in the future. Like if I know I'm gonna call into a show at like 10 a.m. on a Saturday or whatever, I might choose to go somewhere in town. And I'm not saying you should, I'm saying you could if you wanted to, so that I know I'm at least on some decent Wi-Fi or whatever, if that makes sense.
so you having said that, actually, if you go to
Yeah.
the US 19 up here, where all the stores are at, the strip malls and everything, you will not have
Yeah,
no
yeah.
service. I don't know why you don't have service there.
Well, you
For like,
will have service. Are you saying that you will have service?
no, I won't. Like it's just
Okay, well, I'll tell you what that
yeah,
is if you'd like to know what that is, sir.
sure,
That's just network congestion. The network is there's too much going on the network because the reality is the way these small areas work, a lot of people have smartphones and a lot of people use a lot of data, right? But it's like everybody's kind of using it at the same time of day because
yeah,
everybody kind of has the same hours. Like so at 2 a.m, it probably works great down there. But everybody's there shopping all at the same time, and the network cannot accommodate all that traffic.
right. I got you. Yeah,
That's most likely what that
yeah,
is.
probably so. Yeah,
But in a larger city, the network is set up to accommodate even more than the normal level of traffic because they know at certain times, like, oh, there's a special event in town. We need more capacity, if that makes sense.
right.
But the rural
But
area, it's never they never need more capacity, and the locals can't tell the difference anyway or care even. But go ahead.
right, yeah. But in the mainstream media's defense, we did actually in 1968, 247,000 miles away, talk back to us with a
Of
system.
course, yeah, beamed a signal, a TV signal, yeah, of the moon landing.
Yeah, to a fucking, with a
Of course.
citizen radio and D cell batteries and
Hey,
actually,
might as
yep.
well have been two cans and a string, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah,
I'm as likely to believe that as the anything else.
yeah, like it's just,
I mean, literally.
and
Oh, and real quick, by the way,
yeah,
real quick, since you said the end of Mitchell, that was merely the first round because I'm still screen
oh,
capturing, so I
okay,
can see, dude. It's like 3.5 more hours of him dealing with the cops.
really,
Dude, he gets into it, man. Mitchell he's a wild man, like for real. I'm pretty sure he was a professional like motocross racer or something. I think he earned his living in motocross, like not even
uh-huh.
kidding. And then he had a real bad accident, maybe related to motorcycles. I don't even know. And he couldn't walk for like 2 years.
Okay,
He's a legit wild man, like an
yeah,
actual wild man. Yeah, for real. But like
um,
small and like, very non-threatening in appearance. But go ahead.
yeah, no, I okay, so
Yeah.
I've had like I would say in the past like year and a half, 3, I don't like incidents or whatever. Like I've had to speak to the police, and
And we lost highly suspect. Now, was it because of the way he's interacting with his phone, or is it the network? See, now I think this might be the phone, but
Mother?
I think you're back, and now I'm wondering, is it the phone, or like, are you still having screen problems, and maybe it thinks that you're touching the screen even though you're not? Because sometimes that happens. Sometimes the phone just decides that you touched it, but you didn't, right?
Yeah, must
You ever
be.
had that happen?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a real thing. So is the screen still turning off, or does it stay on the entire time we're talking?
And blowing,
Okay.
I'm
But
looking
it
at
stays on the whole time and it never turns off?
Mhm.
Okay, cool. So yeah, it's
Yeah.
probably just the network then. So yeah, we'll just chalk that up to network. Cool, man.
Yeah. Anyways,
Yep.
speaking with the whatever so-called authorities,
Sure,
authorities.
yeah. Well,
Yeah,
yeah, of course, yeah.
and having a little bit of knowledge, like not getting into a contract with them, or discussing my day with them, or what the fuck I'm doing. Um, it I would say that like 98% of them have no fucking idea what they're doing, what the
Don't know,
law.
don't care. Yeah, don't
Yeah,
know, don't care.
right. Like one Georgia state trooper pulled me over for. He said I had a headlight out. It was not out. I literally seen the reflection of my headlights in the car in front of me. He was like, "You have a headlight out," and I'm like, "Are you sure? Can I get out and look?" And he's like, "No, just you're okay. I just wanted to check with you." I'm like, so, and I at the time I didn't know, but I don't think that having a headlight out was like a probable cause, or reasonable reasonable articulated suspicion to stop anyone in Georgia by their law. And he was just like, "Okay, man, so hey, man, your eyes are kind of red." I was like, "Yeah, man, I've been working fucking 12 hours a day in a fucking sawmill. Yeah, they're fucking red. I work 80 hours a fucking week. I'm tired. I'm trying to go home, man. I want to get a fucking shower. Got sawdust in my eyes, sweat all day." "Oh, okay, man. So where are you coming from?" "I just told you, a sawmill right down the road here." Like, it was the whole. I picked up on what he was doing. He was just trying to get me to discuss my, date with him, and I'm like, I gave him enough information where he kept fishing, I guess, or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, was just trying to keep me in the conversation. I was like, "Okay, so am I free to leave? Am I free to leave?" "Yeah, yeah, yeah, man, you can go." "So, where you headed?" I was like, "What? Am I free to leave?" "It don't matter where I'm fucking going. It's none of your fucking business. It does not fucking matter. Where are you fucking going, motherfucker?" You know what I mean? Going to fuck with someone else? Like, and I get triggered by that shit, when I see it. And then seeing Mitchell.
Bro, I used to straight up ask them what position did they fuck their wife in last night. I'm not even
Really?
kidding. I'm
Yeah.
not joking. When they asked the first personal question, back before I agreed to not just be a dick to them, I said, "Man, what position did you fuck your wife in last night?" And just look at them.
Yeah, like
I'll just intentionally ask something that's clearly inappropriate and none of
none
my
of their
fucking
yeah,
business.
right. None of your business.
And I'm
They're fucking.
communicating to him, "Hey, it's clearly none of my business what position you fucked your wife in last night."
Right.
But
Yeah.
I just used to, oh, dude, I used to be crazy, man. I'm just do
Yeah.
all kind of wild shit. And
And
like, what do they say to that, right? It's like, oh my
right.
God, what's the, like what? Now they sort of know not to fucking ask me something personal.
I can
Where am I
look
coming
back.
from? Where you go? Where you headed? That way, motherfucker. You could tell because I was going in that direction
Right.
when you stopped me. Now, are we done here?
Right.
Can I get back to heading in that direction again, or
Yeah.
what else do you need from me, sir?
And I'm gonna.
Mind if I go?
I have in the past. When I look back on it, like a little reflection or whatever, like, man, I have told these motherfuckers every goddamn aspect of my day, trying to get out of being stopped. Which,
Yeah, yeah.
you know what I mean? Oh,
Yeah,
I
it's
did
hilarious.
this and I was fucking there, and I'm, like, it's none of. I do know, like, I got a friend that
Have you tried just telling them and it's none of their business and as respectful a way as possible? Like, I'll
Not
just
yet.
say very nicely, like, hey, I don't really think that's any of your business. Like, but respectfully, sir. I
Yeah,
don't see
no,
how that's
yeah,
any of your concern. But thank you for your concern. Like that can actually work, believe it or not, depending on
yeah.
how you
Like
say it.
when, and I've
And I'm
seen
sorry
clips.
for the problem solving, but I do find this interesting. But please go ahead.
No, I've seen clips and videos of where they're trained, in their academies, or whatever, get you in a contract with them where they fish for info or intel off you, and you or
Yeah, it's
someone,
called fishing. They just
yeah,
go fishing.
yeah, and you start getting in these contracts. Now,
Well,
okay, so
I
you're
don't,
here,
but yeah, people do sometimes.
yeah,
Yeah, certainly.
okay, yeah.
It's
What I'm
easy for people to not understand. That's why Mitchell says it very specifically. Mitchell, he talks about beneficiary and contract and all of these things and liable and
uh-huh.
you know
Yeah, yeah.
that's a real thing. It's based on
It,
contract law, like literally.
it fucking is. And when they say,
Yeah.
"Do you understand?" Do
Well,
you?
but you have to know that's when you say that, a portion of the audience associates that with people who get made fun of for being sob sits. So you need to know when you're adopting the language that gets
Yeah,
ridiculed. I don't think you understand that particular framing is ridiculed in certain circles.
yeah.
So you're
Okay.
like sort of, it's okay to refer to that ironically, but you're referring to it
Yeah.
like earnestly, and it's
Hmm.
it's
Okay.
strange. It's strange,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
It's
It's
become a meme ultimately. And
yeah.
everybody understands that at this point.
Yeah.
Like
Okay.
we all know that, right? But
And to the audience, I'm not
it's
like
become like a cliche of itself. Well, but I have to say this for them, but I can't
okay,
just let that get by, right?
sure.
I have to, as the broadcaster, I have to.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they get uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable. It introduces a tension that a lot of folks aren't comfortable with, and eventually they might start to see, oh, what else is happening? Maybe maybe somebody else just went live. They want to check out. See,
Uh-huh.
it's up to me to resolve that to have as pleasing of an environment as possible for the audience, which is now
Yeah.
31 people, which ain't too bad for 8:30 on a Sunday morning or Saturday, whatever day it is. I think it's Sunday, but go ahead.
I
Is it
believe it's
Sunday?
I think
Saturday. Yeah,
it's Saturday.
Saturday. Yeah,
Saturday.
often
Yeah.
don't know the name of the day of the week, but please continue, sir. Great
No,
stuff.
no.
Thank you for joining the broadcast.
Yeah, no, man. I enjoy talking with you. Yeah,
Well, you're not talking with me though. You're performing on a broadcast, to be clear. But part of performing on the broadcast is that you and I are having a conversation. But please continue.
yeah.
Although Ralph Loreno famously came on the podcast, and I mentioned the audience, he said, "I don't give a fuck about the audience. I'm here to talk to you." So that's also fair on some level. But short of you
Ralph,
saying "fuck the audience," I'm gonna step in and assume that you have some desire to please
no,
the audience, which maybe you
Ralph,
don't. I don't know.
no. I mean, like, it doesn't matter if anybody's listening to me or whatever. No,
Yes.
it's
Got you.
yeah. So
Well, it
Ralph,
matters to me, sir. Please. It matters very much
yeah,
to me, but
I,
please continue.
and you're, yeah. So Ralph, that was the guy that talked
Ralph
about
Loreno.
he was the guy on the pirate radio before.
He was
He
on several episodes of the Nightmare Dystopia podcast, as
yeah,
were you, sir. Yes.
yeah, and he was talking about the cows and cattle and like
Oxen, using animals, for work and not eating them, but using the milk. So, like
right.
a literal Hindu perspective of cows, indeed.
Uh-huh.
Cow is like some symbol of the mother, or a stand-in
Right.
for
That's
Mother Nature itself in a certain way.
yeah, I remember now. Okay. Yeah,
Yep.
that's who I yeah, very yeah, that guy very intelligent, way up there in my opinion. Um yeah, I recall him talking about, slaughterhouses, I guess, if you will. And
Well, no, the meat industry, and meat
right.
is murder as practiced in this country, certainly. I mean,
Yeah.
it does rise to that level as far as I'm concerned.
Hmm.
I have
Yeah.
no issue around eating animals. My issue is with how horrific and nightmarish the meat industry is, regardless of what anybody says. My mind's made
Yeah.
up and I'm not changing it.
Yeah, it's yeah, that I'm on the same page with you.
But I'm
Like,
going to go to the grocery store and eat the fuck out of a steak if I want to. That's just called
right?
life. Deal with it.
Yeah. Uh huh. I got you.
And if anybody else thinks that's immoral, that's on them. I'm obviously voting with my feet, meaning my actions. So clearly, I understand I'm backing my own play to some extent because there are actual vegans around. I don't know if you know that. I know you're never around vegans for the most part, but there are vegans in certain places, Mr. Suspect, who may have left the broadcast yet again, potentially. Although he hasn't just completely disconnected as far as his
Well,
icon. Once, I think you're back now. You were gone, but I believe
wow.
you've returned.
I,
Yeah, this
I
is never not going to happen until you get on some form of a stable internet.
yeah, I really don't know what's going on with that.
No, it's going to happen repeatedly. There's just nothing anybody can do about it.
Uh,
But eventually, if you want to, you'll be able to get on a little better equipment or a little better connection potentially.
yeah, I got you. I did do like and this was like a whole. And please don't nobody take this the wrong way. I seen a clip where somebody was like, yeah, just like give it 21 days, try vegetables. I didn't go like vegan, but I
Well,
did.
but let's be clear. But it needs to be stated. So you can just say it was suggested that I try a vegetarian diet. It's
Yeah, it was.
possible to just
Oh,
say that for the audience. So yeah, please continue. We can understand that in a one sentence description. We don't need to explain what the concept itself is. Again, you're used to talking to the dumbos who need to have it explained to them what a vegetarian diet means. They don't know what it means to adopt a vegetarian diet. They literally don't know what that means. These folks understand they understand what that means. So we can just say it was suggested that I adopt a vegetarian diet as by way of shorthand, if that makes sense. While we're waiting for Mr. Suspect to return, because he's gone yet again. Happy Labor Day. Is it a holiday? Am I not going to be able to go to the library on Monday? Not that I was going anyway. Yeah, worry not about the audience. I worry about the audience, but I am the audience to some extent. I believe you've returned now after being gone yet again, sir.
okay, man. My
There's nothing you can do. There's no reason.
Yeah,
Either you need to not
know.
come on the live stream, or you're just going to have to accept that this is what happens. And it's worse when you want to be like, oh man, I don't know what's going on. And dude, it is what it is. We all understand it by now. We're just gonna deal with it. But it makes it worse to actually go through that, whatever that lament is, every time it happens, because it's going to continue to happen no matter what. We don't blame you personally for it. There's nothing you can do, literally.
Am I still there?
I think so. And part of the technology is it's not going to let us really go back and forth that effectively.
All right.
So, and if you start trying to make noises, like just sort of as I'm talking, now the phone's going to think you're taking over, and everything gets confused because it doesn't know if you're the one that's going to be talking or if I'm the one that's going to. It introduces like a confusion, if that makes sense. It almost becomes like a walkie-talkie at a certain point. If your network is real shitty and mine's real shitty, then that's what ends up happening. But mine's actually not bad. Like my connection's doing okay. Yours is terrible. So, so the more you make noise while I'm talking, the more it doesn't work properly, if that makes sense. And we're definitely running into just general trust issues like what Kim before the storm exhibited, where highly suspect doesn't completely trust me to steer the conversation in the proper direction. So as I'm talking, depending on where he thinks I might be going, he's having some anxiety, most likely, although I can't be sure, but probably he's starting to make some utterances and some mouth noises, and it's confusing the technology, if that makes sense, because there's really no reason for that noise to be there. Otherwise, like, it doesn't make sense, because he's not actually because occasionally I will just sort of, add a exclamation point onto something, but I know that I can only really do that like in a certain spot or it'll fuck up the tech. So it's a whole skill in and of itself, even being able to come on a panel. But you are muted, sir, by the way. Your microphone's muted. And I don't think he realized that his mic was muted, so that's probably what happened there. Yeah, but and we know that the tech does work, and we know that other people are able to use it. But I know for a fact I struggled with it initially. I found the phone to be much easier. I think half his problem is that he's on Apple, though, because pretty much everybody that comes on here is on Android, right? I mean, that is one thing about the truthers. We're almost all Android. Now, I would say that's a bad sign to some extent, although some people choose Apple, and I'm sure it is better in many ways. And certainly the quality of his phone is not lacking. We know that because Apple has good hardware generally, I would say. But at this point, I would trust $100 ZTE handset from Walmart. I'm not even kidding. I think just your run-of-the-mill $100 handset from even an LG makes some. Samsung probably makes a $100 phone. I think that even hotspotted off of his Apple, his iPhone. I bet you it would work great compared to whatever he's dealing with now, right? Nice, dude. Yeah, rest in peace, Jimmy Buffett. Indeed. What's up, HMFIC Steve? And at a certain level, like it's just kind of up to the person to be able to have their tech working, right? And this is, by the way, part of the reason why I have not appeared on Mr. Unslave. I haven't been on Mr. Unslave's broadcast in probably at least a good 2 weeks, which is, for me, that is kind of a long time in a way. But I'm not going to inflict my poor internet onto his broadcast, right? I'm the one choosing to have poor internet. And that's true with Keith to some extent. And I think maybe this is why he's confused as to why other people want to use email. Other people want to use, it's not that we want to use email, Keith. We want to use the internet and not our phones. But I can see that Keith is living in an area where he's more or less forced to use his phone, it seems. And maybe try the T-Mobile. I don't know. I can't really make suggestions, but there are things that can be done, Keith. Even if it comes down to just might have to go to town if you want to be on the broadcast, every Saturday at 8 a.m. If that's something that you might want to do, sir. Maybe you see me. Half the reason why I started these walk and talks is that I'm not able to talk this loud, inside my hovel at 2 a.m. So I necessarily, invention is the necessity is the mother of invention style. Here I am, like, here we are. I'm on the verge of going I'm on the verge of going all in with the IRL, sir. Did Jimmy Buffett die? Oh my goodness. Just wait till we get into the Mandelas, right? Did Razvan not realize that he's not under one of his sock accounts? I don't know. What is this? What is that, Razvan? I don't even know what's happening at this point. Ice Grill's coming in hot, perhaps. I haven't read this yet. Although y'all may not know this, there was a time in which, if y'all ever used to watch that Steel Toe Morning Show, or maybe some of you still do, there was a time when I could tell that Mr. Aaron Imholt, the main host, the main broadcaster, although sometimes he's he always has a co-host now that I think about it, almost always. Mitchell's still mixing it up, it looks like, to some extent with the authorities, the air quotes authorities. And anyway, broadcasting school, Mr. Suspect. Here's what I have to say. I don't know that you seem to, for whatever reason, you seem to want to continue working. And I guess some people just like to work, which is great. I actually like to work also, but now we get into my own debilitation via various illnesses. But, what if it were possible to earn at least a portion of your monthly income from, content creation? Why not? Right. I'm not saying that will happen or would happen, but it could, right? It's possible. Just a little bit of work, man. A little bit of work on the, smooth out the rough edges, as it were. Wouldn't take much, man. A little bit of work here and there. Accept a little bit of criticism, perhaps. The boomer, but at one point, I could tell that Mr. Imholt was really, he would zero in on my posts, but the problem is, or my live chats, but the problem is, I might be doing some good comedy writing, and I am that to some extent at times. I can be a joke writer, like just typing jokes in a stream of consciousness, and then it's up to the Howard Stern of the show or whoever's running the show to figure out how to work the jokes in. But the problem is he wouldn't always wait to see if it was one of my bad comments or not. I'm like, damn, dude, would you quit reading my bad comments out loud? What is this? But he used to zero in on mine. So yeah, Ice Grills, I'll highlight yours before I even read it. The Boomer Swinger community will not be the same without a cheeseburger in paradise. I see what you did there. Jay Heighton, greetings. He is not dead. Watch him come again. Oh wait, these sketchy elite people are all of the sudden dying, maybe leaving the other side. Don't know what you mean, but thanks for being here indeed. You seem to be Divine Spirit, at least, perhaps is picking up what you're putting down. Razvan's piecing them up out here to some extent. Should we go through some of the thumbnails? I've been taking screenshots. Maybe, perhaps that's something we could do, right? Yeah, we could do a little slideshow, perhaps. And then in this format, there's always the chance that I might accidentally show something that I didn't know was in there, right? It's like, oops. Yeah, we see what you've been looking at, Ben. But sometimes it's worth the risk, right? Let me make sure this is working real quick. Yeah, it seems to be working. Although, how about you fire up the second monitor, you bozo, and shout out to who I believe to have been shouting at clouds. I'm pretty sure sent $100 Amazon gift card back in the day and paid for the second monitor or the dual monitor setup. So I had one 14-inch, portable LCD. Now the broadcast has a second one. So let's go ahead and turn it on, sir. Let's go ahead and get your screen share on the screen if we could. That's not too much trouble. Yeah, there we go. Escape, drag, maximize, double click. How about you? I love it. I love it. Wait a minute. Now it's not going to. Okay, there we go. Yeah. This is the screenshots I've been taking for my thumbnails. Let's do this. Actually, let's really get fancy. Nice. I love it. Benton, it's Scagnetti on Scagnetti time. Yeah, that happens sometimes, Dick. That's the thing. Apparently, this is happening to multiple folks. Imagine that, right? Imagine that. Oh, goodness. Yeah, rest in peace, Margaritaville, indeed. But back to me on the slideshow, by the way. Oh, can I just set this to slideshow? Oh, of course. Lovely. Now there's a potential for forgetting I'm doing a slideshow, and then it's like, oops, is that really in the same directory, sir? Yeah, I can't even do a slideshow because I'm not exactly sure what all's in the directory. Nothing too bad, certainly. Top chat is asshole. There you go. I love it. I love it. Indeed, if you mean what I think you do. Why your grandma has to work, doesn't she have pension? Exactly. Of course, the Europeans don't understand the plight of the American in this regard. Yeah, we're for some reason some of the elderly end up either literally or metaphorically dying on the Walmart floor, as Mr. Caleb Hammer likes to put it. There's a shout out to Razvan with the $20, 20 pounds sterling, I believe is how that's said. Super chat. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Oh, it's time to replace the battery. Thank y'all for the something else, by the way, that paid for by Amazon donations. And I will not grift, obviously, but at the risk of being viewed as grifting or seeking donations, I will mention that as I go to the 12-pack on Amazon, which are these batteries, AC Delco, and they seem to be as good or better than anything I buy in the stores around here or anywhere else for that matter. So there's always that. There can be quite expensive. running with tax for 12, somewhere around $15 on Amazon typically. The price fluctuates, of course, but about halfway through. About halfway through the package. But to me, there are some drawbacks, and I know a lot of people are thinking, what about a rechargeable? Apparently 9-volt rechargeables do not play well with just audio devices in general, from what I understand. Particularly microphones, or in this case a mixer slash microphone preamps. But it's worth it to me. And again, I'm happy to pay for whatever I'm able to pay for. But certainly there's been times when the broadcast more or less supported itself. And there was times when Robin was, she paid for most of a 4G hotspot, than actual physical hardware hotspot. So for at least a couple of months in a row, I think 3 months maybe, but at least 2, I had either 100 gig of Verizon hotspot or 150, one of the two, just depending, because it was hard to use that 150 some of the time. And again, still toying with the idea of and I like the no trucks sign in the background of this one too. That's why I took that. And yeah, I'm rambling, so I think I'm doing okay. I think I might. I see some people are dropping out, so got a little too rambly there, a little too inside baseball. So that in fact is the thumbnail for this broadcast, I believe. No, that one. That's it. Yeah. And here's the do not enter. Some of these came out pretty well, I thought. And shout out to Yurt earlier mentioning some of the visual arts that perhaps he's appreciated some of the arguably visual arts portions of the broadcast and the recent IRL content. So if that's true, sir, then thank you for that. Oh, and I will put this banner back up just in case it's not clear. The broadcast has ended, and as well does the reality that the broadcast continues nearly unabated, right? So please, everybody, feel free to come and go. Sometimes other people go live, or I don't know or care really at this point what's going on, but I will kill my cam. I see my connection suffering now, but and we will thank Mr. Highly Suspect for attempting to join the broadcast, but and I don't know, what he's got going on, but I don't know. We might just have to talk to him on the phone, I guess. I might surrender. And, as much as this Trump branding around never surrender, and then even, and I think maybe he was joking to some extent, but even Paul Enslave was saying, maybe I'll have a never surrender themed t-shirt. Maybe he will. I don't know. I'm sure it'll be well done and humorous if he does. But, yeah, there's the super chat again. I lost my point. Apologies for the THC. That was also a thumbnail for one of the, and still is, I believe. But yeah, I'm enjoying the selfies, Yurt, clearly, as you can see. And in fact, I can get baked Alaska if I want to later today and just spend literal hours just taking screenshots to my heart's content. One day someone may hit my live tab on my channel, and that'll be the thumbnail. Will be like my face all lit up with the people flashing there. The guy shining his flashlight on me. I like that with the lens flare too. I'm a fan, and the shape of my grape. Yeah, thank you, Divine Spirit. I like some of those do not enters came out pretty well, and that's just 240p and just pausing and just kind of seeing what I can catch. So I'm still toying with the idea of an intentionally shitty looking style of compression for the intentional shittiness, but then with the audio, the baked in audio deficiencies, I probably won't. Probably still going to stick with some version of a phone for the IRL stuff. That seems to be the most convenient, certainly easiest, most foolproof. Should I say that? Is that the way to say it? The most foolproof, the most broadcaster proof. That one also, that was almost a thumbnail recently. And I like the Mr. Pie. That Mr. Pie is the comment. But yeah, if anybody just wants to, if anybody ever feels compelled or moved, just realize if you try to use especially your debit card to go on to especially on your account on the YouTube site, they're very strict. They err on the side of just declining when somebody's trying to buy a gift card. So might need to be accomplished in person, which I understand can be inconvenient. But I've had folks send Walmart to Walmarts, by the way. But yeah, Mr. Suspect, I'll talk to you on email if that's okay. And if you just decide that, hey, man, I'm just going to have to talk to you on the phone, then give me some time and I'll set up my equipment to be able to broadcast, to have you on the broadcast on a phone call, if that's okay. Because I understand the StreamYard is just really not going to work. How we ever got the Discord to work back in the day? The Discord actually for him, it worked better than this, certainly. Miss Blanche says she fell asleep after the cops came by last night and the stream stayed up the whole night. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Is that my stream or somebody else's? I'm lost. It's a nominal fee, Gary Baxter. It's I think it's like Dow's been sending enough to cover the StreamYard, and it's like a $4 fee, but I think he's been sending more, and that's probably why, because paying $4 to send 25, it's obviously not very economical, certainly. So, the Walmart to Walmart would probably it makes more sense to, a higher amount, because if it's $4 on 25, or it's 4 on 40, or if it's 4 on 80, right? At a certain point, it sort of becomes almost an incentive. So I'm just saying that's a possibility. I've had people, in fact, I believe the person suggested that, or I might have thought of it. I don't know exactly, but I'm definitely going to do Venmo. I committed to Venmo, but I'm actually starting to think about Cash App, because Rob said that Cash App works. He seemed to recommend it. Oh, my stream. Thank you, Blanche. Yeah. Yeah, I like this one quite a bit, I must say. Scagnetti at the risk of Scagnettiing my own Scagnetti. Wait a minute, can't do that. Still got to have the Mr. Pie on there. Yep. So yeah, I mean, definitely thank you all for affording me the ability to do this and have an audience. Thank you. Definitely grateful for a 25 in the house, but I can certainly see when folks are going to sleep. To be fair, some folks are just going to sleep. This one's good too with the JFK beta, and I did a thumbnail on purpose with the JFK beta, but I forgot to make the screenshot. I needed to make the screenshot, or rather the thumbnail, in GIMP, because I need to intentionally leave black space at the bottom of the thumbnail, because in YouTube, that stream upcoming announcement, or live in 2 hours, or whatever that is, that will cover up. It can cover up the comment on the screen. So I'm learning how to format the thumbnail in GIMP. That's the software I use, which is it's effectively Photoshop, or maybe an earlier version of Photoshop. It's basically that, which I've never even really been proficient overall, but I can do certain things in Photoshop and or GIMP, certain things. And I've added layers to my repertoire out of necessity, in order to be able to give the corporates, Benito Mussolini's helicopter hand, in order to give it what it requested in order to register my vehicle in Arkansas. That reminds me, I'm going to have my mom send me the title to my car, because I will say, trading that car, amongst maybe trading it and some of my possessions for a different car, that's certainly on the table. Trading some of my possessions for the repairs, selling some of my possessions for the repairs, that's all on the table, right? But I'm becoming more and more motivated to, if not this vehicle, certainly a vehicle. Although I do prefer this one in many ways. Clutch job, though, the economics of the clutch job versus even what the car is worth with the clutch job performed, and what it is going to be hard to sell a manual. So if it's a manual that needs a clutch job, it's kind of not even that much worse, probably, considering how much money I would get. Yeah, I won't get as much, but I could still sell the thing for some amount of money. Yeah, bartering, exactly. Yeah, if enough people say Cash App, the thing is, if it's left to my own judgment, Gary, then I just tend to. My thing is Jack Dorsey. He's been on Rogan. He's used to run Twitter. He was one of the founders of Cash App, but maybe he's just money man behind the scenes. I don't know. Right. I'm definitely not using PayPal. Venmo seemed to work, But as soon as I install Cash App, it's right off the gate saying, hey, punch in your debit card number. Yeah, I realize at a certain point I'm just trusting the process. But then I start to think, well, maybe I should sign up for a second debit card and use a, sort of an isolated debit card, right? But then it's like, okay, all of those prepaid debit cards, they work by, they'll let me buy it and load money on it, but then they all mail me a card, to the address that I register with my name on it, which there's probably ways around that, but I'm pretty sure the Patriot Act actually was what that's based on, which is why I think, even though I'm said that I'm in a database that says I cannot have a checking account and my connection is dying. So I'm in a database that says I'm not able to have a checking account, but I believe that, and I tried to address this earlier, but based on probably spiritual law that the system has no choice but to operate under, they sort of have to let me have something like a prepaid debit card in order to be able to get paid on a direct deposit, right? Which that is technically a checking account. So probably that's written into the Patriot Act somewhere, because spiritual law probably says, okay, maybe you can, under certain contract, maybe in policy and code, maybe we can cut him off from whatever Bank of America is doing in Wells Fargo. Well, he doesn't want those anymore anyway. So it's like, yeah, we're both parties are agreeing to part ways as far as that goes. At least as far as I can tell, right? It's supposed to be a slideshow, sir. How about you get to this, just showing slides? I kind of like that with the 3 too, as well. I tried to get the 2 in the 1, but I don't think I got it. Oh, and the expect delays, but it didn't quite translate as strongly as I thought it might. But I do like the Capricorny shut the mouth shh. That I really enjoy some of the feminine or the female comments, certainly, especially with the female sounding names, arguably, and the female avatars. And yeah. And for anybody who's ever wondered, I have at times chosen to, like in a video game, if I'm able to choose a female character, there's been times when I would choose a female character. When O'Shea tried to make fun of me by implying that I might be, my favorite Sopranos character might have been the gay dude. It's like, no, that's in fact quite the opposite. I tend towards the female characters in many ways. I'm always fascinated with the female characters if they're well developed. They're not always written as actual people, as we know. The ones that are written as actual human beings, anyway. But I'd forgotten about there's a mob boss lady in Italy. Tony goes to Italy at a certain point, and in the show, and hold on. And there's a female. She's not officially a boss over there in the mafia, but she's functioning as a boss. She's like operating as a boss effectively. And I'd forgotten that I really enjoyed her character also. Certainly, I've never been the type to be threatened by a so-called powerful woman, and I've experienced. I had the, I've been able to be exposed to powerful, what I would view as powerful women or strong women, pretty much from day one in my life. So, just want to make that clear as much as possible. Certainly. What do y'all think of that? Little heavy on the lens flare, but I'm digging it to some extent. That sort of works, but the wrong orientation clearly. Or is that even a thing? Wrong orientation. And now this gets into almost a surreal effect. And this is why, like, as people start, applying filters to their pictures, and it's even built into the app probably, and StreamYard even probably does something to it with whatever its compression is. Who even knows, right? What processing or filtering it's doing. But I'm seeing in some of these almost looking like almost like a sigil magic effect. I was talking about this on a recent broadcast, actually. You seeing down here by the one way, close to the comment, that whatever that is, that's especially seeing some of this, like Damien Eccles was, big, and probably is big into the, what he might refer to as white magic, but sigil magic, so-called. And I've had people ask about that before, like even in the old CBO Discord days, and I would never really pipe up too much, but I'd be like, yeah, I've looked into some of that. And even maybe some chanting, some certain types of chants. I've certainly took a turn into the occult at a certain point, and I've certainly repented from what I consider a sin, but based only on my own knowing, right? Certainly not in a strictly religious or Christian context as far as enforcing that on anybody. But these do kind of almost looks evil with the red light there, right? It's interesting the aesthetic and how sort of the reality itself seems to be in play to some extent. Get them, Gary. Yeah, and the reality is, Razvan's contributions they will grant him some leeway, although debatably I had already granted him that leeway to a certain extent, just based on our own. And me and him don't always get along, lest we forget. There's times when me and Razvan ain't speaking necessarily. Me and JG, the same thing. And then JG popped in the other day. Maybe he forgot that he wasn't on one of his socks. I don't know. At some point, are the people even accurately tracking which sock they're on? And yet another reason why I don't use socks. And, I'm just the right age and the right level of narcissism. It's like, I want y'all to know this is me. This is fucking gold. This is gold, Jerry, on some level. But yeah, that's just straight up sigils, right? Am I crazy? Am I just, am I set up for symbols, processing symbols? And maybe other folks are not. But yeah, it's a bunch of cranky old men in the chat, ultimately. By the way, fellas, had you stopped to consider that there's ladies present? And I don't mean in a, oh, well, their delicate sensibilities can't handle this. Quite the contrary. My experience of ladies has been they're far nastier than we could ever even imagine in many, many ways. Far beyond a group of fellas talking about certain topics versus a group of women. Completely different sport. Different ballpark, different league, as they might say, but to be sure. But the fellas may factor in that the ladies probably not that interested in the early morning cranky old man energies. But do as you will, not, and that's certainly not the whole of the law. But in a certain sense, I would say that is indeed appropriate within reason, of course. To be sure. Yeah, it's bizarre, man. Very bizarre. The sigils. What I perceive as sigils on some level, sigil magic. That one is particularly ominous. Ominous. Yeah, right. Whereas, I don't know that he has none, but you're not far off there, Divine Spirit. He's certainly, it's not that hyperbolic to say that. That worked out pretty good. See, this is what I mean by the intentional shittiness of the compression. So when me and Trump Matrix were talking about how JPEG is shitty compression, see, like whatever this is, because it's 240 and this is like clouds, right? This formation. And I know I'm fighting my connection, but see, I like that this looks shitty. Like I think this is better in a way. So I'm thinking about intentionally getting a point and shoot camera that also does Apple QuickTime motion JPEG, and JPEG is shitty compression, as we talked about yesterday. But see, I like that. That works for me. I enjoy it. But then it just sort of does whatever it does. I'm not really able to direct it. I think it works particularly well in the low light. It's just my opinion. So, or maybe I can just keep doing it with the phone, and just the platform itself will sort of do that. Between the 240p, I'm enforcing the 240p because of connection issues, but then also preferring that aesthetic to an extent. Even the 144p, I choose to watch stuff in 144p some of the time. Now there's the Apocalypse Now visage, if that's a thing. And we got to bring, lest I forget to bring that back. Yeah, the next one looks cool. Also, that's also Apocalypse Now. That's Martin Sheen's character coming up. He was tasked, lest we forget, he was tasked with penetrating deep into the heart of darkness, by the way, in a sense, which apparently wasn't that a movie, was a precursor in a way to Apocalypse Now. I believe at least, that was a famous novel, I believe, The Heart of Darkness, and then the attempts to make a film out of it. And in fact, I believe maybe a film was released, and the whole history behind that was, I've watched a few documentaries about that. That's all very interesting for the folks who know about that. So, Yeah, this Martin Sheen was tasked with penetrating deep into the heart of darkness, the jungles. Not even in Vietnam, I believe, but during the Vietnam War, probably in Laos, technically, or maybe somewhere there in Southeast Asia, to be sure. Maybe even in North Vietnam, who knows? But to capture this guy, Captain, whoever it was, I forget his rank, General Kurtz or something. Yeah, and then this being a drawing from inspired, I'm assuming, with the helicopters and a Japanese feel, perhaps, interestingly. Certainly in the region, right? It works with the yellow too, I must say. I do enjoy I'm definitely a fan of visual arts, right? Certainly a fan, but you can see as we've actually stepped out of the screenshots now, I believe. So this is where I mentioned, I don't really know what I'm about to show on the screen. So now I probably need to preview what are we going to be looking at. So I need to sort of jump ahead a few and see what am I going to be showing you folks. Yeah, I think we're okay. A couple of these could be they could be construed as questionable, I would say. Then at least one where you're going to be like, damn, we had no idea that Benton was this much of an idiot as a young person. Like, wow, what a fucking bozo. But it is what it is. And then, wow, he really does probably think certain things. Well, I don't even want to be specific. Yeah, I'm going to have to keep going, actually. I've previewed it far ahead. I think I know where to stop now, so we're going to keep rolling with the slideshow before I get too abstract, right? There's such thing as too abstract. I'm looking at you, Provo Kid and JFK Beta. Yeah, sometimes it's the boomer and it's the boomers and the actual generation gap. That is a real thing, right? But sometimes y'all are just a tad too abstract, in my view. Shout out to CBO, by the way, for this particular art, to be sure. And then I just took his lettering and threw it on the top of one of my screenshots. And that's Drew there. Good stuff. Still a fan of the man's content, certainly. Although not all of it. There was a time when pretty much I was feeling all of it. And there's Benton delivering this is in Pennsylvania, by the way. This is near Pittsburgh. And you want to talk about fucking assholes. These people were fucking assholes. So I had to, you can't see in the picture, but to the left of what you can see on the screen there, and some people are audio only, which is fine, but what's on the screen is an 18-wheeler. I used to work for Design Transportation out of Dallas, technically, but Irving Boulevard, so towards Irving, if that helps anybody. But this is a 2018 Volvo, great truck, although at a certain point, I drove it and it needed an alignment. Then the company, and this is one of the benefits of kicking ass for a company for a period of time, which I was probably, if not number one, based on whatever metrics they're looking at, I was certainly top 3, but they pretty much let it slip that based on what they're looking at, I'm the top driver in the company for whatever period. So when I turn the truck in and just write up everything, they might just choose to actually fix everything, which they did. They replaced the headlights, full alignment, all new rubber, fucking put new, even night. My apologies for that, but here it's back. Should be back now. When they actually did all the work, and it's a fucking great truck, man. Love that truck. And that one actually had the in the bunk area, in the sleeper area, it actually had the table, like the bottom bunk folded up into a seating area with an actual table. Awesome, man. Overall, Volvo has the best sleeper as far as I'm concerned. Love that truck. Great truck. Ended up hitting a deer in it with no cattle guard, obviously. Sorry for going off into the trucking. But so I was delivering an entire truckload of cabinets that are not on pallets. And some of the boxes are very small or relatively small boxes. So whoever's in charge of this project had that very day went out and arranged for day labor, or maybe the day before. That might have been the problem. But these folks were late arriving for the day labor, or maybe the communication was not done properly. I don't know what happened. Somebody dropped the ball. But I was there for probably 6 hours. So what you can't see in the picture is that just getting into this place and getting backed in was an ordeal all its own. But certainly by then I had the skill level to do that. But there's road construction going on the main road I turned off of, and at a certain point, they're just going to close the road entirely. But then whoever's gone down there and said, "Hey, we're unloading a tractor trailer back there, and he's going to have to come out of here before y'all can be done or whatever." So, but then at a certain point, these Pittsburgh assholes, because we're like 25 miles south of Pittsburgh, probably just outside the city limits, I guess, And they were at a certain point, as I'm trying to leave out of there, they're like, "Go back to Texas," or whatever. I'm like, "Fuck you. You think I want to?" And I'm just more or less giving them the finger and saying, "Fuck you, you fucking bozos. You think I'd want this?" But if me and the guy who was in charge of the project, if we had just began to unload when I first got there, we could have been done before these people showed up. And then actually they were damn near worthless. So it took many, many hours to get unloaded. Never used a CB, Simple Jack. Unfortunately, I can't. My undiagnosed autism precludes me from being able to realistically use a CB radio. I can't do the disembodied voice out of nowhere. It's too jarring and disorienting to me. I don't like it. Can't do it. I can't make heads or tails out of what they're saying anyway, to be honest. I don't know what the fuck they're saying on the CB. I've had a CB though back in the day, and used to have an old 87 Suburban, which was the late model at the time, and it's probably 1990, I guess. But yeah, anyway, slideshow continues, by the way, and that's just something I found on the net. That's a Western Star, which is, if I could just choose to drive a particular tractor, I've never got to, unfortunately, never made it to that particular piece of equipment. But that would be my equipment of choice in that color, Western Star. It's a Detroit diesel powertrain, and then some sort of visual something or other. Then yeah, that was a thumbnail at a certain point. There's one of CBO's thumbnails. I took a screenshot. There's constitutional carry states. So if your state is not in green or soon to be in green, I'm probably never coming to your state, just for the record. Or unfortunately, Maine and New Hampshire and Vermont, probably not passing through. If you see Pennsylvania and that solid line on the southern border of Pennsylvania, that's the so-called Mason-Dixon line, although there's technically two different ones, depends on which one you consider. But I'm most likely never crossing that again. But yes, I will go to Ohio, West Virginia, even Delaware. I will go to, believe it or not, and Maryland. Although even Delaware is a little, but yeah, I will. But yeah, certainly not. That's technically, in my view, although I guess it depends. So Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina, guess what? Not part of the Deep South. I don't know if y'all know that. And those are effectively blue states. We know that. Not South Carolina. South Carolina's not there yet. Virginia that's a blue state, effectively. And then North Carolina, it is, but sometimes it goes conservative to some extent. And I'm certainly no expert in these matters, but just realize Louisiana apparently is like, it's not constitutional carry, but it probably will be. Florida's, it's a relatively new thing for them, as far as I understand. This one I was kind of like, I don't know, but whatever. Found it on a wallpaper site. I felt I related to it on some level. I'll leave it up to y'all to decide for yourselves. Certainly not want to get specific, but yeah. Cool thumbnails, and I'm a nerdy girl with a computer setup I could probably identify with on some level, because I do find it fairly easy to identify with female characters to some extent, with all, whatever the implications of that may or may not be, right? That's a little too normy visually, but it's still an interesting concept overall, I would say. That probably somebody typed something into an AI to get that, right? Presumably. But yeah, 3-letter agent glows so bright. That's some sort of meme. I screen capped that from some kind of somewhere, probably from a YouTube video, I'm guessing. But yeah, that was a more expanded view of the earlier shot. You can actually see the main road out there. Or no, that's the main road going into and out of the. You can see though, I actually maneuvered into this place from that direction, I believe, towards that smaller building. So yeah, but I think there was enough space. Now that is a fairly challenging type maneuver, but to make that turn, but to get the tractor far enough in the direction it's now pointed to be able to back in. I'm pretty good with the type maneuvers, if I must say. But you can see what they're doing as they're unloading. They're also taking the boxes to whatever apartment they're supposed to be in. So also slowing down the process greatly. Silly disorganized humans, to be sure. And for the listeners, just back to the unloading of the 18-wheeler at the under construction apartments. I think that was the key detail I may not have verbally spoken earlier. New under construction. Now, I wouldn't say high end, but not, somewhat higher end. Dare I say luxury apartments? Lower end luxury? I don't know, whatever we're calling that. This is some fella I ran into in Fort Smith during the fake pandemic. Showing a T-shirt that I guess he had made that says "Fear the fake pandemic" or a predator with a mask. And I'm not going to say the keywords, but it's on the screen literally if you want to turn on your screen for the premium. Shout out to YouTube Premium, by the way, and being able to turn off the screen and listen. Right, I'll hang up and listen. And then the back apparently says "I fear predators more," and with a thumbs up. And it's got then it shows a person with wearing a mask, and it literally says predator on the mask. So well done. This person I really think has an excellent ability to create a visual, to deliver images in a combination of written messages and drawings. Well done, sir. And this was his vehicle where he had made this sign that says, "Your mask, protect and serve predators." And then it says "Screw stupid Walmart and government," both of which are crossed out with a red line, which we all know more or less to be Benito Mussolini's helicopter hand. Jack is in home building, just received an over cabinet delivery. Oh, too much? They gave you too much, or just received one of those? And sometimes the folks, I've gotten into it with the people, and you may be shocked, Simple Jack, to realize that with my bizarre presentment and in combination with a smattering of oppositional defiance, but certainly not the full blown version, but yeah, smattering. And occasionally I've, there's been confrontations on various job sites at times. But anyway, be right back. Yeah, man. Oh, I need water. Stat. BRB. Now, this is actually an interesting camp that I found just off of I-49 near Fort Smith, actually. And me and my father actually uh, somewhat famously ended up camping there, or infamously, in a heat wave, highs in highs of 105 for Fahrenheit air temperature, not the heat index, air temperature. And but this is what's interesting about this is I found there's a commuter parking lot off of the interstate, and I'm probably actually giving away its actual position to some extent. But there's several different places that suit these criteria. But there's a little patch of like triangular shaped woods, like directly behind the dirt parking lot, and I found that one could easily hike up into there, and there's two trees just perfectly positioned, and that's like I forget which size of Harbor Freight tarp that is, but that's a medium duty, almost a light duty tarp, which are just as they're just as waterproof as heavy duty. I When I first started tarp camping, I would go straight for the heavy duty at Walmart. They're typically brown, and just say no to blue tarps, by the way, unless one specifically needs blue. I don't fuck with blue tarps almost ever. Harbor Freight is the place as far as I'm concerned, but they switched their sizes up at a certain time. I think what I was buying was they were advertising as like 9.5 by like 11.5 or 10.5 maybe, but I'm going to say 11.5. And then it was actually smaller than that in reality. But the grommets on these are a little weak. If you see the A-frame, the top point of the A-frame on either side, there's sort of an art to not getting that too tight. It's the new person. When I was new to pitching a tarp, uh, that was a problem I was having, actually tearing those grommets up. Probably that tarp had little tears, but still serviceable. But that's kind of part of breaking it in. But that's a decent pitch, but that's pretty susceptible to wind, and there certainly were at least a couple of fairly decent storms. That will absolutely keep that tent area dry, even without a rain fly on that tent. But it's certainly prone to blowing upwards at least a couple. Kind of need that slack, and that's just white clothesline out of the laundry department in Walmart. The laundry section of housewares or whatever they call that. So affordable. The white, being visible is that can be a disadvantage. But the cord in the camping section is so expensive at Walmart. It's really just got off the plantation plan. That was, by the way, as a tint orange. Actually, that's a little slack there. Check it out. There's a young Benton with the high top fade, and that would have been senior year of high school, I believe. Bit of a devilish, impish look, perhaps. Anyway, and that was somewhere in general area of Baxter County, although maybe not, maybe closer to Harrison. A lot of churches in that area, of course. But I did like the darkness with the lit up sign. I appreciate it on some level. Outside of a strictly religious, this whatever this is, as far as from a photography standpoint, at least. There you go, THCO indeed, sir. A Mad Max style truck, and an actual Mad Max, of course, lest we forget. Robin, shout out to Robin for the thumbnail. Back to this guy, then a recent thumbnail. More okay, and then we get into the natural born killer stuff. No, I think these are all wallpapers. I'm pretty sure. That is also, yeah, same thing. Pretty sure. Now, some of these are screenshots. Okay, I'm not sure which are which though. That I'm almost certain is. that is a wallpaper, I'm pretty sure, but may not be. Could be a screenshot. Hard to say. Interesting though to try to remember. Big fan of that one, obviously. Check out that lush hair. That's right. Yeah. What a bozo. I like this one. You can really actually see that it's her. It's he's seeing her in the. You can see Mallory in the reflection of his glasses, but it still kind of has like a reptilian appearance almost in a certain way. At least the little version of my icon, my actual PFP or whatever we're calling it. Yeah, my favorite movie certainly. Interesting. Robert Downey Jr.'s obviously interesting too. His Optimus Prime. Can we just assume Prime's a Leo? I don't know. I would think so. Not necessarily. Aha, now I need to do more preview. Provo Kid. Me. Yeah, I think we're all right. A lot of this we've already seen, though. It should still be good. There's definitely some repeats. Not seeing anything just completely out of the question. Wraps back around. So yeah, I think we're good for the whole rest of the slideshow. Why not? Why not? Yeah, check out Provo Kid's lush hair, right? Player Benton. Indeed, lest we forget. And that was from a video where, this guy who apparently was assistant deputy secretary of nuclear waste or something. I forget what the official title, but apparently he held the position at least for some period of time. This Samuel Brenton. This is from a video where he's teaching people how to, the proper etiquette for tying up a person for sexual purposes. Yep, indeed. Natural Born Killers again. Scagnetti on Scagnetti. Screenshot of his book. I like that too. That you're going to make it, get mad, because you don't really hear that audibly that I can recall. And sometimes I don't know if y'all have noticed, they do some of these subtitles kind of in strict adherence to the actual script, and sometimes it's not. You can't even hear what's on screen, or it's like not even in there. Period. Yeah, I'm not a deadhead. Yeah, I know a lot of people that have, lived that scene to some extent. The cliche of the Grateful Dead, the Dead Show parking lot, right? Whatever that may entail. I've never experienced it, never had an interest to, and don't feel like I'm missing out. I'm certainly not experiencing FOMO as a result. A good one. I like this one. You can just barely see this Highway 666, where this is supposed to be, by the way, out there in near the Four Corners, Colorado, New Mexico, Utah, Colorado. I said Colorado twice, but I think y'all know where I mean. I'm pretty sure I've been out there where this is. It's quite remote, and reservations. And in fact, in the movie Natural Born Killers, I'm pretty sure where Mickey ends up shooting the Native American man in his teepee. Pretty sure that would have been on the res. Oh, well, of course, right. This one came out well. That's a screenshot. I like that one. Reminded me of me, and especially both of my wives, certainly. Well, and probably ex-wife number 0, aka my high school girlfriend Holly. Leo, by the way, redheaded Leo, with a literal Playboy magazine body, like not even kidding. Literally, although not literally, or she would have had to been in the magazine. No, not the face though. Certainly did not have the face for the magazine. Beady little eyes without the makeup. Just calling it like it is. I don't know what else to say, honey. It is what it is. The body was off the chain, though. Lord of mercy. 36, 24, 36. How? Now we got to get the comments from the. Now we're back to Robin. Now we're in the realm of sorry for the back and forth with the angles. I think we're just going to have to do this and just leave it there, and just let it be what it is. Yeah, this is all Robin thumbnails. I do must say that I miss Robin's contributions. And me just not replying to a bunch of her emails and then her just sending me visual material that I'm perhaps never used, right? But to me, it's like, if I'm sending submissions, unsolicited submissions, or barely solicited, or certainly not commissioned, right? I would just assume that the compliment is when the person chooses to use it, right? Like when I'm typing in the live chat of Steel Toe Morning Show and the times that he does read my comments and it does add to the show, right? That, to me, that's the victory. It's not the times when I'm ignored. And I might prefer to be ignored to some extent, but that's just me. San Francisco, the Bay, love it. One of my favorite areas, certainly my favorite city. I tried to put Seattle in the #1 position at a certain point, but it could not happen. Seattle certainly #2. If we can get into the discussion, I can talk about different downtowns also. I almost did that on a recent broadcast. Shout out to 27, willing to ride along for the last, 2.5 hours of the broadcast. Gate park, or pitching a tent, rather. And people may not realize that it's more or less accepted out west generally that if a person wants to, and it's been this way for a while as far as I can tell, if someone such as myself wants to hike into Golden Gate Park, but the parts that are still pretty close to the street, right, and just pitch a tent, as long as I don't make a nuisance. Most people don't have an issue with that. And I've just slept in. Now, of course, this was all pre-fake pandemic, lest we forget. But yeah, there's something to that, I would say, in my view. The what IV. I got to get me and ice grill. Well, anyway, I'm attracted to IV, meaning Isla Vista, or HIV, as it may be referred to. I'm a fan of the area in general, certainly Santa Barbara County in general. Hi, Capricorn. Would this be the appropriate time to discuss the fact that my best friend for the entirety of my childhood is a gay man? Would that surprise anybody? But was certainly accepted in our society back then, as long as he pretended to be attracted to the ladies. But while he was certainly obviously effeminate in a way that he certainly would not have been able to control or fail to exhibit, even if he chose to. And much to his credit, never seemed to even cross his mind that he would behave in any other way than somewhat prissy and effeminate. So thank you for letting me get that off my chest, at the risk of whatever that may portend. And I've mentioned that before, actually. It's not a completely unknown, referred to having my best friend growing up being gay, but we're have no relationship with this person, as an adult. This was strictly a childhood, we were friends, but the entirety of my childhood, I would say. certainly through all of my years of having girlfriends and all of that, even till part of my freshman year of college, I would say. So yeah, certainly interesting to be Mr. Benton in certain regards. So I've had interesting experiences, and of course, he was also raised a Jehovah's Witness. That was how I knew the fella from the Kingdom Hall, right? Yep. Certainly served as a in the role of protector for certain persons in certain regards. Certainly, if anybody wanted to fuck with him based on you know his presentment, whatever that may be, they were going to have to get through me, right? And that was not that I was any sort of tough guy, but I was. I would make it clear to anybody that it's not something that's going to be easily accomplished. Certainly going to fight as hard as I can, right? So, thus, I feel like he probably had some sort of space to be him, whatever that was, right? If that happens to be fabulous on some level, whatever. And again, with the repression in the culture, we're talking literal gay bashing was in effect. So certainly, as long as he played by what society expected him, just pretended that when he's telling some story of his exploits, just tell it as if it's a girl, and as long as it's somewhat plausible that this occurred, then we'll all say, yeah, of course it was a girl. When looking back on it, it's like, well, clearly that was a male that he met at the record store or whatever, the Camelot Music at the mall, the Pines Mall, as it may be. And that's probably all I can say without actually risking invading, respecting persons' privacy rights, for specific humans beings' privacy. But certainly, interesting experiences being Benton. But yeah, the Bay Bridge, I'm a fan. Certainly. I did not realize the first time I wanted to just drive across the Bay Bridge, I left San Francisco into Sausalito, not realizing that there's no toll to leave, but there's a toll to come back into San Francisco, which certainly makes sense. And just telling them, well, I don't have any money. Can I just, I'm here. What do we do? And also realizing that it's just a pay by mail thing. Ultimately, if I don't choose to give them cash, because I did not have the cash, it's like $7 at the time, I think. But they're not set up to mail me. We'll go back to audio only. Let me turn off this second monitor. It's too distracting. I keep wanting to talk about whatever's on the screen. Where were we? We were under Chromium. Actually, ungoogled Chromium. What a farce these browsers are. Especially if one doesn't want their computer to be slowed down. Oh, it's Cleveland in the house. I wanted to do the B-Link. Let's look at some of those computers. I think Rob's actually thinking about getting one of these mini PCs, and he has a job. I'm not saying other people don't have jobs, but it seems like I can verify that Rob has a job. Yeah, the gay talk certainly that certainly showed a few people the eggs, but that's all right. I'm probably about to eat another meal. Yeah, it's time for a meal now, isn't it? It's meal time. I'm going to eat. It's going to be delicious. And we're back. Shout out to 20 in the house. This zinc, I got about 2 more weeks of this zinc, and then most likely not going to be, replacing it. But that's been a game changer in some ways, at least with the sense of smell and the taste. Certainly. Excuse me. Shout out to zinc and copper. Chelate. Oh, really? I wouldn't know. Oh, but did I miss more? Santa Barbara? Okay, no, that was it. Santa Barbara talk. I guess it's a blessing that the connection stinks right now, because Mitchell, by the way, still not interacting with the cops. I don't think the entire time, but it seems to be back and forth. There's several different. I think that was just the first fucking round, or the first salvo. That was just their opening. There was going to be more chess match, more chess, whatever, more poker game, if that's appropriate, as it may be, right? Yeah, I'm getting hungrier too. I'm starting. I notice even when the times I've eaten meat recently, like it increases my appetite for like a couple of days at least. And now I'm starting to think about maybe next time I go to the store, getting a skillet, get me a cast iron, and just, I don't know, I might just have to cook it on lower temp I can't smoke this place up, because I can't have them coming by wanting to know why the smoke detector's going off. Figure it out. I don't know. He might be. I have no idea. That's a good question. No idea. Don't know. I started it from the first, and I'm screen capping in 1x because I feel like it's just. I'd rather when official things are happening for the record or whatever, I'd rather have it at 1x, and then I can speed it up maybe, and depending on it, however my streamer setup is. I guess I need to just start streaming everything from StreamYard to my YouTube channel and just private it, or have it unlisted or whatever. And then I can play it when I need to on this show. Okay. Yeah. Look Within's always wanted to put a team together. Well, there you go. Oh, Blackjack part. Nice. Yeah, that's a whole thing, right? I've studied some of that material. It's interesting. Some teams have pulled off some things, certainly. Apparently, it would seem. Shout out to THCO, by the way. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, do better content. Yeah, I don't know. This might be enough. 7.5 hours. What do you say? But it's not even 10 a.m. yet, sir. And we had a second cup of coffee, the rare second cup of coffee. And we got a $5 super chat from Razvan. Thank you for that. And probably going to sign up and soon a Cash App and a Venmo, perhaps, or maybe just a Cash App. Dare I trust that they won't try to seize my funds under some pretense that I owe somebody some money? I wouldn't put it past these corporate bastards. Corporate bastards. Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, the pooling of what? Pooling the bankroll? That makes sense. Yeah, there's quite a bankroll. People may not know mathematically. It's a certain amount of money, certain access to cash, certain liquidity required, because certainly mathematically there will be times in which it's normal and expected downswings and what could be viewed as heavy losses, air quotes. But yeah, Yeah, that's a whole thing. But like the idea of the MIT blackjack team, I think and part of that is, if we want to look at that, is that got to be some level of a psyop. I'm assuming doesn't mean it didn't happen, but at least from the way of this telling of that story would be, well, these people, they, those times that right out of the gate, seemingly there's a big serious downswing. Um, but then, the understanding the mathematics to just continue playing and eventually to come out a winner seems to be part of the whole process, as far as I can tell. And poker, has its own versions. Indeed. So yeah, it's interesting. I find that interesting. In fact, at the risk of people not liking me reading things, I might not read this aloud myself, but I might point people at a series of articles that I found very interesting about Archie Karras, who I've talked about on here before. One moment. All right, I think I found what I'm looking for, maybe. It's on pokernews.com, and the way their site works is not always ideal. But yeah, this is it. Okay. We'll risk a screen share. Let's see if that's in the cards for us right now. I guess I'll drop a link to this. Not yet, though. Yeah, I'm. Yeah, look within too easy to read in the poker. I can do okay depending on what's going on. Just sort of depends. I think everybody's readable to an extent, but that's obviously on a spectrum. But yeah, these articles about Archie Karras. So I'm going down here to page 3. He's got some stuff on Stu Unger. That's all pretty interesting. Yeah, here we go. The world's biggest. Oh, some people like this stuff. People are into this, so not me. It's just not going to let me do the screen share at this time. But just to set it up, can you imagine driving to Vegas? Anybody driving to Vegas in 1992 with $50 in their pocket, borrowing $10,000 in 7-card stud poker. Again, and in 6 months, roll fortune shooting pool, playing poker, and shooting dice. Then, instead of cashing out, he decides to gamble sky high, runs his bankroll to over 40 million before losing it all back by 1995. It says, which I'm sure this is no longer true, but at the time, meet the biggest gambler in the world, Archie Karras. I guess that Watanabe outdid him quite a bit. Although this would be by winning, probably. By amount won, he would still still be one of the biggest, I would imagine. 40 million. There's guys in poker that have made that much over a career or close to it. Archie Karras, a Greek immigrant born with some hard to pronounce Greek name that I can't read right now. He grew up in Greece. His dad, Nicholas, was built houses from the ground up. Poor villages, hard living. Never had any money. But he said poverty was prevalent. He had to. Archie said he shot marbles for money sometimes and needed to have a steady hand when he did. Huh, that's funny. But let's try to at least screen share this picture. I think is kind of interesting picture. Perhaps if y'all can see this, maybe. Fuck, maybe not. That's good enough. Assuming I managed to put it on the screen. Yeah, the guy on the right, apparently. I guess that's his dad. Could be his brother. I don't know. Yeah, not his dad. Could be, I guess. Mom and grandma? I don't know. Interesting, though, to be sure. Apparently he left Greece when he's 15. 2 years working on ships and freighters, making $60 a month, mostly as a waiter. Jumped ship in Portland, Oregon. Huh. 17 years old, did not speak English, worked his way down to Los Angeles, started out as a waiter in a restaurant, picked up English, speaks Greek, English, and Spanish, apparently. Interesting. Says this was his first job he would ever need, or I guess only, he means. By the age of 18, he did not need a job because he was making a living pool hustling, I guess. Yeah, shooting pool. Yeah. So after he beat everybody at pool, he decided to start playing high stakes poker in the LA card rooms. And apparently he would win over $1 million at times. That's interesting, man, how some people are just naturally, have something of a talent for gambling. Yeah. I think he was technically like up to 45 million. The most somewhere in there. The most interesting part of the story to me is that like Binion's, was down so much, they pretty much had to let him keep gambling because, the worst thing for them is if he goes to another casino and then loses all the money to another casino, right? I'm assuming. I'm not, I've never been in casino management. I'm just assuming that would be considered a disaster. So apparently the management understood, I guess, the Binion family, it was the Horseshoe. So whatever the son's name was, I forget, but is it Jack is the son and Benny was the older guy? I forget. Benny Binion seems like the old man. I think that's right. So yeah, it's interesting game of chicken, and more or less saying that Jack seemed resigned to maybe having to pay by just giving Archie the casino, which sounds crazy, man, but I guess that's a thing that could happen. So a gambler winning the casino probably can't happen now, as corporatized as this stuff is, but especially if I'm willing to accept that, they, like a family owns and operates that to some extent, which may or may not have been true. Who knows? 40 million, almost enough. Well, and he did beat pretty much all the best poker players heads up, pretty much beat everybody in that stretch, including Chip Reese, who was actually considered the best poker player in the world, and at least in cash games, the mixed limit, mixed games that was the game. And even then, the No Limit Hold'em really was more associated, in some ways, was associated with, the actual World Series to some extent. Although obviously it was played in areas like Texas. It was popular, certainly. Hadn't quite taken over yet. No Limit Texas Hold'em, that is. Although obviously played regularly amongst a lot of these high gamblers too. But don't make no mistake, I'm sure they played it regularly. But limit Hold'em would have been actually the dominant form, even of Hold'em back then. It says the truth is many of the high limit poker players for many years would not talk to Archie after he went broke. Most of the greats that tried to take him on playing such high stakes heads up learned quickly that Archie was too fearless and too tough to handle. The high limits Archie wanted to play at literally took most of them out of their comfort zone. Yet, and some of this is just written poorly, and just some of it's just wrong, whether or not the guy understands that he's incorrect or not. So take some of this with a grain of salt. Yet after all this time, here was Archie showing up to say goodbye to Chip Reese, I guess when he passed. I don't know. Well, who cares? I don't care about that kind of stuff. So yeah, some of this is just apropos of nothing, right? It's just one guy telling the story in a way. And how much of this is he even making up or, misremembering? I always like to factor that in. Or I shouldn't say always, but these days. And then the way the site's set up, I don't see any convenient link to part 2. So it's like kind of a skill in even being able to figure out, well, where the hell's part 2 to this thing? Oh, there's part 2, but it's actually not labeled part 2. I see what y'all did here. What is this? Yeah, Joe Pesci would definitely stab him in the neck with an ink pen. Definitely, sir. Although, has anybody seen The Cooler? One of my favorite movies in a certain way. Alec Baldwin played a good part, and William Macy, yeah, he played a good part as well. The Cooler. It reminds me of a casino. That's much of that is set in casinos, if not damn near the whole movie, but certainly a lot of it. Certainly. Man, I'm going to be craving that watermelon again today, but I'm going to hold off till tomorrow. I ain't trying to drive around unnecessarily. I do want to see if I can skip to one of the later. I want to hear like a quote. And it's not a quote. Again, it's like an oral history, right? But so just to be clear that this is not necessarily confirmed in the journalistic sense, right? Oh, here's a whole part that says according to Jack. So maybe, yeah, this is what we're looking for. Let me skim this real quick. If anybody's even still here. Yeah, 31 in the house. Hey, welcome, folks. We're wrapping up on the just some gambling. This guy, Archie Karras from Greece, who ended up going on a big run in Vegas. Apparently, at one time was on the verge of maybe winning an entire casino, as ludicrous as that might sound. I'm just skimming this to see if it's worth. Some of this is just like definitely fictionalized, like somebody that maybe fancies himself a writer, perhaps, but not particularly well written in reality. Oh, here's the fellow. Here's the Greek in question. The Grecian. Is this? Anyway, the joke's just, yeah, the connection is just not going to happen. It's not even do that. Anyway, we'll abandon that course of action. I was trying to show a picture of Archie. And I'm going to trust the aisle to figure this out. His father started the Horseshoe Casino, I believe, and so he was the owner. Him and his sister, I think, owned the Horseshoe at this time. I'm pretty sure. Archie's legendary battle with Jack Binion happened because Archie got out of the gate so fast, and as he won more and more money, he insisted on always raising the betting limits to nerve to take on Archie, while the other casinos basically dove for cover behind their normal betting limits. If you read these chronicles on, meaning you, if you've read all of the previous 8 articles, which I have, of course, you've seen the cat and mouse game that Archie and Jack played with the progression of betting limits. This is a nice summary, though, I must say. Each believed they were getting the best of it. So it's in some way, it's two people who were both comfortable gambling at those high limits, because whereas the poker players lost in part because they were outside their comfort zone, Jack Binion showed, as his father had showed, that he was comfortable at those high limits, because in a way he's the house. So even though he's maneuvered things to be in the advantage in the long run, that doesn't mean that Archie won't in fact win the casino in the short term if he gets hot enough, right? He's heating up. Each believed they were getting the best of it. Archie was, and Jack was in the long run. In the short run, Archie could get the best of it. Archie was blindsided by the fact he was so lucky for almost 18 months. Exactly. He was already on a hot streak. So recognizing that will end no matter what he does. The hot streak will necessarily end, but the type of person who will even continue for 18 months of a hot streak, right? Winning, they said he won all of the $5,000 chips, 18 million's worth, in the casino. At a certain point, they had to go to him to make change, literally, like, hey, do you mind if we go to your box? It's more or less, okay, I'll accept the IOU in my box. Like literally chips in a box. He had all the 5,000 chips in the entire casino. Like, imagine that, assuming that to be true. In a reflective moment during previous interviews with Archie, he said, Tom, and do people really talk this way? But yeah, see, people that tell stories, and have you noticed in the style, my dad does this to a certain extent. Like when he's telling the story or remembering something, he'll say, yeah, and then they said, Dad, whatever. But like nobody really talks that way. Like nobody says, Tom, when I started playing gambling or whatever, like nobody really talks that way. But the people that tell these stories believe that that's how people talk, I guess. I don't know. But Tom, when I started playing with the $25,000 chips, I never won. Oh, that's interesting. So apparently when he won all the 5,000s, that's the highest they had in the casino. So looking at it logically, a handful of $25,000 chips is $500,000 just as an entire rack. And hopefully we know what a rack is. Of $5,000 chips was $500,000. So he went from a whole rack was $500,000 to one stack of 20 was $500,000. It's exponential at that point. When you hold racks of chips, it seems like a lot more money to a person. I agree with poker because I've been up literal racks in games not that long ago, and it's a different type of thing if one's not used to it. And I would say that I'm barely used to it, but I've had those experiences. I never really had those experiences until I quit thinking I could play for a living. By the way, now that I play, although I like to win, and that's my goal, but I'm doing it for recreation first and foremost. So I tend to win a lot more. Interesting how that works. But my best wins were when I played drunk. So for whatever that means. Whatever that means. So when you hold racks of chips, it seems like a lot more money. When Archie wanted to make a $300,000 bet on the pass line of dice, he would have to make 3 motions of stacking $25,000 chips next to each other. When Archie was playing with the $25,000 chips, he only needed to pick up 12 chips with one hand and place his same $300,000 bet. Exactly. It's a different thing, right? Physiologically. And this is where we can get into some of the JFK beta ideas around, what he seems to be attempting to convey is whatever that connection is between actual intellectual thoughts and ideas and logic and reason with whatever we may be doing, kinesthetically with our physicality, which that certainly would have an application in poker. And I myself enjoy the chips and being in a casino or at a card table. There's something to that, even though it's a different game and it's slower. There's something to sort of sliding and maneuvering those chips that it's a thing all its own, right? And when I'm at my best, that's certainly something I'm also doing well in those moments. Yeah, it's interesting. So here we get into the strategies in the one-on-one between the two gamblers. So the other fact Jack factored in, so a poorly written way of saying, the other thing Jack thought was important was his accurate read in Archie's personality. So he understood that no matter what happened, Archie would never pull up winner, meaning Archie would never say, okay, I'm up 40 mil. I've literally got 40 mil in cash back there. Probably time to contact a tax attorney and perhaps an entire legal team, right? Like no bullshit. But so Jack, everything he's doing is based on Archie will never quit while he's winner, because he was a true gambler who loved the action. So this became sort of a chess match, but also with a poker element, dare I say. And Jack felt he had Archie in checkmate, but Archie wasn't aware of it. And there's elements of that in certain movies having to do with gambling. I find it all very interesting. The the psychology of these things. And at least 27 people are at least ready for me to move on to the next topic, perhaps. So I'll wrap up. Roulette. Yeah, I like roulette. Something about roulette's always appealed to me, but haven't had any particular, losses or success at roulette myself. I've won and lost to some extent, but nothing even memorable, to be honest with you. But at times it's been fun. Craps too. I played a little bit and certainly don't understand well enough, but that I won a decent amount the first, beginner's luck style, I guess, but then ended up losing in the session overall. But here, let's finish this real quick. We're almost done. It would only be a matter of time before Archie would go on a downslide and lose $40 million back to the horseshoe. And so that would have been at the point at which Jack said, I might have to give him the whole casino. That's got to be in here somewhere. Ultimately, I'm just hoping to stumble across that. And apparently, Archie, after he dropped back to 40, that a few times he had like these mini runs where he would get up to like, he'd be up like 2.5 million from like the Desert Inn or whatever that is or was. Yeah. And of course, he got, like a lot of big winners, people that win big at times, he got accused of cheating and probably never cheated. They tried to do that to Stu Unger and Blackjack, and he fucking sued them because they tried to prosecute him and ban him from the casinos. And he fucking took him to court, and I'm pretty sure he fought it and won. Because he certainly wasn't cheating. But I guess he used to whoop their ass in Blackjack because he was just like a natural card counter, just fucking high level genius with the cards. That's the portrayal anyway. That's got to be a side up, right? You put it all on black like Alkaline Trio. I don't know what that means, but all right. If you like it, I love it. But I got to be honest, man. I don't even want to play poker sober. Like, I do that some of the time if I have money. By the way, that's a bankroll dependent activity. I need 20 grand liquid realistically to just go play pot limit Omaha and like, okay, I'm down 5 grand. That's totally normal. If I'm buying in 500 at a time, if I play every day of the year pot limit Omaha and I'm buying in 500 every time, I will absolutely lose 500 10 times in a row. That absolutely is going to happen some of the time. It's normal and expected. So that's what the $20,000 bankroll is for. But it's like, I got to be honest. I'm not interested, man. I really don't. And my skill, when I do have an advantage in skill, which is not a given in any given lineup, but typically I would most of the time enjoy an actual strategic advantage, a higher level of understanding of certain concepts. But that's as people move into pot limit Omaha, that's gonna get evened out. Just like maybe I had an advantage in tournament hold'em, tournament no limit. I know I did at a certain time. For the region I was playing in, I would have been one of the better tournament players, although I wasn't playing anything, nothing that was a high buy-in, so it's sort of moot. Some of those Southern tournament series look kind of soft, man, to be honest with you, back in the day. But yeah, I'm just sort of out of love with poker too. Like I really do. I'll always love it on some level, and there's certain elements very much appeal to me and my nature, but overall, man, just not that into it anymore. and certainly was blessed enough to win about $2,000 recently. Was it? No, it's more than that. 2,500. Yeah, because I was up 28, so I won 15 and 13, but I dropped back 300 playing here in fucking Pensacola, like a doofus. Should have went to Tulsa and just played PLO. Fuck it. I couldn't even hardly see the cards though. That was for real, man. When I was playing before, so my eyesight certainly improved. I would feel more comfortable playing, being able to actually read the board. I've absolutely left games multiple times because I couldn't read. For some reason, smashed. I could read the board. Why is that? Is it like my vision's blurry and now the drunken blurriness is now I can read the see shit? I don't know. I can see that I'm not in focus. Good song. Okay, I figured it had something to do with music. Anyway, thanks for bearing through with me through a little bit of poker and gambling talk and Archie Karras. It's interesting, man. I find it fascinating. Stu Unger also, who was apparently far and away the number one gin rummy player, so much so that apparently the number 2 player in the world played Stewie and got beaten so badly that he just never played after that, which maybe that's apocryphal to some extent, but probably some version of that happened. As Mitchell's still going back there on the 1X screen cap, by the way. Still going. He's got the battery in his back to some extent. Mechanical slots were better. It took a while to lose all your money. Yeah, digital slots take the money too fast. I'm not a slot machine guy. I played them here and there. I never really was, but I can see the appeal, certainly. I had an initial attraction to blackjack, but eventually found poker, as many others have. But pot limit Omaha certainly is very attractive to me. Now, when I say that I'm lacking the desire to play poker, I'm really not lacking the desire to play pot limit Omaha, but I'm still just the type of people that tend to regularly play in poker games, even if it is the more gambler. It's just you're more people who like to gamble more ultimately, who end up staying in those games. But just some curiosity, maybe some random curiosity here and there too, rather. Make monetizing their blunders while not ever making the same blunder. Yeah, Gary, I seem to remember you saying some version of this. Every time he go to the store, he would take his loose change, hit the slot machine, $100 here and there. That seems like a pragmatic approach. I like that because you're not going to miss the money a dollar or two at a time. Obviously, if you saved it up and kept track of it, it would buy something. But that seems like because then now you have the $100 here and there, and now that's kind of like fun money, right? Or found money. Or money that you weren't necessarily all going to have all at once. It's like, hey, I can go do that fun thing. Or, hey, I've been thinking about buying that thing for that project. Maybe I'll just buy it. I mean, that's how I think anyway. Maybe perhaps others are not like me in that regard. Okay, I'm winding down now. An hour and a half to go or less. An hour and a half to go or less. I'm liking these Sundays, though. Although the numbers are low compared to some of these Saturdays. I think panels, right? Panels would have to be. People are respecting that the link is highly suspect only. So link is now everybody, I guess. Let's throw that into the mix. That might get us up until noon. Hang on. We're paneling. We're paneling. We're paneling. Dude, I don't know what my gallbladder's up to down there, but it's good stuff to be sure. Digging it. For a second, I thought I might have accidentally taken instead of taking 4 digestive enzymes, I was like, did I just take 4 ox bile? But those things are so strong, I will know. But I've managed to double my dose from 500 milligrams to a solid G, 1,000 milligrams, and it's working out quite well in conjunction with I'm taking 1,000 milligrams of taurine every time I take the 1 gram of ox bile, and that seems to be working quite well. Certainly, each person's specific application will vary necessarily, and your mileage may vary. And this is not health advice, or medical advice, or advice of any kind. But the bile, I know the more my bile is flowing freely, I tend to do better, especially with my issues around nutrient absorption or the lack thereof. Throw out the hook and let's see what we catch. Indeed, Ice Grills. Ice Grills right there contextually. Shout out to 23 in the house. Maybe if I did more content, that would be double. I know at that 10:30, it's been double at times in the past. So we're paneling. Now it's like I almost want there to be somebody else live, but I don't think anybody is. I think it's just me. And the Robert Escobar show, he's got 5 in the house. Oh, okay. Here we go. This is going to pump new life into the show. Will it do a screen share? That's the question. And Robert Escobar show, ladies and gentlemen. I believe at the Robert Escobar show is the YouTube username. Let me go ahead and drop his link before we do anything. The Robert Escobar show channel, and he was supposed to be all caps, but apologies, sir. We dropped the ball. Certainly not going to retype all of that for you, sir. But welcome to the stream. One Robert Escobar show channel, content creator.
How about that for truth? Huh? Investigate that.
It kind of reminds me of my cousin Woody. Is this my cousin Woody?
Hello.
What's up, Woody? It's crack-a-lackin' partner. Well, you're getting 1.75. Yes, you are.
No truth or cop. Bad truth or cop.
Bad truth or cop.
People need the truth now.
Oh shit.
Get off your ass.
Oh, irony.
Get your head on,
Meta irony. No, just regular irony.
Investigate some truth for me.
Oh, it's not even irony. People. My bad.
We live in an oligarchy. How about that for truth?
Uh-oh.
Our democracy was stolen years ago. How about that?
This is me from 8.5 years ago. 9, 10, 13. I don't know, however long ago. Can we catch up, please, Mr. Escobar? You're far behind.
For truth, huh? Investigate.
You're not
truth.
wrong. You're just behind.
The people who say that they're progressives are fucking millionaires.
What does that tell you? Can you contextualize that statement, Robert? Because I'm rejecting out of hand this thing, and I do this too, by the way. Like I have my own version of this, so I'm not above it either, sir. But can we contextualize what you're saying here? I believe I can. Let me back up because we're fighting my short-term memory.
Investigate some truth.
I love the Robert Escobar show because I feel like I can fairly easily slice and dice here with impunity, with relative impunity.
For the people. We live in an oligarchy. How about that for truth? Huh? Our democracy was stolen years ago. How about that for?
Well, it's not supposed to be a democracy, but we'll set that to the side for right now. And then stolen, okay, maybe, I don't know. We can get into that as well. But let's talk about the oligarchy. And at one time I fell into this, like just me going around talking about the fact that, perhaps it is an oligarchy, and perhaps I've also referred to it as an oligarchy. And now it's the movie network. It's the boardroom, it's Ned Beatty, Mr. Beale, fucking boardroom scene from 1976 movie Network, right? And literal Benito Mussolini's helicopter hand, or figurative, I guess technically, literally, figuratively. I don't know. Like, what is now? Literal has no meaning, or it's lost its original meaning. Make literal again. How about that? Is that my merch? Is that the first merch for the channel? Hang on, I got to write that down. Literal. I think maybe that is. Somebody get that fucking domain and copy it. Where's my pen? Literal again. Shout out to THCO, by the way. This would be a great idea later. Why did I think that was a good idea? Make literal again. And then what color? Certainly not red. What color would we associate? But let's contextualize what you're speaking on, Robert. It's like, okay, yes, and it's an yes, it's an oligarchy, and what else? What else? What else? You know, and then going into this our democracy. That's system speak, Robert. Robert. That's system speak, sir. You're speaking to me with this. Now it's okay to utilize system speak in certain ways. Okay, I'm not the arbiter of what's okay. I'm saying that I certainly will work with those concepts in certain ways, involving dark humor, satire, parody, all sorts of different serious, but also elements of humor at the same time.
Get off your ass.
But then the get off your ass. Okay, interesting coming from you, sir. But I'll choose to accept you at what I believe you're meaning to be.
On, investigate some truth for me, for the people. We live in an oligarchy. How about that for truth? Huh? Our democracy was stolen years ago. How about that?
We're not supposed to be a democracy. What are you talking about? Our thing it's not supposed to be was stolen by whom? What does that mean, sir? This is propaganda speak, system speak, fucking MSM garbage, right? What is this? And I don't generally accuse people of MSM, but and I certainly, I'm sure I fell into the system speak at a certain point, but maybe when Robert Escobar knows better, he will in fact do better. That remains to be seen.
That for truth, huh? Investigate that truth. The people who say that they're progressives are fucking millionaires.
That's the context I wanted to address. So this is where I got started on this. So let's contextualize progressives or millionaires. Well, in what context, Robert? Well, let's line it up with what Paul, who may in fact be our champion, whatever our means in that context. But line it up with what Paul would say. That's in a corporate slavery context, or at least a corporate context. That's literally corporate. So, like, now we get into sort of what Mitchell was talking about with the officer. There is like, if Mitchell understands his status, comprehends it, acts on it, demands that it be, honored and respected, and if that is indeed in alignment with spiritual law, and in fact, in some way, some of these policy enforcers, other than their own free will, it may not actually even be something that they can even resist necessarily. And then that, who knows? I'm not the one who, I'm not the person who uses those mechanisms or steers them or understands them even. But that's like the Anton Chigurh character from No Country for Old Men, as far as I know, like whatever that force is. At least symbolically of the film, if anybody's getting that reference. But yeah, so Robert, it's like you're right. So progressives are millionaires. Okay, I understand the point he thinks he's making politically. Like, I get the political implication, but in a larger context, Robert, it's a corporate structure, right? So we're actually talking about corporate hierarchies and who necessarily is rising to certain positions for whatever. Benito, whatever, that particular finger on Benito's Mussolini's helicopter hand is tasked with performing, right? So, I mean, what are you even talking about, sir?
Is anyone who's a millionaire a real progressive, or are they a fucking sellout who benefit from the current system in place and will tell you whatever the fuck they want?
They are the system. They are the system, meaning that they are necessarily serving the corporate system itself in order to extract a certain amount of fiat on what's most likely a yearly basis through like both active and passive income streams, right? Like their own businesses. And certainly some of these folks turn various aspects of just themselves into businesses, especially entertainment and acting, right? And how some folks are able to very effectively, like us, even a Kim Kardashian, these type of people who are monetizing these many levels simultaneously, right? Do you understand, Escobar, that regardless of what that human being experiences, perceives, thinks, resonates with, or feels, or doesn't, right? That person they will exhibit the characteristics of a person who believes in so-called progressive politics, and they don't really have a choice realistically. Like, I'm sure you know that, Mr. Escobar. And in fact, I will go ahead and reiterate for the upteenth time that I know surely that virtually all of these people are in fact predators who have part of them rising to their current high positions, arguably, if one is willing to accept that as a valid on some level, then that obviously would have to have compromised themselves based on my knowings and understandings, and what I can deduce through deductive reasoning, which sounds a bit redundant, certainly.
Well, if I'm not actually doing anything to fucking help you.
Well, but you're coming up with you're supposing, Robert Escobar, that based on specific circumstances that you are able to verbalize, you seem to then think that you get to point that at me and say that I'm somehow now obligated to behave in certain specific ways. And I'm here to say, fuck you. No, I'm not. And you get the middle finger if you think I have to do certain things or behave in certain ways based on what you seem to think you understand about politics. That's fuck you. You get one of those, buddy. And by the way, I will just sit here and while you know more of the up to minute stuff in politics, I'm sure. And I will brush up if I have to, but I feel like I will demonstrate a greater grasp of some at least some of these topics and areas, although perhaps not fully, and certainly perhaps you see I'm leaving myself many outs here. Interesting strategy on my part, eh?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's too much truth. How about that?
I like it. You like it. I love it, Robert.
All right.
All right, then.
Look, this is how much left.
Hey, I do like the Legos. I have to say, I was a Legos kid for sure.
It's the beginning of my Lego empire.
100%.
I'm gonna build a Lego empire.
What's up, Monel?
Everybody else is grifting for money. I keep love saying, I'm so proud of myself.
Grift. Yeah, I'm pretending to be dying.
You gotta grift for Legos.
You're right. It's a grift, because that would be the grift, right? Now, what if I am just mistaken and I'm going to live another 10 to 15 years? Because I mean, in 15 years, if I were to live 15 years, I'd be 63. So I mean, would it surprise anybody if I far outlived what I believe is to be the case, but then still died at what would be considered early at 63, right? So 48 would be, yeah, that's pretty fucking young as far as dying, right? It's still not young, just in a vacuum. But even 63 would be early based on the length of, seems like most of the folks go in my family, both sides. But doesn't mean that I'm guaranteed anything, obviously. So, if you want to call that a grift, Robert, I know he's not addressing me directly, but all comments are about me on some level. But yeah, the connection, we're fighting the connection again. So I'll go ahead and we'll just go to the icon. There you go. Am I looking to network with somebody or destroy them? Well, I don't necessarily want to destroy anybody, but then it does become anybody can get it at a certain point. Although, with certain folks, I will exercise a great deal of, I forget the word that would work in this situation, but I'm certainly going to be selective and thoughtful about, and maybe reticent to, or hesitant to, maybe to respond aggressively in certain ways, or just sort of maybe choose somebody out here and there, or maybe it is warranted. Like, hey man, what the fuck? Sort of letting shit slide to some extent. In 16 years, 79. There you go. Rob will be 45, so effectively my age. I mean, or close, right? I skew a little older, so I was pretty much old man by the time I was 45. But certainly now, I like being it. I like it. I enjoy it. Especially when one is able to sort of realize that it's normal and expected to be cranky early in the day, to some extent, and that helps the framing in that way. The crankiness, the moodiness, the male menopause, which may actually be a thing. I mean, who knows? Yeah, I bought L's 11. Anyway, I think we're about done here. Although if the connection allows, maybe Rob or maybe Robert here can save the show yet again, perhaps. We'll try. Save the show, sir.
I'm so proud of myself. You see,
Rescue
you
the
guys
show.
are all like, I'm living in the future. I'm living in the future over here. You can build anything out of Legos.
Okay.
I'm building a little miniature Lego city for my daughter. So.
Well, how old is your
Like,
daughter?
you'd be surprised. Like, look, I need.
Well, when I was a youngin', the whole point of the Legos was for me to build stuff with them, not my parents. What are you even talking
Remember
about?
the old Lego sets? You'd get a bunch of these.
What?
You know, these and these. Well, look, I've been sorting through this fucking giant box, and I've only gotten a couple of these. And I'm not gonna go out and fucking buy them. You know, I'd rather sit here, sort them. You know, like for content. What's up, Tony?
Well, do better content, sir. Sorting Legos, better content, apparently.
So that's what I should do. I should find some old Lego sets with all the fucking pieces I need. I'm just waiting for the kiddo to wake up.
Well, yeah, numerology, you add and reduce until you get to a number, you decide that you stop there, right? So it's like 33. Yeah, but that's a 6. I don't know.
Look, I've been sorting for 3 days maybe. And look, this is all the 2x1s I've got.
Hilarious.
You know, like the ones, I don't know how to explain this, but there's so many pieces now.
It's pretty funny.
Sorting Legos while grifting Legos sounds like a solid game plan. Isn't it? You know, like if AP would have grifted for Legos instead of money.
What is the? I just don't.
Right
I don't get these. What is the fascination with grifting? I just don't understand it. Is it just viewed as panhandling? I've panhandled quite a bit, sir. I don't know if you know that. I've done quite a bit of panhandling, flying of signs, cardboard signs. Hey, all right, Monel with the $2 super sticker. Thank you. Where was that troll with his stripper pole analogies? The stripper analogies.
Guys, hit the like. Hit the like, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he likes Legos, whatever, but this is definitely a low T. This is a low T in what he's doing now. It's live streaming. I don't know. Seems like there's some element of, it's certainly not low testosterone. Right,
it's time for my scheduled.
It is sitting around talking. So it's not going out and conquering the world either. Thank you, Monel. Much appreciated.
So what are you guys up to this weekend?
This, brother. You're looking at it.
Besides
investigating
truth.
Investigating truth, clearly.
Really, what we should be doing is mutual aid. You know, like
should.
Grifting, the
how do you know what I should do, sir? Let's see. This is very presumptuous, sir. How could you how could you possibly know what I should do, sir? But I'll go ahead and accept what you're saying and what I believe is the spirit you intended it.
The streamers should be pushing mutual aid. We should be trying to
build a library. They could, or could they? See, it can be helpful to when he's saying should. I like to change that to could and shout out to the hippies, the left coast hippies for the lefties out on the left coast for helping me understand that. Well, really, it's actually I could do that, and like perhaps don't say you might. They would basically tell me that I could choose to not say that. Tell them what they should do, but perhaps inform them of what they could do. If y'all are understanding my meaning there. So Robert certainly hasn't he hasn't received that particular download. It doesn't seem. Perhaps he will, though. I don't know. That's how that's how influencers talk. Okay, well, that's how supposed influencers talk. Yeah, perhaps. Maybe in some instances, maybe I'm considered an influencer in a way. I don't know. Not exactly sure. Live streamers quickly go crazy. Yeah, that's probably a thing also. I think maybe I'll have an advantage and sort of already did my own version of a mental breakdown while never officially suffering said. Certainly not officially where record keeping and, permanent records were involved, thankfully. Never 5150'd or held against my will on the basis of some sort of even a temporary mental health hold, thankfully. Not everybody can say that, and that's probably part of my MK what may have very well been. I mean, let's just call it what it was. It was effectively MK Ultra, formally by actual human beings at various kingdom halls of Jehovah's Witnesses. I mean, let's just call it what it is. So, in some ways, I'm still able to operate on some of that literal MK Ultra programming in a way. So, yeah, it is what it is, man. I can't really, I mean, other than that, that's the only really way I know how to accurately describe whatever that is. So, anyway. And the connection. See, it's not just you. I think highly suspect sometimes internalizes. What did I do now? I think sometimes highly suspect internalizes these tech issues. Like, bro, it's happening to me. Do you see me like wanting to do a screen share and then it sort of works and then my connection takes a shit? It's like, yeah, okay, I just got to go back to the icon. Like, we just sort of have to. If it's just you doing all the talking and me listening, that's fine. But you have to understand when you're not on air anymore. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I can tell when I'm not on air generally. Although I can't always tell when the microphone's not turned on, and then everybody starts typing, you're muted, even though I'm not technically muted because that's a button you click in the StreamYard, right? But yeah, there certainly seems to be something involved in people who can just do live streams more or less every day. It's kind of a thing all its own, and then again do better content. So not even really again. It's what are we even talking about here? I am going to maybe try to play some of my B-roll, but let's give Robert another shot. You never know; he might work for another minute or two. Rescue the show, Robert. Are you up to it? You've been doing pretty good so far, Robert.
Or you're fucking start a union or something, the union of YouTubers, huh?
Not genius, sir. No. I'm not anti-union. I'm also not pro-union.
You guys want to join my union?
But certainly not anti-union.
How about it? Is that a good idea? That's a good idea. Shit. How much money is YouTube making off the people? Shit. You think they're getting their fair share? Do you feel like they're getting their fair share? Those of you that are monetized? Huh?
What are you talking about? I haven't even gotten paid yet. Are you kidding me? Bro, I've been doing this for free. Are you serious, bro? I think I'm up to 300 right now, or the channel is. So assuming they've already taken their cut, because they might then take a bite out of that 300. I'm not exactly sure, but it seems to me like they're factoring in their cut already. I would hope. But regardless of what I think, actually, but it's probably going to be next month. But it seems at least possible. Yeah, it's just the screen share is just not going to work. If I would have just let him talk, we at least could have got 60 seconds of him, but I just couldn't even let him. Just can't let the man talk. Do better, Robert Escobar. Do better. We're pretty late in the game. In my opinion, IMO. Then apparently I have access to this creator. Yeah, I have no complaints. In fact, again, they haven't even paid me yet. I see Tommy Temper in the live chat. Shout out to Tommy Temper. He used to cruise through here on occasion. Shout out to 30 in the house. Fighting connection was because I'm actively between the illness and the trying to not drive the car any more than necessary, because of the ever increasingly slipping clutch that will be repaired, or maybe even selling it outright. Although that would be pennies on the dollar to be sure, but that's a possibility, depending on how much loot I'm expected to break off, how much fiat, because we're on the way to broke, lest y'all for however many days till the 28th of September. Let me look at the calendar. So that would be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 6. At least 26 more nights as I count, probably 25. So I'll just err on the conservative side. Yeah, 26 nights. But it's going to be a minute. Now, I've got enough money to eat, certainly, and buy whatever little bit of gas I'm burning. Although it's pretty easy to rack up the miles. I did 50 miles in like less than 3 days. Pretty easy recently. 3 consecutive days even. Music holds the key. There you go. Robert, don't be so shy, man. Yeah, man, you're inhibited, man. Yeah, pull out your camera and fuck with the J-dubs. But yeah, I don't even know, man. They're suffering whatever they're suffering, so just let them fucking have it as far as I'm concerned. I'm not involved. As long as I'm not involved, go for it. Not my problem. What do y'all think? I think noon can't come soon enough in some regard. And I mean that in the best possible sense. Yeah, there is definitely a shortage of paddle walkers. Although some of that, I think, my coarse manner certainly can rub people the wrong way. I'm sure of that, Christos. People may choose not to respond in kind in the moment, which some may say be cruel to be kind, or it's cruel to be kind, or something like that, like in a certain sense. But you know, they may not respond to my cruelty and coarseness with their own, but doesn't mean they appreciate it. So I'm aware of certain possible dynamics, and I'm also way off base at times. But I'm in left field anyway. Like if most of the creative ideas are coming from left field, well, if I just venture off into left field, and it seems kind of like out of nowhere or in a non sequitur fashion, it's like, yeah, but I'm pretty much there anyway, at least in some sense. But yeah, make literal again. Make literal again. And then now Bex is behaving. So not that I would, be any arbiter or decider of what it would mean to misbehave, but in fact, I prefer the misbehavior, or what I'm choosing to, in a tongue-in-cheek way, refer to as that. So that's less interesting in a way. I mean, but it's it's interesting times, man, in the panel verse, certainly. What do y'all think? Monel with some interesting. And there was a time in which I was doing a lot of, especially on Discord, there was a lot of communicating somewhat complex ideas almost entirely through emoji. Anybody else been there? I felt like I had a certain skill with that at a certain point. And then 3 months embedded with a broken heel certainly afforded me the opportunity to work. But I'm going to have more papaya powder, even more. This stuff, it goes hard. I'm very pleased for 30. I think I spend around 33. Holla, $33 for like 12 and a half ounces, I believe. Pretty good value, I have to say. It's got some amount of bromelain. Thank you again, Razvan. Appreciate that. He wants to buy me a kilogram of fruits. Thanks, brother. Much appreciated. Certainly, fruits are somewhat, quality fruit can be difficult to access. Something of a food desert to a certain extent here, although not fully. But yeah, certainly looking forward to having a vehicle in proper state of repair to be able to. I want to go to some different places, and then perhaps the ultra wide, the 5G ultra wideband, like we talked about. Maybe go to some cities, Kansas City, maybe St. Louis, the Metroplex, Dallas Fort Worth, Atlanta, maybe. There's a lot of places, maybe even Memphis. My hometown, maybe not the 5G, but yeah, lots of IRL possibilities. But let me take care of some business. Thanks again, Razvan, and I shall return shortly. All right, we're back. Thanks for hanging out. Much appreciated. And again, we will be wrapping by like the comments. Well, now, okay, it's starting to work. Because I wanted to show the camera. This is the papaya powder, but this is green. My sister said that women. My sister seems to know a lot about papaya. She seemed to say that her understanding was that no, she eats the actual fruit, which apparently can be pretty hard to obtain, depending on where one may be located. But yeah, this is good stuff. Papain and bromelain. Yeah, green papaya powder. And yeah, people can say it's processed and even say it's synthetic or it's from India. I don't really give a fuck. It works good for me. Supposedly, it has high amounts of latex, natural latex, which I think may, at least once, I think my body may have used it to try to like clear a partially obstructed bowel. Even I think that might have been what all my intense abdominal pain was about, possibly. But yeah, highly suspect, man. And the more I'm thinking about what's going on with him being on the live streams, and some of it going very well, and then in between the tech issues and just me sort of admonishing him at various times, and maybe he's taking that personally, or maybe he should. I don't know. It's not, but whatever. But I think ultimately that to me, I'm experiencing like a resistance based on defensiveness that's rooted in a lack of trust, right? Because he doesn't. There's no reason for him to need to understand why I'm doing what I'm doing if he can trust that, well, Benton knows what he's doing with the live stream to some extent and has experience as a broadcaster. So like the fact that he doesn't understand why what I'm doing is actually the right thing to do for the broadcast, I guess he just like lets that freak him out or something. Just because now it's like a fear or just not being able to trust that, well, I've got this, man. Like I've got it. And I may take it to a weird, oddball left field space, but so does he, by the way, and just launches into a story. And it's like, does he not realize that now I'm held captive and like now I can't even do my broadcaster duties because he's just talking, and I have no idea what his point is or why he's saying what he's saying or what it even means, or I'm just hearing like details that I can't track. And it's like, okay, well, now I get to just actively exercise patience until he's done talking. But then he tries to check in with me some of the time. It's like, I want to just be like, are you asking me a specific thing about what it's like, what? Like, wait a minute. I'm not involved in this. Like, I'm patiently waiting until you're done. Because I certainly won't know when that is. It's interesting that it's just, I don't know, man. Do I just have a natural inborn ability to sort of be in the audience while I'm doing these? I mean, I don't know. Certainly, folks just seem unwilling to even attempt it. What are thoughts? Non-existent panel. That's my favorite. That's my favorite panel, by the way. Arguably, dare I say, the best panel is the non-existent panel, the impresent. Only papaya. I'm not wasting my time left searching out papaya, as delicious as it may prove to be. But I will say the watermelon has been treated. My kidneys are doing quite well overall. Very impressed with the watermelon. And anybody who thinks that fruit is bad for me can go fuck themselves. That's fine if they believe that. I think people are nuts. Like, oh yeah, I'm dying of. If I'm in fact dying of what I think I'm dying of, I'm pretty sure it's not. The fruit's not going to get me. Now, I think maybe I'm being a little too loud. Well, I do like cantaloupe, I must say. the strong diuretic effects of the watermelon specifically. Yeah, we're fighting connection, so probably just gonna go ahead and wrap here soon. Yeah, we've been fighting connection woes for a while now. Appreciate it, everybody, for hanging out with me today. It means a little. I do like that we're at 8 hours and 40 minutes. Might as well go to 9, right? Don't have to, though. It ain't about that. At least not for me. This college football season, obviously. Only one football for wait, but experience, by the way. But the connection is, some of the folks probably wish other folks were live, but you know, such is life. Mitchell still going back there, by the way, on the ThinkPad. Let me go grab that. Probably can't even see it. Kind of. Shutting it down. Well, I guess we missed. Oh, I did have the mic on. I guess we missed all our chances to go out on a high note. So now it's like, how do we slink out of here, sir? Exactly. That's the procedure. How do we get out of town? No, I guess you just click the button. I'm assuming. Assuming you're able to do that. Someone would just pull the fire alarm. There you go. Yeah, that's not definitely not do that. But yeah, I hear you. Kind of want to wait it out because I'm getting hungry, but I need to wait another solid hour before I eat. Minimum. Sometimes I get sick because I put my meals too close together. I need to go a solid 3, no matter what. Like after I'm done with the meal, there needs a full 3 hours between, no matter what. I don't always accomplish that, so yeah. Maybe I will hang out for a minute. Wonder if we'll see Tommy around. Tommy, at times would, if y'all recall, would come and save the broadcast. So now a Tommy saving of the broadcast seems to be off the table, at least for the near term. Oh, he was playing. Who are the Razorbacks playing? Who cares? Oh, here we go. Yeah, scores. Arkansas State is at Oklahoma, it looks like. I think. Yeah, at Oklahoma. Arkansas State, though. I don't give a fuck about Arkansas State. Arkansas not playing? I guess not. Or is this top 25 only? Yep. Well, we're probably playing and not in the top 25. So let's go down to SEC. Western Carolina in Little Rock at War Memorial Stadium. Interesting. What time does that start? Noon in 1 hour. Dare I even? I mean, come on. I'm not going to watch that. Anyway, enough of that. Tommy? Yeah, indeed. Hey, Brielle. Much love to you as well. Yeah, Tommy's certainly entertaining. Certainly. Now, do I stop after this vape, which only has a few more hits left in it, or do I fire up another one? What do y'all think is going to happen? Maybe that should be a poll. Is Benton going to open a new THCO vape? I feel like I'm kind of giving it away, though, the way I'm saying it. And remember, y'all, Paul already scheduled his live at 1:30 Central, I believe, unless that's changed. Let me go look that up. Over at Proper Instruction Motivates People, at Pimp Unslaved is the YouTube username. I guess I could have done that when there was a little more people in the house, but better late than never, I suspect. I expect, rather. Yeah, this is the channel at Pimp Unslaved. Let's drop the old link there. One moment. Razvan's favorites, to be sure. Thank you very much. Razvan likes the walk and talk formula. Thank you, sir. I certainly look forward to, I believe there's going to be many variations, especially if I end up doing bigger city hit and run, a little more get in and get out quickly type of material versus just the cops are like, yeah, I've seen you every night for fucking 3 weeks. If you understand what I'm saying, just it's a different thing, right? But certainly many different elements on display. But yeah, let's go under live. So this channel and many other channels, we always want to head over to live if Mr. Suspect happens to be watching. That's where most of the action is. It's certainly where virtually all of the action is on my channel. Under the not the videos tab, although certainly Paul has some of those as well. And some of them are quite good. So yeah, feel free to peruse those as well. But the action is typically over here in the live streams. And of course, my notification is on, as you see. I always click all of those, and just if I choose not to watch it, I choose not to watch it. But yeah, live in 2 hours, I believe 1:30 Central. Mr. Unslaved. How about you? Brian O'Shea in the live chat wants to know if that's J-Hub, whatever that means. So yeah, check him out. Yeah, Mitchell was on yesterday. I screen capped some of that. It seemed pretty interesting. I did not listen to much, if any of it, a little bit, just to sort of get a feel for what was going on generally. But I turned my DAC off. I wanted to talk to Rob about mini PCs, and I sidetracked myself, and I don't think he's even around anymore. Found some pretty good ones, man. Actually, I don't even need to. Hang on, I don't even need to log in, or do I? Yeah. There's definitely some high performance to be had for not a lot of money. What I would consider high performance, anyway. Especially if the person is using Linux, it seems to get more out of the hardware in a way. Where is this? I thought maybe I favorited something, but it's all camera equipment. Imagine that. Oh, interesting. Yeah, the connection's not going to let it happen. I'm surprised I even got that screen share accomplished. But thank you all for the kind words. Much appreciated, as always. I still got another meal, and then some days I have a fourth meal, which is usually like 2 cans of tuna and 3 egg yolks. I was doing the egg yolks and the egg whites, but it was just too much, man. The egg whites do not agree with me, if these are even real. But the yolks seem to, there's something to them yolks. So I don't know, even if it's not fully natural, who knows? Or highly processed, perhaps. Almost inarguably, certainly processed. I mean, that much we can't debate. Oh, there's bugs. Yeah, people move in, man, and bring bugs, and then there's a time before the spraying does kind of, tamps them down to some extent. And then if people leave, maybe now the whatever the bugs were eating on is gone, and they got to start exploring. And here they come over here. It's like, well, there's nothing really for you here. I got the foods in the container, and some trash in the trash bag. But other than that, in fact, I am overdue for. I still got watermelon. Yeah, I got to throw some stuff away. Anyway, this is non-tint to be sure. Do better content, sir. This is not that. This is non-tint. Where's Coral? It's paging Coral to the scene of the non-tint. I'm freaking baked Alaska. Let's see. Fuck. Shout out to Bex, the rebrand. Yeah, actually, I have a side table in my storage, and I almost went and picked it up. But I was thinking, like, what would I even do with it? The only thing I could think was, like, put a couple of laptops, like those screen capture laptops, but I don't want those, like, right near me anyway. But I could actually put this camera, like, if I had that, I've got a little folding plastic, like a card table kind, or a little side table, whatever we're calling that, tray table. And I could actually just put this camera set up, and you could actually sort of see me and see the screen. I don't know if we would even want that. Or me, and I wonder if I could figure out a way to get that second monitor where it's like I can play stuff for y'all to see, almost like Red Bar does, Mike David. But he's got a bigger screen. That's a 14-inch. I don't know if that would even work. But yeah, there's things that can be done. Certainly. I already showed all the audio gear. The cheap, I think it's good stuff, but it's certainly, low end, affordable stuff, or mid range, maybe. I don't know. Not high end, to be sure. What a blessing. Certainly grateful for the opportunity to serve up the, well, not the non-tint, but if we do manage to make it to the level of content, Mr. Escobar, you want to tell me about our democracy some more? Do you? How's my eyeballs? Is that going to be a thumbnail? Man, that articulated slightly differently. Although, actually, that might work. For what this webcam is, again, a shitty product, but it's still kind of awesome in a way. Debatably. All right, I'm out of. I got nothing. I don't know. I'm gonna get out of here unless y'all got something. Have I overstayed my welcome? It's just rip off the band-aid, sir. Doesn't have to be a slinking out the door, even though it is that to some extent. Although I still need to avoid the urge to eat. Boy, I'm getting pretty hungry, man. I'm pretty hungry. Maybe again, I mentioned maybe the papaya powder was helping in that regard, but there's weeks at a time where I'm just effectively not hungry, and certainly could just not eat and just feel more or less the same, or even better to some extent. I hear some smoke alarms going off, by the way. That's the dangers of trying to cook in these places. Realistically, man, I'm most likely going to need to stick with at least inside this room with the just the slow cooker maybe. But certain cuts, I bought a roast and just threw it in and cut it in half and stacked it up in the slow cooker. And because of the amount of time I'm choosing to cook the vegetables, it's kind of its own thing, but it was tender, definitely, and had flavor to it and everything. The fat was well rendered. It was certainly on the more well done side than what I prefer, right? But it was still, I could tell there was some nutrition. Oh, Machine Lies is going to go live. Okay. Can y'all help me find his channel? I should know this. Let me just type in the Machine Lies channel and see if it comes up. And at some point, I'm just going to have to make a website with everybody's just like at least their basic, like here's their YouTube channel. Here's their fucking backup channel. Right. Here's their YouTube username. If you need to just search at whatever their username is. If you can't hit a link or whatever. And see, I'm not subscribed. I know I was at one time. Now it's possible that I chose to unsubscribe. That's certainly possible. Is this his channel though? I guess it is. See, this uses this JFK beta. Let me share the screen if it'll share. Stop mine. Hang on. So is this what we're talking about? At the Machine Lies 9534? Okay, yeah, that was because that was JFK Beta's video then. Am I there? Is this his lives here? Yeah, there it is. 6:30 tonight, Razvan. So is this not this channel then? What is this channel? Or am I just completely boomering this thing up? Please advise, all caps. Please advise. Put a piece of tape over the smoke alarm when cooking. Yeah, probably, right? Ultimate. Or some just sort of plastic film or whatever, man. Yeah, you're probably right, man. Not that I'm going to do that, but I could. Probably would work on some level. So yeah, I don't know that that's a couple of hours, but I don't know. Maybe I'm confused, Razvan. Is this the right channel that I never bothered to share, or maybe I did? Is this it? Do we know? Do we know? Do we know? I don't know what that means, but all right. Yes, it's got to be it, right? How could it not be? guess play one maybe. Oh yeah, there he is. Yeah, nice. All right, let me drop his link. Yeah, live in many hours apparently, if I read that correctly, like 6:30 tonight. But whatever. His last two streams were fire. Paul joined. Oh, awesome. And that's Razvan, where the more I can get tipped off on that sort of thing, and when I'm on better internet. I mean, right now it doesn't really even matter, but when I'm on better internet, I can cover a lot of that. But I don't always know about it. So the more folks, even if they just hit my email and they're like, "Hey, here's the link and here's the time code," maybe I'll be able to cover it. Maybe I won't. But just if folks feel motivated to do that, that could be a thing. Just a brief description of whatever it is. Who got wrecked by Kib? Machine Lies. Well, I mean, y'all are a little biased too, but that's okay, Razvan. I don't, either way. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and give in to hunger and maybe eat a little early. But all right, we're out. Appreciate that. Shout out to 19 in the house. Thanks to Highly Suspect for being here. I still have thoughts on that whole presentment and whatever that is. And, I would encourage him, if he was still listening, hey man, maybe think about trusting that I know what I'm doing at least a little bit out here, although maybe the ratings aren't bearing that out at present, but whatever, the IRL stuff certainly seems to be coming along nicely. So maybe I'll rest my hat on that, right? Whatever that means. But anyway, appreciate everybody being here. Enjoy Mr. Unslaved coming up at 1:30 Central Time, I do believe. A couple of more hours. I'm going to be chilled out, relaxing, probably working on some content, probably making screenshots like I was showing earlier for thumbnails. So yeah, maybe make a few thumbnails, trying to check out some videos, sit here catatonic, probably open one of the remaining 3 vapes. I mean, keeping it real, right? Most likely, can't say for sure. Kim Before the Storm. Yeah. Got it. Anyway, to everyone who may resonate on some level with the ethos, dare I say, of do better content, thanks for watching. Bye.